So start first on the stage. This mic will connect to the room. We can't do it's like a setup for the room for the day, so it's not like that room where we can and could be like that's French too.
I think it's done. This is the same board that you two days ago.
That's clear as mud.
Yeah. So I think you.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Good.
Sorry, I'm holding
That morning.
holding the
I see. Yeah. So that
I
yeah.
can't be seen literally. So from the start, we start Lorenzo and whoever starts at the stage. They have a mic. Everybody can hear. Once they say, okay, now it's group time, I suggest I take over and I just go this group just because I know it and it'll be easier. It needs a person to direct. Then people will lift their chairs and blob to wherever they want to blob to, whichever topic they pick. This topic will be the streamed topic, and then they're going to have to switch to using these mics. These mics won't go in the room, they'll just go to the stream. And what I need help with is, I was going to ask Margot when she comes if she could be the streaming person. She just needs to load up the NTA, and if somebody asks a question in the chat, bring it into the room. She'll be the human bridge, but they can all hear everything.
Okay. Okay. Yes. We mark. Yeah.
Okay. Hello, Lorenzo.
Hello.
Should we maybe do one briefing with the whole group so everybody knows, or do you think everybody knows? Should I brief you? What might be easier to do once with everyone?
I think you've briefed
Have you done already?
We talked with, after the session in the morning, we talked with other trustees on how things should be.
Perfect.
So that should...
Okay, so can I explain to you how the room's going to work?
Yeah.
So you start here,
Yeah.
you and Crystal.
If he shows up, yes.
If he shows up, you start.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Yours it.
No, but Christoph will be like 2 minutes on...
Okay. You're going to use this mic.
Yeah.
Everyone will be able to hear you.
Great.
Once your speaking bit is done, if you hand over to me, I'll explain to people, look, we've got groups around the room. Please pick up your chair. You might have to unclip it. And go to the group you want to. This group here will have the live stream there. When people are in this particular group, they have to use these mics, and then people online can hear them, but nobody in the room can hear them.
Yeah.
So this group just needs a bit of discipline of like only one person speaking at a time. You have to use the mic. Everyone else is just a normal conversation. We've got the topics we agreed, the trends plus how to be nimble.
Yeah.
So you're in the nimble one right
Yeah.
over there. And that's it. So I'll point out to people. I don't know if you or Marcus, somebody can find some sticky tape or something, and then we can just stick it on the table so people can see from a distance.
I was wondering if it was someone from your team who could be the event leader, because I would like Margot to be
To be,
a little bit more.
I would have to draft someone in. I can have a look to see who might be around.
And I can go over something.
Yeah. Okay. Do you remember, Lorenzo, who's doing content reviews? Which trustee?
I don't remember.
That's alright.
Content reuse, I will guess maybe.
Mary. Okay, so Mary will be in this group with Patricio. I've got it here, and Lisa. Okay, I will make sure it's announced.
Not all of, I mean, some of these have a reason, the other ones are just where they fit, so...
But the trustees have this document?
Yes.
Perfect.
And I told them that it was here. It might be better to remind that. I don't know if it's also on the slides, the name of people.
Yes.
Okay.
No, not the name.
Not the names.
I
only
will
the
have to
title.
just say it because it's
Okay.
not on the side and they won't update it now.
It will probably be good so that people know who they find, because maybe some people choose the
So
person.
we can write it. We can write it here.
Here?
Yeah, we can
No,
distribute.
because then it might change.
Okay, so I won't write
I
it
will
there.
not. I mean, people will not see it anyway,
Anyway,
and
yeah.
it might
Fine,
change.
fine. I'll just have to say it. But I will point out, like, I'll say Bobby and Kathy wave. Stephen,
Yes.
your group is Global Affairs, and you will be over there. Sorry, have I already?
No. And so, what am I expected to do?
Just host a conversation about the trend around global affairs, questions, like what you're seeing, etc. We'll start the conversation going, kind of thing.
Okay.
So,
Yeah. So, do I need to think of questions, or are people going to come with questions? Or should I...
hopefully they should come with questions. I'd have maybe one or two in your back pocket.
Okay. And is it like a conversation among the participants we're trying to encourage, or do people want the board member to answer?
Conversation among the participants. They might obviously have questions specifically to board members, which you can answer. There are like things that obviously you would know more because you often people think somebody will know, but actually you might know. So that's why doing the group.
I asked because yesterday there was a little bit of frustration because people had a lot of comments, and Lorenzo was responding to each comment, and people are like, "We thought this was our space to do that's not a place for you to kind of like Q and A and answer." And so I just wanted to, yeah. So I think if we're trying to kind of hear from lots of people, maybe I'll just take it question by question.
Yeah. See how your vibe is like in our group.
Yeah,
It seemed to be like actually we were it's struggle to get some good like just start good like
Do you have a separate question, or you? Yeah, for what? Of the breakout groups. Do you have selected one of them?
we are going to do tables, but they're once the speaking part's done, people will blob to the tables. Carla, I need you.
I am the room monitor here.
Amazing. I am so glad you are the room monitor here. So, can I have your help in this first session with one small thing? We've explained everything, how it's going to work to the AV people. It's going to start with like, yes, it does, as people walk past. It's going to start with like the broadcast, like somebody talking to the whole group. Then we're going to blob into groups. People will pick their table. Could I ask you to come to this table in particular? Okay. And just enforce that when people are talking, because this table will be streamed,
Okay.
that they use a mic when they're talking, no crosstalk, because then people are like, yeah,
I've done this before.
amazing. Would you also be able to do or be on the chat in case somebody asks a question? Amazing.
Yeah, there's usually also another person with me.
There is a guy. He came and introduced himself earlier. He is not. I'm unable to see him now, but there was a person who volunteered to introduce himself.
Right. What is this? What are we keeping this up? All right. I'm just gonna sit here.
Readers.
do I need to set something up there? I'm guessing it's.
No, it's essentially like somebody's gonna talk and then they're gonna break into groups. And then
It was fun. Did you sit out late?
Yes.
Hello. We are at 9:30, so we are ready to start. I also see enough people in the room so that we can start the session. My name is Lorenzo Losa. I'm the chair of the board of the Wikimedia Foundation. And this session will be used to have a conversation with you and with different trustees. We have almost everyone from the board here and someone from the board of the Wikimedia Endowment. And we will spend most of the time divided into tables related to different topics that are on the board's mind in these days. Now, oftentimes you hear about the board while discussing, I will say, rather bureaucratic things like structure, affiliate structures, grant making. Yesterday we had a session about board elections, all this kind of stuff. These are, of course, important things to do our work well and are part of what we do, but are not the core of what we do. The reason why the board and foundation exist is to steward the mission of Wikimedia, of the Wikimedia Foundation. For those who don't remember it, of course, it's on Meta. But it says that the mission of the Wikimedia Foundation is to empower and engage people around the world to collect and develop educational content under free license or in the public domain, and to disseminate it effectively and globally. All the structure that we have, the foundation, the committees, and everything else, are tools that we build to support this mission to empower people across the globe. And that's the core of where should be our focus. And in the last few years, and especially now, that means for us focusing on long-term issues. And in a way, that's always true that the board should focus on long-term, on strategic issues. But it's especially relevant now with the changes that are happening, with global trends that we have discussed for many years that are now really having effects and impact that we can see. These are things that we have discussed for a while, but now they have become real things that have a real impact now. Now we can react in different ways, like it is not a problem and ignoring it and everything will be fine. Probably not very wise. Maybe that will be the case, but still not very wise. We can be paralyzed or vice versa, rushing to action in some way just to do something, also not very wise. The best thing we can do is think about it, develop plans, start acting, and prepare to what can happen. And this is what has been on our mind recently. And if you see, for instance, the annual plan of the Wikimedia Foundation, in addition to talking about global trends this year, it's focusing on 3 goals: increase our reach, deepen engagement, and protect our people and projects. This is a shift into focusing on how we react and adapt. It is clearly, the current annual plan clearly will not be enough, but it's what we are starting to do in order to, and continuing to do, in order to address these things. And it's not only the Wikimedia Foundation that is thinking about this. There are lots of other conversations around the movement, and you might have been part of some of them. And in talking about this, we should also recognize that while there are challenges, we also start from strong foundations. We have an healthy community. We have projects that are widely recognized and considered as the beacon of the open internet. So we have tools that allows us to face the challenges and to move forward into the future. So this is what is currently the board focused on, and this will be the topics on which we will organize our conversation today. So we will have a few different tables built around global trends and around the question of how to become more nimble. In each of them, there will be a couple of trustees and whoever from you that wants to come. And I will pass to Mayu to explain the logistics.
Hi, everyone. So I'm going to explain the logistics of how we'll organize the next part of the discussion. So as Lorenzo said, if you want to discuss the trend around readers, we're going to ask you to take your chair and blob all the way to the back there. There's a table in the back where I'm pointing, marked readers. Look for Der Hexer, he sat right there. And on that table, the trustees that will be joining you will be Bobby wave, and Kathy wave. So meet Bobby and Kathy at the readers table if you want to discuss the readers trend. If you want to discuss contributors, that's the table back there. So I'm pointing over there. And Crystal, can you wave? Meet our trustee, Crystal and Luis, can you wave? Crystal and Luis will meet you at the contributors table there. So if you want to talk about contributors, take your chair and blob over to the contributors area. This third area is going to be the virtual table. So this will be a hybrid table where our colleagues joining online will be able to talk as well. And this one will be called content and reuse. So if you want to discuss trends around content, around reuse, please come and join the hybrid virtual table up front here. And there will be some special rules around using mics at this table that my colleague Carla will explain when you get here. Our trustee, Mary, do you want to wave? She'll join you at the content table. And Patricio, if you're in the room as well, Patricio might join as well. Okay. And then we have the next trend, global affairs. Global affairs is going to be right over there. And in global affairs, Victoria, can you wave? Victoria is going to join you in global affairs alongside Nat, who is our endowment trustee. She's there. And so Victoria and Nat will join you at global affairs over there in that corner. And then finally, Lorenzo talked about how can we become more nimble. And that group's going to be right in the back there. So if you want to talk about how we can become more nimble, please join the table in the back. And on that table will be Lorenzo wave. So join Lorenzo to discuss how to be more nimble. I'm going to just check trustees. Have I missed anyone? Jimmy's there. Jimmy, which table would you like to join? Contributors. So Jimmy's going to join you in contributors right in the back there, along with the other trustees. Have I missed another trustee? No. Okay. Does everyone know the deal? Okay. Find the table you like. Bring your chair.
He's doing this because it's not on the wall like the other way.
switch sides because it's really light here.
So I'm just gonna turn around to the other side of the table. Hello.
I think most people have decided. Don't you? Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we're streaming here.
Huh?
I want to make sure we're streaming. We're not streaming yet.
Okay. Does each table have a streamer too? Just this one? Of course, because we're cool. Because we're technology. We're technology. Good. All right. By the way, I don't see Lane or Lisa either. That's okay. I can hear all of it. Okay. All right. I'm going to put it down. Let's get begin. Hey, Elaine, how you doing? Come and sit here.
You take it?
Yes,
Okay,
come
excited.
and sit here. Do you want to move up or just because?
Funny
it's-
running into you,
it'll
yeah.
Do you want to move over here just so everybody can hear?
Everyone.
Oh, you've got a microphone. All right. Okay. There you go.
That one's not on.
No, it works.
I didn't know you were here, but I'm not at all surprised.
How are you? Here, wait. I have something.
Hello.
Yes.
Mike not just broadcast.
No, it's going to broadcast here. That's the main thing.
I enjoyed your talk, yes.
Thank you so much. That's so kind of you.
Where are the rest of the Peter, I worked at Mike.
Because this mic, not the shows in the room, just on the screen.
Oh, okay.
Sweden.
Yes, Sweden. Yeah, I'm with Wikimania Sweden now.
The speaker,
No, we only
the
want to
green-
talk.
The green mic. But this talk is
Only
this
streamed.
Talk only on
Fantastic.
Okay, let's. Yeah. Can you hear me? It's just streaming. Okay. So this is. I'm going to begin now. Okay. So, I'm Mary Clark. I'm a member of the Board of Trustees. I'm chair of the Product and Technology Committee and a vice chair. And I joined last year, about a year ago. My background is in financial services, governance, and technology.
It's so strange to speak into a mic and not be amplified.
Exactly.
It's like a Lego mic. Yes. Hello, everyone online. My name is Lane Becker. I'm with the foundation. I run the commercial partnerships team, which includes Wikimedia Enterprise. So I think about reuse a lot, both in like broad philosophical terms about where we should be going with it, and then also how to get companies to pay for it.
Just introduce yourself.
Sorry, I just arrived. I didn't know what was going on. So my name is Patricio Lorente. I'm the chair of the board of Wikimedia Argentina and also the chair of the board of the Wikimedia Endowment.
My name is this going into the thing? It's going into there. Okay. My name is Jenny Lee. I'm a co-founder of a project called Wiki Portraits, which takes a lot of photos. And at this point, more than 1 out of every 50 page views on Wikipedia has one of our photos, which is Messi's doing a lot of work there, I just want to say, because we just had someone at the World Cup.
Good morning, my name is Rian van Vieren. I'm an administrator at the Afrikaans Wikipedia from South Africa and very interested in content, especially the AI aspect regarding it.
Good morning. My name is Suzanne Lapston. I work for the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, where we have a Wikimedian in residence, and we're working to improve the ways that UN agencies can work with Wikipedia. And I see Karen here. Hi. How we can work together better to get good content out there.
Good morning. I'm Franziska. I'm the Executive Director of Wikimedia Deutschland.
Hello, my name is Peter Kaufman. I work at MIT, MIT Open Learning, in fact, which puts a lot of the knowledge that MIT produces online for free. And we've just begun hosting Andrew Lee as a Wikimedian at large or Wikimedian in residence. I raise money. I'm in resource development for MIT. So that's the dirty secret.
Nice. Hello, everyone. My name is Karen. I am Chief Operating Officer at Wikimedia Sweden and also Global Coordinator for the Content Partnerships Hub. The Content Partnerships Hub is, among other things, organizing content partnerships with cultural heritage, but also intergovernmental organizations like the United Nations.
Hi, I'm Marike. I am part of the board of Wikimedia Netherlands. I'm also a freelance art historian, so I have a lot of contacts with GLAMs.
I'm Patrick, username Pakea from German Wikipedia, and I'm a founding member and former president of Wikimedia CH in Switzerland.
Hi, everybody. I am Carla Casilli, and I'm with the Wikimedia Foundation in the Communications Department, and I'm also the room monitor and the person making sure everybody uses a mic at this experience.
Good morning. I am Salomon. I'm from Ecuador. I am the national coordinator, not president, not chair, only coordinator. I'm here to learn and share with my guys in there.
There's another person.
So,
Maybe we can open this circle.
Yeah. You might have to.
These chairs are attached.
Shall we move?
You can
direction.
I don't know, we both have to do it.
We can unlock them somewhere.
Just so you know.
Ok. Moi, je m'appelle Aboubakar Keita. Je viens de la République de Guinée, en Afrique. Et je fais frontière avec le Sénégal et la Côte d'Ivoire, au moins pour ceux qui connaissent. Et j'étais président de Wikimedia Guinée. Merci.
Online. So I just want to note hello to Marco as an administrator at the Dutch Wiktionary and a whole bunch of other people. But hello, glad everybody can hear us.
Well, it's so fantastic to see how many representatives there are for all over the world who are focused on content and partnerships. We are covering this topic primarily in the Product and Technology Committee. So, you know, in that committee, we're very much focused on just the progress that we're making on all of our technology roadmap and what the sort of the goals are for supporting contributors and readers in that process. We also, at our committee, talk about enterprise, which supplies the API that makes it easy to really flow the content quickly and rapidly. Many of the users today of that API are not only non-for-profits, but also increasingly commercial reusers. And you know, one of the things we're all focused on is trying to make sure that those commercial reusers are kind of pulling their weight in supporting our infrastructure. So I'd like Lane to talk about that in a minute. But I guess a question I would have for you that I'd just be really interested in is, as primarily not-for-profit partnerships or just other organizations that use our content, are there things on your mind that you'd like the board to be aware of?
Tell more about what I see is, and that's on the part of the GLAMs, that because they're a bit scared nowadays, that their material will be reused in a way they don't like. They don't easily donate anymore. They're a bit more cautious.
Talk more about that.
And I think when you say donate, you mean content donations, right? So contributions to Wikidata or to Wikimedia Commons, or also sort of contributions of references to articles and stuff like that.
So presumably they originally wanted to contribute so that they would have our reach, if you will, that their
Yes.
work would get broader. But I guess now they're worried that our work will just get straight into AI. Is that the issue?
So they're more cautious. They're unsure if it's used in the right way.
I would like to add like another perspective to that, because I think it's also the other way around, that because we can use the argument that Wikimedia content feeds a lot of AI services, that we can use the reach argument again for that as well.
That they get the reach.
Yes. I appreciate the cautiousness, and I feel that as well when I talk to people and organizations to collaborate with us. But it's also a lot is sort of still not known on how much the AI revolution draws on Wikimedia content. I think that's something that we maybe should be aware of, that we know this very well, but not everybody does.
Yeah, I would also like to add to that. I think one thing that's not, I have the impression within the movement, not visible enough or clear enough, how much content we actually get through content partnerships. We focus a lot on content coming from individual contributors, but our institutional partners, and you said that specifically for Commons and for Wikidata, like they contribute so much content. And what I see is both, like it goes in both directions. On one hand, the institutions are more interested than ever to work with us because they have the same problem we have, that the eyeballs get lower and less, and we are a primary way for them to share their content, and that's their intrinsic motivation, right? I mean, I don't have to say that because we have people here who come from those organizations. They want to share the content with the world, and they want to do it with us, but at the same time, I agree with you, they're also concerned. So it goes in both directions. But my key point is we need to be more aware how much content is coming from these people, and that this requires different kinds of infrastructures than the user interfaces. And they are also crucial parts of our infrastructure.
So you want an API coming this way as well as going that way?
We do have APIs going that way.
But are they big enough? Are you suggesting they're not big enough?
The APIs are okay. What we need better is tools for mass upload and those kind of things. And preaching to the choir here. Yeah, structured data is one thing, but also like especially for Commons upload tools that work for big content.
So can I just ask one more question? When they come through us, I presume they get attribution.
Absolutely.
Right? And so whereas if they're just out there in the wild,
no,
they may or may not get attribution, right? So
exactly.
To me, it would be a big motivator to come through us for that reason. Is that true?
That's one part, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
So I've worked in cultural heritage for 15 years before I switched sides and went to Wikimedia Sweden, and I'm now coordinating the Content Partnerships Hub, which sort of tries to fill that gap, that there is like like an address to go to if you want to contribute and maybe don't have like a chapter. If you're like one Wikimedian and you have a relationship to a museum, but you don't know how to scale this, that's when the Content Partnerships Hub comes in and wants to help out as well. But I really want to say as well that it's not about the motivation. Like most cultural heritage institutions have 1 or 2 or maybe 3 and 10 sort of people who really understand and want to contribute, but it's often like it's like this needle. What is it called? The
thread the needle?
Yes, the narrow part where you need to get through when you need to find people who can help you scale your work with the tools available. Because it's not something that like a cultural heritage worker can do by themselves necessarily.
So do they have to build tools in order?
No, but
But they have to learn to use our tools.
yeah, and that's not possible for most of the time because this is often still sort of very, what's the word? Sort of ideologically driven people who do this on their job, but kind of, you know, trying to sneak it in beside their normal tasks. It's not everywhere that you get to sort of hire a Wikimedian at large, or a Wikimedian in residence. That's really good because then you have someone who can sort of help you streamline and smoothen the work. But from my experience, if you have like a couple of dedicated colleagues and you try to sort of improve articles, but also upload a lot of sort of good references, good material and stuff like that, we would really either need more tools that are sort of really intuitive or better structures to meet their needs.
And do you want to just elaborate on structured data as part of this? Whoever wants to do that. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Please.
So you mean structured data on commons?
Well, yeah. I just want to make sure I understand what you were referring to when you said structured data with a lot of strength to that. Yeah.
So I think, so on our side, we just built a tool. So if you upload a photo onto Commons, if you don't put it in a category and or link it to a Wikidata item, it just goes into like the black pit of there's no discoverability.
Yeah, but that's our problem.
Yeah, so
with Commons.
And it at least for us from a Wikiportrait standpoint, sometimes you're taking a photo of someone and they don't have a Wikidata item linked in. So then you don't want a photographer who's just like new to Wikiverse. You just don't want to expose them to Wikidata items. So at this point, you just let them upload, and then we have a backlog of like, I don't know, 20,000, 30,000 items. I think we just got down to like 20,000 items of photos that are missing depict statements, basically. And some of them just don't have depict statements because it's like a scene, like it's not a human. You know, it's like, oh, we're going to do a vibe shot of like the Cannes Film Festival. But some of them it's because the people don't have Wikidata items. And now we've created a tool that as you upload, you can create a Wikidata item. So.
Okay, thanks. I'm sorry, you had a question. I interrupted, I think.
So I'm a video producer, and I'm particularly concerned about how the future of video can be facilitated on Wikipedia, just to make sure that, you know, years from now, people who are attracted by videos, most people are, manage to find it here.
Okay. Thanks. All right. This was so great for me, just as, you know, someone involved with product and technology at the foundation. I really appreciate sort of learning this straight from the user. I think it might be interesting for you to hear about what we are doing in terms of sending this material out to people who are going to use it for AI, and how that has kind of proceeded. And so, Lane, I'd like you to talk about sort of the history of enterprise and then where we are today.
Sure. Sure. I can make it quick since I imagine folks have some level of awareness on this front. The sort of idea for enterprise was germinated probably over a decade ago, around the time actually that Google started using knowledge panels and really like sort of diverting traffic away from the Wikipedia sites in favor of just giving people answers on Google. It wasn't as extreme back then as it is now in the universe of like AI overviews that Google has now, which is what's causing the current level of traffic drop off. But it's really just a change in scale. The issue around traffic and the way that it's affected by content reuse, third-party content reuse, has been around for a long time. And enterprise was originally designed kind of to address that, to looking forward to say, hey, if the traffic is dropping off, that means donations are going to drop off. And if donations are going to drop off, we have to figure out how to replace the revenue from somewhere why don't we ask the companies that are causing the drop-off in the first place by reusing our content, which is a fairly straightforward equation. And that was really the thesis under which Enterprise was originally developed. It has mutated, I guess you could say, in the AI environment. Again, a question of scale more than a question of direction, because these companies have become much more aware, I think, of how reliant they are on Wikimedia content broadly, and have also really expanded the scope of what they want out of us. And Commons is actually a fantastic example of this, but Wikidata is as well. So while really early on, when I was talking to them just about search engine discoverability, they were really focused primarily on Wikipedia, not even the other projects. In the current moment, the AI moment, they want it all, but in particular, obviously they're interested in all the Wikipedias. Their interest is really significantly grown in the smaller language communities, because we're often the only place they can go to get significant amounts of content in, Icelandic or any of the languages that just don't have as much online content. I will say I think this is changing because I think Google is starting to actually scan people's email and use, I'm starting to suspect they're using people's email. They seem to be improving with smaller language content, but otherwise, it's us that they go to. Similarly, they originally only wanted unstructured data. Now they're much more interested in structured data, right? They're starting to think about how can we draw those connections and build them into our language models, and multimedia data, right? So Commons data is of immense value to them. And in particular, to your point, Jenny, the more metadata that we associate with an image, the richer and more valuable it is for them, right? The more that they can use that to sort of track the relationships between language and images, between language and videos, the more they can do that, the more they want to. And I guess the last thing that I'll say is the human-generated, non-AI generated nature of our corpus and the degrees to which the community has actually been very committed to that in different places is of immense value to these companies, because as the rest of the content and the planet gets polluted with AI generated content, that is a problem from a training perspective. And so the fact that we all know it's not all, but like the vast majority of content that's in the Wikimedia corpus is not AI generated, increases its value. So that's kind of just to give you an overview of how they're thinking about content. I'll say from the perspective of, I like to say that like we are like the exhaust pipe on an automobile at Enterprise. Like a lot of really interesting and fantastic and magical stuff happens, and we're just like the pipe that like waits for it to be done and then spits it out at the end. And I say that because that is the role that we have. Like I look to places where the community is making choices and then think about how those choices affect the commercial motivations, or how we can think about the content commercially, which is different from saying, we expect you to make these changes in order to make this content more commercially valuable. And I just think that's an important point to make, because I think sometimes community or communities will make choices that can impact that in challenging ways. That's part of my job to deal with. And sometimes they make choices that actually make the content incredibly valuable. And that's our opportunity there, is to, I guess I'll use the word, exploit that.
Well, hang on a second. I just want to say what...
I saw you make a face.
Yeah. Yeah, I really don't like the thing of Enterprise as the exhaust, because really, when you think about our mission, you remember Lorenzo talked about our mission. One of the elements of our mission is to effectively disseminate human knowledge. Okay, and Enterprise is to some extent a conduit for effectively disseminating our knowledge, but doing it in a way that is appropriate, given how it's going to be disseminated. Insisting that there are actual partnerships as opposed to us just kind of flopping it out there and then being taken advantage of. And the first issue there is taking advantage of because of the way they use our infrastructure. And it's particularly difficult with people who are scraping, and are scraping for uncached content is really hard on our infrastructure. So it's essential that we have these relationships where they pay us to support it. But it so happens it is also a good way of getting knowledge out there. However, when we don't get attribution, that's not good for our contributors. It's also not good for the world, in my view, because that attribution should really mean something to people in the sense that this is not AI, this is quality, right? And I think people increasingly want to know that. So I want to give yourself a little bit more credit than just being the exhaust, okay?
All right, I'm just going to say I'm officially soliciting better metaphors. That's all. I'm always happy for a better metaphor.
There are a few comments online. So directly in response to that, so a few things. A part of our license is share-alike requirement. How do we enforce this with results of AI using Wikimedia data? Maybe another angle to compete with AI overviews is to look to deliver something better, like to enrich the articles with infographics, for example, visualize complex timelines, which AI will not do out of the box. And the last comment is generic footer links on AI, which is exactly about attribution. Generic footer links on AI search tools don't give proper attribution. How can we use Wikimedia enterprise commercial contracts to mandate inline section level citations that drive readers back to Wikipedia?
So I'll answer the first one on share-alike. We don't. We do not enforce that. In fact, we don't really legally enforce our Creative Commons license at all, in the sense that, like, we do not take people to court, or I should say, have not taken people to court. And it's not just us. The number of legal sort of decisions that have been made relative to Creative Commons licenses in any court anywhere is zero, right? And there are all sorts of actually good reasons for that. So when people ask about enforcement, it's like a very tricky question. I will say, historically, as a movement, we have been much more focused on the attribution side of the license than we have on the share-alike side of the license, and I would actually encourage us to continue to do that. But they are both a challenge.
Yeah, and I would just say now, because I think we're very aware that the desire for what we have is probably increasing rather than decreasing. And so this notion of how the licenses work and what the setup is for attribution, I think is I think it's potentially fluid, and that is an opportunity for us to be proactive about that. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Just to tack onto that, the Creative Commons licenses 4.0, for example, the one that's on Wikipedia, is 14 years old at this point, and was not written for this moment, right? And I recognize that's a very fraught thing to say, but I do think it's important to note, like, it was written for a very different era, and I think it's worth us all thinking about what that means.
Yeah, I just would like to make it more explicit. Are you saying we should use different licenses for our content?
So, hang on, I just want to say, yeah.
You're not?
So
you do?
Yes, this is a really delicate subject, right? But the licenses have been kind of revitalized, at various points in time. So that, I think, we're really important, right? We're a huge, relevant element of the license. Right? Go ahead.
Yeah, just to come back to what you were saying earlier about the tensions between sort of disseminating more or becoming less open, like we're really seeing that within this large UN organization that I work for. We've been working really hard to make our content openly licensed. We went to CC BY 4.0 just over a year ago, but now we have like senior management questioning this strongly because of fear that it's being misused, etc. So we have these sort of different streams within sort of management and sort of thinking. One is like, yes, we have to be more AEO, GEO oriented so that AI is picking up our content. And on the other side, it's like we need to close. Maybe we shouldn't be CC licensing our content at all. I'm on the side of we need to stay open, but we're also engaging with Creative Commons, who are working on possible license amendments to take this new situation into consideration. But just, I think the key to it all, to come back to what you were saying, is attribution. Like, I think being able to enforce better in some way attribution could really help to clarify the debate on both sides for being more or less open. I think that knowing how our content is being used and ensuring that it is being referenced would just make everything so much better.
I 100% agree with you. I mean, I think about our licenses a lot because I am also very committed to openness. I think I have, I've been, with the open movement since the late 90s. And I do think one of the challenges for us is that we can get stuck in a particular view of what open was at a particular time. And we have to think about what open is now and how to maintain sort of our relevance to our values. What I can say just from the enterprise side of things is that the challenge that I have, I said this in the panel that I was on yesterday, like I think of our licenses as our greatest strength and our greatest weakness. And on the weakness side of the front, it's the fact that in a conversation with a commercial organization, we have given away all of our leverage before we even start the negotiation. That's what the licenses do. In order to maintain openness with the frame that we have, I basically sit down at the negotiating table and I have nothing to negotiate with. So the question for us has been, how do we replace that leverage in a way that still allows us to maintain our commitment to openness and the values of openness, attribution, shareability, all of the other things that I believe that the licenses get us. And I have to believe, partly because it's my job, but also because I think it's true, that there is a way to square this circle, that there is a way to build licenses that maintain that viability, but also give meaningful control back to the people who made the thing in the first place.
Yeah, thank you, Lane. I was thinking, the very concept of openness changed, and in that sense, the legal institutions that provided the previous openness concept are not useful now. But perhaps we should define with precision what openness means today. Yeah, because I don't have that clarity.
Yeah, I was just, while you were talking, wondering, maybe the question is not so much around openness, because I feel like we don't have a problem that the data is open. What the problem is that we are being exploited. There is nothing coming back anymore. Right. And maybe it is a different angle to look at it. How can whatever it is, maybe it's the licenses, maybe there's other things, but what we need to do is stop them from destroying basically all the content, not just us, like generally, by just taking and not giving anything back.
And so what to me, one of the things that Lane's group has done that's so important is to establish dialogues with these people, to have a contract in place. The initial contracts that we have are, as Lane said, not very favorable because he didn't have very much negotiating leverage. But as time goes on, I think we're going to have the ability to talk about other things, including attribution, including sending readers back in a more direct way to give us page views, including giving us ads if we, there's a whole bunch of ways that they could give back. And the important thing is to be having the dialogue. And what we've found, because I've been involved with Lane in some of these discussions, is you kind of have to get to a pretty senior level in these organizations to get to the right place. Because we gave it for free for so long. The first response is, well, you've been giving it for free. Why would we pay you for it, right? And one of the things, that we've been doing now with, board support is to say, well, do you know how much you're using us? And by the way, if you don't register, if you don't at least get into a dialogue with us, we will stop the flow, right? And that's relatively new. Just in the last 2 years, we will stop the flow. It's super important, right? Go ahead. Just to get their attention. Not that we want to stop the flow, for Christ's sake. We don't want that, right? Huh?
How would we?
Well,
Oh yeah, I mean, so we make a distinction now that we didn't used to make between what you can do once you have the content and what you have to do in order to get it, right? So it was one of our engineers, Giuseppe, who coined the phrase, our content is free, our infrastructure is not. right? And so the idea was, well, we are going to ask you to like tell us who, if you want to use like the infrastructure at scale, if you want to hit us at 500 queries per second or whatever ridiculous number these companies will use, then okay, tell us who you are. Like there's a user agent string, fill it out. And like don't lie to us. They lie to us a lot about who they are.
But the other phrase that's really important, because the stuff was flowing out zillions of ways, was to close the windows and open the door, right? So for all those people that had make all these widgets to be able to get it, really stop that and try to really get them through the API. So it's much better for them, much cheaper for them, and much cheaper for us, right?
There's so much capital at these enterprises, companies, organizations. I think there's a danger that one can become reliant on it. Are the contracts transparent and public?
No, the contracts with the companies are not transparent and not public, and we should have no expectation that they ever will be, because that is not the way capitalism works. Just like bluntly, we are very transparent about our values. We are very transparent about the structures that we put together and how we negotiate these contracts. But at the end of the day, like that is, the playing field that we are on is not one that is ever going to allow us to do that. So we do what we can to be transparent on our end, but I cannot change the way late-stage capitalism works.
And there's a cap, right? Maybe you say something about how much.
Yes.
It's relevant.
Yeah, there is a 30% cap on the amount of revenue that can ever come from commercial activity via enterprise. Actually, commercial activity broadly, including enterprise. We're not anywhere near that number yet.
I just had a comment on what you were saying earlier when you said that you were lining out the arguments when you said it was really hard to get into the right levels of conversation with these companies, and that you sort of sharpened your arguments and sort of made it work. And I think what would be really helpful is if there might be, and I'm just not aware of it, but if there was like an overview of like this argumentation also for us to be aware of and to use.
Partners.
Yes, exactly. So exactly when we engage with content partnerships, we would really need sort of a straightforward presentation on how this works and why this works and so on, and also what the sort of pull strings there would be to pull, maybe.
Je parle français, je vais parler court. Est-ce que quelqu'un peut traduire? Je vais parler un peu juste. OK. Peut-être aussi, on va essayer d'aller, en plus des entreprises, si on peut aller vers les institutions, comme celle-là l'a dit, vers des institutions qui vont essayer de contraindre certaines conventions qui existent. Par exemple, en Europe, ici, aux États-Unis, les règles, ça va. Mais comment transporter ça vers les pays du Sud, l'Afrique, l'Amérique du Sud, l'Asie, pour faire en sorte qu'on ait d'autres moyens de financement qui ne soient pas seulement les GAFAM, Google et autres, mais qu'on ait d'autres financements qui ne sont pas des grosses entreprises, mais des institutions, UNESCO et autres, qui peuvent financer, parce qu'il y a un poids qui sort, je ne sais pas. Est-ce que vous comprenez ce que je veux dire? En plus de nos finances traditionnelles actuellement, est-ce qu'on peut passer à une autre forme de financement? Je ne sais pas.
Thank you so much, Susan. I think that's going to be awesome. Okay.
So I think I got it all, but tu me diras si j'ai oublié quelque chose. So from what I understand, you're asking whether there are ways to engage not only with the big tech companies, but with major organizations like the UN that might have some leverage at the level of sort of international legislation. So I think you were saying the EU is doing interesting things, and there are other sort of supranational entities that are doing sort of interesting things, but maybe the countries of the South would benefit if international organizations as well could influence what's happening sort of at the regulatory level. I'm really not translating directly, I'm interpreting sort of the gist. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so he's saying to move to different types of financing as well. Mais tu parles de quel type d'institution qui finance? Non, je pose la question.
J'entends plus les grosses boîtes qui utilisent nos...
Okay, so yeah, so he's saying not just big tech, but others. So I'm extrapolating here, but maybe, qu'est-ce que tu veux dire par différents modes de financement?
Aujourd'hui, on dit que les grosses boîtes utilisent nos données et ils ne... Déjà, j'ai bien aimé ce que celui-là a dit. On ne peut pas les arrêter. Ils vont utiliser de toute façon nos contenus. C'est nous qui avons dit que c'est free. OK? On a dit que c'est free, ils l'utilisent. Qu'on les autorise, ils vont l'utiliser. Qu'on ne les autorise pas, ils vont utiliser. Maintenant, si on pouvait utiliser d'autres institutions qui vont les contraindre à nous financer indirectement, je ne sais pas, avec des conventions qui existent aujourd'hui qui disent que vous devez faire ci. J'ai vu hier Wikimedia Suisse expliquer quelque chose qu'ils sont en train de faire avec les institutions culturelles, avec les plateformes qui existent, pour les aider à les aider.
So he was saying yesterday he saw something presented by Wikimedia Switzerland of working with existing platforms to help entities help other entities.
I think it's the idea is a bit to have, like, when we think about, for example, content partnerships, to also maybe have a look whether they can help financially. Is that what you're saying? So that if I engage with a content partner and make their content more available through our platforms, we can look at ways that they can also help us, and like that not build a dependability too much on big tech. Yeah, so that like our content partners can do more than just contribute with content, and maybe that's not so easy.
If I could just jump in on that, and then so just quickly, something that I'm trying to do within my organization. So I'm not like super high up in the organization, but high enough to be able to talk to those that are high up. And I'm trying to influence the conversation as well around openness, so that that remains high on the agenda when we have intergovernmental organizational, IGO, anyway, meetings amongst the different agencies about governance of our knowledge, of our content, of openness, etc.
Yeah, two things maybe to that. The problem with organizations giving us their content and even their workforce in a way is they often do not have the resources to do more than that. They work with them, even though that sounds weird given all we said already. We're a very privileged organization. And the other thing is we do work on an international level exactly because what you just described, like the UN or also UNESCO, they're very similar in structure to us. And we have all those communities around the world that, have their own context and require different solutions, regardless if it's providing content or finding ways to work with big tech. And that's why it's very fruitful collaboration to work with them, also on a governance level. Like we're part of the international governance forums for all sorts of things, because we want to work with them and try to influence the standards, the way things are done, and that's also crucial work we're doing as an organization.
Okay, thank you. I just want to thank everybody here. This was a terrific session from my perspective. I really learned a lot, and I will bring it back to the board. right now we're going to each of the board members give Lorenzo one thing that we got from the conversation. I would just urge you to stay and hear what some of the other conversations were and what people take back. You can also keep me honest on what I say, but I think it's going to be interesting. So I'm going to stay. All right.
Thank you, Marie.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
don't know where
we
Lorenzo
should do that.
is.
Like, what would be a good forum to have that conversation just about? I'm an open book. We should just find, especially like I feel like if some of the other chapters are
Thank you for your
find it
comments.
interesting.
You know,
if there's an
I
opportunity.
got my first tutorial on comments.
I'm happy to show up and just talk about everything.
And honestly, I was kind of stunned by the
So
lack
like,
of
yeah,
requirement.
so just like say, like let's, if you can help me figure out when and how, I would love to. I can walk through all the partnership stuff we've done.
Right, but we could use AI to help categorize
So the answer is always yes, and the answer is
is Lorenzo still going to have us all report out? Because people
Yeah. Oh, that's yeah.
Okay. All right.
I could do. Oh, it doesn't.
Let me
no,
just
that
tell
doesn't
this
exist.
group that
No,
I
I would.
told them to stay.
Basically, I think what I'm asking is like, give me some sort of event that will give me an excuse to put those a deadline to put those slides together, and then I'll do it.
it's like a whole strategic. But
Because I haven't written any of this down, but I would be happy to. And I think it would be good to have a conversation about it. I'd be interested to know like where the holes are and what would be more useful.
Photography videos.
Yeah, I'm so happy to.
Number of photographers that we have who just like show up at this point, like we don't even like they're not Wikipedians. They see us on Instagram, they hear us about us on Reddit. They just like
I'd be happy
by day,
to. It'd be interesting to reflect on it too, because I mean, it's all very like.
And they want the
to your question from
want
earlier,
their photography
like,
out there.
My solution I can't expose because these companies will never let me expose any of this stuff. Is I just talk about I just want to talk about everything else that we have done, sort of transparently, so that you can understand. Like even if I can't say here's specifically this one contract, I can say here are how the conversations work. Here's what happens. Here's what doesn't happen. Here's like here's what we've done that's worked. Here's what we have done that hasn't worked. Here are the constraints that we put on our own behavior so that we don't overstep. And we talk about all of that.
But there's sort of a lower level getting that we.
I am based in Austin, Texas. Although I should say I'm Canadian. I feel like it's important to say that when I tell people I'm in Texas.
Wait, I wasn't trying to interrupt you. I just wanted to contradict what I said before.
Yeah, it's still Texas.
I enjoyed your opening remarks yesterday.
Organisation, sondern es ist einfach einer, der die halt produziert und der halt das programmiert, diese App. Ja.
Oder die Open Source ist dann sehr viel besser.
Ja, genau.
Man kann nicht reinschauen.
Also könnte man, also ich kann das nicht, aber ja.
Ja, natürlich bin Informatiker nicht. Aber Python kann ich auch nicht.
Okay.
Das war nach meiner Zeit.
Okay.
Aber was ich so heiß finde, ich habe immer lange diese Wetter online abgewendet.
Ja.
Dann gab es einen heißen Artikel, das Wetter online, egal ob du es verboten hast oder nicht, Standortdaten plus den Namen abgegriffen und verkauft hat.
Oh.
Und die hat das in den USA verkauft. Ja. Und du kannst aber das, was in den USA gemacht wird, wieder in Europa kaufen. Also in Europa ist es verboten, dass du das einsammelst, aber du kannst doppelt verkaufen. Und dann habe ich sofort die Wetter abgelöscht. Und dann habe ich gedacht, das geht ja überhaupt nicht. Weil im Prinzip, ich habe mich da auch gefunden. Überall, wo ich war, mit Standorten.
Hast du das gekauft?
Nein, der Chaos Computer Club hat das analysiert und hat das irgendwo draufgegeben und da war ein heißer Artikel und in dem heißen Artikel haben sie gesagt, dass die das machen. Aber dadurch, dass es dann in den USA läuft.
Nein, aber du kriegst nicht mit deinen Daten.
Ja, genau. Und dann habe ich einen Link gefolgt auf den Chaos Computer und die haben diese ganze Datenbank bei ihnen auf dem Server gelöst.
Aber schon war es schwierig, wenn es das so, ja.
Ja, aber und dann habe ich gesucht in der Datenbank, eine Stunde habe ich da gesucht und dann habe ich eigentlich nicht gefunden mit allen Standortdaten. Ist das verrückt?
They don't have very many speaking parts until the end. Okay. Maybe. I guess I could have my slides written on my phone. Like we could all be in this little corner. We want to do like this one.
So we basically be like out until you call us up.
I think you guys can literally just sit next to
Hello. Yeah. She's on. Okay. Do you want me to wait? Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, all good. No worries.
So I usually, before I even get to the edit, I already have in mind like what aspect ratio do I want it in. So like the vlog that I'm shooting, I know I want it landscape, so I've been shooting everything. Okay,
Are we good?
For the Wiki page, I've been shooting vertical. I don't like shooting.
Yeah, if she could voice over anything from there, any questions at the end, that would be great. I think Carla's just making sure we're streaming.
Like if I'm shooting vertical, I like to compose it that way, so I know however it looks in camera, when I get to the post, it'll look. Do you do your vlogs on YouTube? Like you do vlogs? I want to get into that, but like to be honest, I just got into vlogging. I'm starting to do these just like little like short like micro vlogs that I'm just gonna put in cool like Instagram and things like that, and then depending on how that goes, then I might start doing the learning YouTube. To be honest, some people might disagree, but I feel like I don't do enough during the week. I don't have enough variation in my week. Like I do a lot, but like
We're good? All right, my friends, we are ready to talk about how Wikipedia is seen through the eyes of social media superstars, the reason we are all here in this room right now. We are joining your friend and mine, Baby Globe, to take us through kind of this journey and evolution that Wikipedia has seen of how we partner with content creators, AKA social media superstars. We're going to talk about how we work with a diverse portfolio of creators, how we kind of empower them to interpret Wikipedia and make content from their own unique perspective that then gets more people interested in the movement. But first, would love to start with a quick round of intros. I'm Liv Burke. I am the Senior Manager of Social at the Wikimedia Foundation. And I will pass it to Lucas, who is joining virtually.
Hey everyone, can you hear me well? Oh, I can see myself on screen too. Hi, joining you from Brazil. I'm the social media manager for the Wikimedia Foundation, taking care of Wikipedia and the foundation socials together with Liv. Excited to be here.
Amazing. And then we have our two content creators.
Nice to meet you guys. My name is Don Diestro. I am a content creator who specifically focuses on cinematography, storytelling, and creative direction. I'm a Los Angeles native, and I'm happy to be here.
Hey everybody, great to be here as well. My name is Matt Prebig. I'm a Toronto-based artist, designer, and writer. A lot of my work focuses on media and creative technology, and I'm also very excited to chat with you today.
Sweet. And then we can't forget, Baby Globe won't be here to introduce himself, but they're an all-around cutie. Doesn't need much more explanation than that. So let's take a little journey back to about 7 months ago. If anyone remembers what Wikipedia's socials used to look like, you'll see some key themes here. You'll see a lot of branding. You'll see the Wikipedia W in a few places. You'll see a lot of static content. And everything, while has great information, nothing is really standing out. It's all kind of a monoculture of content. So we've really tried to update that. And you'll see at our new content strategy, a variety of faces, colors, art styles. We don't only work with video content creators. You'll actually see that top one, the witch window. That is an illustrator we worked with. There's also on the left there, that is an animator we work with who adds animations. So we're working with a really wide variety. So when we're talking about creators here, we're not just talking about like the stereotypical influencer. We're really talking about anyone who can make something really interesting and engaging for audiences on social. I think the stats speak for themselves. Over 1,000% more shares
300% more comments, and we're now at, across YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok, over 2 million followers. We've gained 1 million followers in the last 6 months. So there's some success to be celebrated with what we're doing. And then talking a little bit about like the philosophy. Why did we make this change? Why are we switching things up on social? I really like to think about it as a tapestry that reflects what Wikipedia already looks like. The beauty of Wikipedia, the joy of Wikipedia is sometimes you're reading an article and you're like, yeah, the person who wrote that sentence and the person who wrote that sentence are different people. And I think that's great because it all comes together to tell one story from one article, and our social is the same. We're not using the same people in every video, we're not working with the same animators and artists, but they all come together to tell the story of Wikipedia while also reaching different audiences. We're not making content for one type of person, we're making content that can reach and excite and engage everyone. So with that, I will pass it to Lucas.
Thank you, Liv. So before we dive into our work, it's helpful to define what we mean by a creator partnership. Creator partnerships can take many forms. Sometimes a creator makes content for their own audience about Wikipedia. Sometimes they create content specifically for Wikipedia's channels. And in other cases, we create assets that creators share with their communities. Today, we're focusing primarily on creators making content that lives on Wikipedia's own channels. That gives us more creative collaboration while helping us build our own audience over the long term. So why invest in creators at all? If we can go to the next slide, yeah, perfect. So the answer is very simple to that question. That's where audiences are. Younger generations increasingly discover information through creators rather than traditional institutions. They spend more time watching creator-led content, and they're more likely to trust recommendations that come from people they follow, not necessarily from brands. And as much as Wikipedia is loved, it is a brand. So if we want Wikipedia to remain relevant for future generations, which we do, we have to participate in the space where those audiences already spend their time, and we have to do it in a way that feels native to those platforms. But our goal isn't simply to get views. Our philosophy is rooted in trust. We're not partnering with creators because they're famous. We are partnering with them because they've already built authentic relationships with communities that we might not reach otherwise. The goal isn't to borrow someone's audience for a single campaign or a single video. Our goal is to create a meaningful collaboration that introduces Wikipedia through voices that people already know and trust. And over the last few months, we've been fortunate to work with an increasingly diverse group of creators that you can see here on the screen. One thing that's been especially important for us is building this global perspective rather than relying on one type of creator or one region. Wikipedia exists because people from around the world contribute to it. You know this better than anyone. We wanted our creator partnerships to reflect that same diversity of cultures, storytelling styles. We still have a long way to go. We want more representation, but we're happy to show you that we have this global perspective. In the next slide, we can see what that looks like in practice. If you want to play.
If we're able to play the video, IT gods. No, we're getting there.
Let's play a game.
I'm gonna get in your head and make you think.
I read on Wikipedia how 2 girls made the creator of Sherlock Holmes believe that fairies are real.
If they scream right into your ear.
Meme history.
This week I was thinking about emojis.
We basically know nothing about them.
Which country has the best national dish?
They say the best dishes come from knowing the rules.
Somewhere between 50 and 400 people took to dancing for weeks.
It's a strange recurrence throughout the history of science.
This might be the silliest tombstone I've ever seen.
Wow. Can you edit the article?
These are just a few examples of the work we've produced with creators. Different styles, different voices, different faces, different ways of delivering information that you can find on Wikipedia and our Wikimedia projects. So one of the biggest misconceptions about creator marketing is that it's all about follower count. For us, that's actually one of the least important factors. We optimize for craft rather than reach. We look for people who understand storytelling, pacing, editing, what makes someone stop scrolling. They have something to say. A creator with a smaller audience who makes compelling videos consistently is often a much better partner than someone with millions of followers and just average content. And when we get that right, creators can help Wikipedia in several different ways. If we go to the next slide, there are three major benefits that they can help us. First, they help build trust by making Wikipedia feel more relatable and approachable. Second, they introduce us to conversations and communities we might never naturally enter by ourselves. And finally, they help us participate in internet culture very authentically. We are not chasing trends. We are contributing to trends in a way that fit our voice and fits our mission. So of course, successful partnerships don't happen by accident. Our process is very structured in a very intentional way. We start by identifying creators who align with our goals. Then we carefully vet their content, their values. After internal reviews and approvals, we reach out, align on expectations, on deliverables, and finally kick off collaboration with creative briefs and ongoing support. Having this consistent process helps us scale this partnership while it also protects the Wikimedia's values and it gives creators the information they need to do their best work. Not every creator serves the same purpose. Obviously, it's easy to assume bigger is always better, but each creator serves a different role. So nano creators here, they often have incredibly engaged niche communities. Micro and mid-sized creators are usually great for balancing authenticity with meaningful reach. Macro creators can generate broad awareness, while mega creators often bring credibility and a lot of media attention. So it all depends on what we are trying to do with that campaign or that specific piece of content that we want to build together with the creator. As I said, our evaluation goes well beyond follower numbers. Here you can see a basic idea of how we can vet creators. I know there's a lot of text here. If you go to Event EA after the session, you're going to be able to see this presentation in full. But just an idea, we start with campaign goals. Then we look for alignment with Wikimedia's mission and values. We review audience quality, engagement, storytelling ability, brand safety, geographic diversity, as I said, and we document everything throughout the process. Everything is documented. Ultimately, what we're asking is, would this creator represent Wikipedia in a way that is authentic, engaging, responsible, and interesting for the audience that we're trying to reach? And so far, this approach has produced very encouraging results. Yeah, we can go to the next slide. Amazing. So since launching our first creator video this year, I think that was in late March, we've seen strong performance across every major platform. As Liv mentioned, we are on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube mostly. Beyond these headline numbers, what we're most excited about is who we are reaching. The overwhelming majority of viewers are between 18 to 34 years old. So that's exactly the audience that we're trying to engage for Wikipedia's future. It's very early, but we're obviously learning, adapting, testing new things. But these results here give us confidence that focusing on quality creators, that's helping us build a stronger, more sustainable social presence. And we are super proud of these numbers overall. So now that I've talked a lot about how we work with creators, let's take a look at what we can actually learn from them and how anyone can start thinking more like a creator. I'll pass it back to Liv. Thanks, you.
Lucas. He crushed, right? That was awesome. Virtually at like 6 a.m. in Brazil. Yeah, thank you. Okay, quick question, quick show of hands. Who has ever posted something to social media? Not a brand account, on your personal account? Yeah, okay. We can all benefit from thinking like a creator. We can all benefit from thinking like a creator and making creator-style content. So what does it actually mean to think like a creator? I've ran a lot of workshops for a lot of Fortune 500 company brands on how to do social media. And the biggest thing that no one really realizes is there isn't a magical social media audience. If you don't like the video, if you're taking off your hat, if you're not thinking like the person posting the content, if you're being really honest with yourself, like, I wouldn't share this with a friend, I probably wouldn't save this for later, then it's not a great piece of content. Whenever you're evaluating something, you really need to think critically, like, would I send this to my mom? Would I send this to my best friend? If the answer is no, then the social media audience probably will also not engage. So the more you can think of yourself as part of the social media audience versus them as some magical separate entity that is just waiting to like your video or watch your video, that will really help your content perform. Creators are really good at social media because they know that social is constantly changing. It is every platform every day is rolling out a new feature. The old quote unquote version of social platforms are really operating in a silo. TikTok was kind of separate than Instagram, and YouTube was operating in its own lane. Now social platforms are really kind of talking to one another. People are bouncing between them. A good way to think about social is we probably all use more than one platform. So do our audiences. So you can post the same content on multiple platforms to increase the odds that you're going to reach them. They also used to think about creators as just like a bonus or a nice to have. Now we know, because content creators are so good at making content, that they aren't a plus up anymore. They should be the pulse of your content. Finally, before you had to think about, like, should it be video, should it be static? Now you can do a mix of both. Even within the same carousel, you can have a video and then the next carousel slide can be a static. And then also you used to think about replying to comments just for reach. But now it's really about thinking about how can we live in the comment section? How can we form a community with our audience instead of having it just be a transactional interaction? Before, social was really about getting people to consume something. I have content, I want you to watch it. Now it's really flipped on its head. The consumer is like, is this going to add value to my life? If I scroll away, will I find something better? All of the power is with the people on social media, so you have to add value to them in some way. Next, how do creators approach content? When creators are making content, they're optimizing for the features on the platform, for how they know people use the platform. For example, you'll see we have little yellow subtitles on all of our videos that are not cute and are not necessarily Wikipedia brand colors or font, but we know that yellow specifically increases the odds that someone is going to stick with your video. It's very eye-catching, and we know that this font looks very platform native. It doesn't look like an ad. We're using native platform tools, adding it, using the tools on the platform, so people don't scroll away even though the content is from a brand. So making sure it fits in, making sure it feels natural, using trends and formats, like a really engaging intro to hook someone, and giving viewers what they want, not what you think they want. All right, a few things on capturing attention. If you want to reach people and win on social media, you first have to capture someone's attention. And I have bad news for us folks, that is getting harder and harder to do. The average attention span is 9 seconds. Does anyone want to guess how long the average TikTok attention span is? Shout a number of seconds.
5.
I'm hearing 5, I'm hearing 3, 2.
1.
I feel like an auctioneer. And the real answer is 3.33, my friends. It's quite low. We really have to make sure that we are optimizing for those first 3 seconds. Sometimes it feels like you should save the best thing for last, but you really need to front load your content or they will never get to the rest of your content. If your first 3 seconds are kind of average, it doesn't matter if you're giving away a Lamborghini at the end of the video. People will never get to it if your intro is kind of average. So how do we capture and hold people's attention? Just like I said, don't bury the good stuff. If you're giving away that Lamborghini, that should be in your first 3 seconds. Front load it. I know there's a lot of like rules of storytelling. If you're making a movie or thinking about content quite differently, you're thinking, okay, I want the narrative to slowly build and I want a satisfying conclusion. Unfortunately, social media and thinking about attention spans doesn't work that way anymore. You have to make sure that you have something great in the beginning to get people interested. There's also this little technique called open loop storytelling. It is taking advantage of the part of our brains that really want to know the answer to something. So if I start a video saying, I just found out the most crazy McDonald's ordering hack that will change your life, and then I tell you about the history of McDonald's, and then I tell you about I had a great Diet Coke from there yesterday, and then at the end of the video I tell you the hack, the research shows that you are more likely to stick all the way through to close that loop. I opened it with something that caught your attention. What is the best order hack? And then I delayed gratification until the end of the video, so you stuck with it. And then finally, keep it simple. Sometimes we want to do cool stuff. Sometimes we're really ambitious and we have an idea that makes sense in our head, but it might be too complicated. If you need a really extensive premise that takes 3 minutes to set up, it might not be right for this form of social media. A lot of people are just scrolling for fun. I know a lot of us in this room kind of scroll for a quick break. So again, just putting yourself in the viewer's mindset. And with that, I would love to pass it to the actual creators in the room to think about how they approach making content for Wikipedia.
Yeah, so to piggyback off of what Lucas said regarding trust, I want to say that is my favorite part about working with Wikipedia. Not only do they trust the execution of the creators, in my experience, but they also trust the ideas. And, you know, I feel like as a creator, that's a really big deal because I'm naturally curious. So with working with Wikipedia, it allows me to just lean into what I'm naturally curious about. And that's usually my approach. Like when, you know, Liv and I are just kind of like, you know, talking out what the next idea is going to be. My first thought is like, well, what have I naturally been curious about that I can kind of just like learn more about through Wikipedia, and, you know, from there just like scoped out the visual world in a way that not only reflects my creativity accurately, but like Liv said, in a way that also caters to what my audience want. Because at the end of the day, you know, I know what I like to consume, and I know what I like to create, but I also like to consider what the audience wants, you know? So I feel like it's a middle ground, and I love that with working with Wikipedia, it's really easy to reach that middle ground because Liv, she understands that creatives have taste. Wikipedia also has their guidelines and the audience has a taste, and I feel like she does a great job at curating a space where all of that melts.
I would agree. I mean, earlier we were having a conversation about social media as a public space, you know, and I think even when we look at the values behind Wikipedia as this collaborative effort, this place where anybody can show up and contribute to the conversation, contribute their knowledge, and just participate and be there, I think we actually, funny enough, see a lot of those same values in theory on social media, even despite its perfections, you know, imperfections, I should say. It's not perfect always, but it's where people are, you know? And I think that when we can show up on social media with Wikipedia and share in the curiosities, in the random wiki rabbit holes, and just like bring that collaborative spirit to not only the articles, but to the conversations about the articles, people really care about that. And that's bridging this gap between, you know, Wikipedia as an encyclopedia and Wikipedia as a culture of curiosity and knowledge and collaboration.
Sweet. We are just wrapping up before the Q&A, so like percolate with your questions. What is coming next for Wikipedia on social? We're really investing in community management. How we're defining community management is not only engaging with our content on the content that we're posting, so anything posted by Wikipedia, by the Wikimedia Foundation, we're active in the comments there, but we also know how important it is to go out to places where they're not necessarily talking about Wikipedia and finding new people and welcoming them in. So we'll be leaving more comments on videos that we didn't post to welcome more people to come back to our community. We're also going to be expanding our creator partnerships. Like Lucas and I mentioned, we've only been doing this for a few months. Obviously, it's amazing. We've reached some really global creators, but we want to rapidly expand and have that true global network of creators we can tap into. And then I'm really interested in long-form video. Matt actually made a great long-form video on our YouTube channel, shout out, about how every article eventually links back to the philosophy article, 97% of the time, I believe. So seeing what we can do with more long-form video. People actually have a better interaction with the brand the longer they watch your content. So short form is great for awareness, but long form really deepens that connection and engagement they have with the brand because they're spending more time with you. And then we're also going to be really ramping up our presence on the Wikimedia Foundation channels. Lucas is owning that strategy and really making sure that we can raise more awareness about the foundation in addition to the work we're doing on Wikipedia. So with that, my friends, Q&A time. What do we got? Any questions? How are we sending mics around? How do you want to pick people, run them around? Whatever you want.
Here first.
Yes, thank you.
Sorry.
Should I stand up or okay? Hi, good morning. So for those of you who don't know me, I'm Josh Lim. I'm also a community professional. So one thing that I've always been curious about with the foundation's social media strategy is since you folks mentioned a lot about like this interconnectivity between different communities, I'm curious as to how those interactions have worked out so far. So like for example, I used to be on the community team for DeviantArt. And so we were really leaning on the strength of our artist community to be able to get our, to get our content across. So there's different types of content. And so I'm curious as to like, the different interactions that you've had with various online, various like communities of creators in order to develop that distinct social media language that the foundation, that you folks at the foundation have developed. I'm curious how that has worked so far for you folks and how well that has worked for you folks.
That's a great question. I would love to pass it to Don and Matt. If you haven't watched their videos, highly recommend. One of Don's videos was recently posted on our socials, but he makes very visual, cinematography, stylistic content. And then Matt makes very intellectual, going down rabbit holes, very design focused content. And I would love to hear about how you guys feel like you're bringing in new people and new communities from your audiences.
That's a great question. I would say for me, leaning into my background is in cinematography, so I feel like my approach is I like to be visually captivating. So obviously the message is the focal point, but I like to make sure that visually, whether it be in like the actual cinematography or in the editing, that it also reflects the message so that it can, capture the audience's attention. And I feel like how that brings in new people is some people are, more visual learners, and I feel like that attracts somebody that may remember a piece of content based off of the aesthetic of it or how it looked, how it was shot. I feel like that's where, next to the storytelling, that's where my expertise lies. And that's what I like to bring to the table. I feel like that is my strong point in working with Wikipedia, is really bringing a strong visual identity that people can remember and always kind of expect from me.
Yeah, I think it's like when I'm thinking about if people maybe recognize my face, they're coming from like my channels, my work, things like that. In my head, I'm thinking, well, what are the shared values that Wikipedia has, that I have, that people would care about if they recognize both names. Fortunately, a lot of my work is very nerdy, so that Venn diagram is pretty much just a circle. But you know, it's like, okay, so a lot of people, I've engaged with communities in this curiosity and going down rabbit holes already, so why don't I bring that spirit over to Wikipedia? And I think in doing that, like, value proposition almost of what is the base here? What are people going to see me and think, oh, that's the guy who does X, Y, Z, and how can I bring that over to Wikipedia? I think, Josh, you also kind of highlight the importance of like making things for different platforms and how that could differ from platform to platform. So Liv mentioned the All Roads Lead to Philosophy video that we made earlier. So funny enough, that one actually started as a talk that was not going to go on social media at all. I just was really excited about that fact, and I wanted to give a talk in Toronto. And then it became a conversation about, well, why don't we make like a long form video? Why don't we also make a couple of short form videos that can go on Instagram and TikTok? And then we had the YouTube. And so it's like this ecosystem of different modes of participation, right? You have the in-person engagements, but then you have the long form, maybe more thoughtful, sustained engagement. Then you have the more quick, quippy engagement. And I think just thinking through the different ways of meeting people where they're at with the same values is what's running through my head as I make content for Wikipedia.
I love it. Sweet. Next question.
Hello, I'm Harald Krichel. I'm a creator of static content or photographer. My question goes to the WMF team. You great work, and I love your numbers, but you didn't show us the numbers. What do we get out of your work in kind of readers, editors, and maybe revenue?
I love this question. This is a question I think about every day as I'm reporting on my work. This is what keeps me up at night. No, I'm happy to share with you. Twofold. First thought on this question. Social media platforms are built to drive revenue for social media platforms. Instagram, for example, makes more money the longer you stay on Instagram. Instagram loses money. It can't show you any more ads when you leave Instagram. So Instagram is built to keep you in. If you even notice, when you click a link in bio, you want to go to a website. You actively are ready to leave Instagram to go to somewhere new. Instagram's like, are you sure that link seems safe? Wikipedia, we've never heard of her. Are you sure you want to go there? They really try to trap you in that environment. You notice there aren't clickable links on TikTok posts. There aren't clickable links on social. The platforms are kind of the antithesis of what we're trying to do, of get people to come to the project. So right now, as I said, we've just started really rolling this out in late March. Our immediate goal is reach. How can we reach as many people as possible, grow this community? And then that phase two we're experimenting with already is how can we drive traffic to the platforms. We're experimenting right now with Instagram community tabs where we can send clickable links. We have a smaller audience there than we do on our normal Instagram profile, but we're trying to get scrappy and experimental. But in the immediate, our goal is just to reach as many new people and reach them with consistent messaging. I will also say the second tricky thing is, I don't know about you guys, but sometimes you see something on social media and then you go and look it up on your browser, and then you go to that platform. So there are a lot of people who see Wikipedia on social. We just can't necessarily track their user journey to say that they came from social. But that's a great question and something I think about all the time. That's true. Revenue. Yes, we're doing some work with the fundraising team to experiment with different creator partnerships to see if they can drive donations. We're going to be doing Twitch streamers, a platform we've never even tried before. We're going to be partnering with TikTok live creators, Instagram creators to have donation links in their bio. So we'll see if we can drive some donations there as well. Yeah, next question. Yeah. From whoever it is. Okay.
Hello. I also had a question about how perhaps this content may be used to turn viewers into possible editors. And in addition to that, I was wondering that with the idea of showing a global host of creators, has there been any experimentation with using non-English language in these videos?
That's a great question. Lucas, do you want to talk about the editor question? Then I can talk about non-English language. I was thinking Rainey's series.
Sure thing. Yes. So as Liv said, right now we're focused on awareness and generating more awareness and getting people to understand that we are on social, we are fun, follow us, be part of this community. We have started experimenting with showing how to become an editor, or at least how to start editing. The Rainy series is a series of 8 videos, where in each video, Rainy Toll, which is a content creator, explains her journey. She didn't know anything about adding anything to Wikipedia. Then she started editing. She built 8 videos explaining, I did this, then I did that, then I did this, and then I did that. It's very a great way of teaching how to explain, how to start editing, how to start contributing to Wikipedia. She also mentioned that we have some merch, which is amazing, like the Wikipedia editor hat, which goes back to the donations idea. But we are still in very early stages of the way that we can get people through this funnel of not only watching the content, actually actively doing more. Rainy was just a way of doing that. We have partnered with other creators, with other foundation staff, for example, to explain more about specific features, beta features, or the Wikipedia app. Every now and then we post something about that. We see some interesting numbers on these kind of videos, on this kind of content. But as we are saying, the phase we are right now it's awareness. So we are being very cautious on engaging this community, showing them very basic ideas before we go deeper, and then we talk about more complicated matters. But the idea is we're walking with them, they're walking with us, we're getting there.
Sweet. And then on the second part of your question on non-English language, we're experimenting that by partnering with creators who are non-English speaking by having them post content on their own channels. Our CEO, Bernadette, recently was in Japan, and we had her do interviews with 2 Tokyo-based creators where it lived on their channel for their audience and their language. And then we repost it to our socials as well. We found that's the best way. The algorithm is a little tricky. It really wants to serve audiences content in the language that they're naturally watching social on, but we're always trying to experiment to get more languages on our socials. Next question, who do we got? Sorry, he's in charge.
I want to make a small question for you. Have you used social media platforms to point out the attention, to point out to the people attention about the main issues that Wikimedia environment is facing today, like decreasing viewership, AI, youth engagement, and other such urgent topics?
Great question. We just had a 3-part Wiki Minutes series talking about AI. One of the videos was, the title was, Does Wikipedia Push a Political Agenda? The answer is no. But we covered some of those more sensitive or pressing topics through that series. Next question.
Yeah. I think you should also build more awareness for smaller projects like Wikisource or Wikivoyage, just to name 2 of them.
Yes, it's on our list. We find that our community really likes when we can cover those topics. We just, like I said, with that first 3 seconds, we have to just sometimes figure out the hook. But that's on our list of make more content about. I think those smaller projects are equally important. Next question.
Hi, do you have any advice for implementing some of these creator strategies for like a small org with limited resources?
Yeah, Lucas, do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, sure thing. This kind of partnership is really important, as we've highlighted. So the first thing I would say is, well, if we count that the creator approach is clear enough, then I would say, what kind of creators are you trying to I'm sorry, I'm staggering a little bit because I can see myself and I can hear myself too. So it's a little bit distracting. Apologies. So the idea is, if you understand why you're partnering with creators, you need to browse social media and you should find the people that would make sense for you to collaborate with. We would probably start smaller with people that have smaller fan bases or that have smaller follower accounts. And then probably if that makes sense to you, just reach out to them, just to show them what you can offer. The idea also is that you can turn your own people into kind of content creators, not in the definition that we are talking about, but if you show more of what you are, of your staff or the people working with you, your leadership, they can become voices in your channels. So that's also a way of humanizing the content that you're putting out. Some small steps that you can start taking before you get to the good graces of the social platforms and they start distributing your content a little bit more.
I love that. We've got about 10 minutes left for questions.
Yeah, no, a question about this audience of 18 to 34-year-olds, because I understand that social media content creation is also, it's a rival to Wikimedia or Wikipedia in a sense as well, that people who in previous generations might have been having fun contributing to Wikipedia now might find that that creative outlet, they're creating social content instead. And I was wondering whether there's any sort of thinking about how maybe to take inspiration from that kind of content creation to make Wikipedia editing seem more fun and sexy to this younger generation.
Yeah, I love that. Matt, I'm going to put you on the spot. I feel like we've been noodling on some content like this. Do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, you know, I love that. I think that that's really important, right? I think it's like what we talked about earlier with bridging the world of social media with the world of Wikipedia. I use that phrase world building a lot because I think it's getting people to, you know, adopt the value of Wikipedia not just as an encyclopedia, but as this like ecosystem of knowledge, and just people who just maybe not even necessarily feel like compelled to edit, but just agree that Wikipedia must exist and want to participate in whatever way that looks like. I think social media in that sense though can also be a tool to get people to feel empowered to edit. I think a lot of the times right now, because it's in such a vast, expansive stage right now, like there's so much content on there, it's intimidating to know where to start, especially with all of the guidelines around citations and, you know, language. I think that by pairing, you know, that with a real person on social media who's learning how to edit, who's learning what that world is like, who's learning how great the community is, it becomes a little less scary and a little more doable. Those are just some reflections on it. But Liv, do you have any other thoughts?
No, I think that's great. I mean, I think young people are interested in editing, they just don't know it yet. I think everyone here talks to people and explains what Wikipedia is to someone who's never heard of it before, young people included, and they're like, wait, like I can do that too? And then they just start. So that's why we're trying to make more content by really breaking it down and chunking it into smaller parts. It's very intimidating to say, learn how to become an editor on your own and make edits, and also they might be wrong. That's too much. But saying, make an account, read some articles. Oh, you noticed a typo? Okay, let's hit the pencil button together. We can bring them with us on this journey to make it a little bit easier. Next question.
I have a couple of questions about comments.
Yeah.
Engaging in the comments of your video with the people who comment, with questions they have, it's a huge part of social media. Like when I look at a video myself, I automatically go to the comments, see what people are saying, see what the creator is saying in response. With all your videos being done by different creators, who do you have commenting on these videos? Is it the creators themselves? Is it a different team who does that? And then in relation to that, I often see people on social media commenting on videos that aren't about them, like that aren't their videos, but they get mentioned, or there is a topic that they're into, and then they will post a comment and that gets engagement. Who do you have looking for videos like that? Who do you have writing comments for other people's videos to get engagement there?
Yeah, I'm going to out myself. My screen time is way too high. We are hiring a community management associate who's going to be doing everything I'm doing right now. But I just scroll through social media, I find a video, and then I leave a fun fact comment from a related Wikipedia article. 90% of the time, the video does not mention Wikipedia. Sabrina Carpenter, for example, made a really fun video, pop star, where she was wearing a yellow taxi cab dress. So I looked on the Wikipedia article for taxi cabs. I'm like, oh, New York taxi cabs being yellow actually means something. I left that as a comment from Wikipedia on her video, has over 100,000 likes. People like fun facts. People like value in the comment section and not just a brand begging for attention. You have to bring something to them. Lucas, do you want to talk about how you and Tati write the comments that we plant in all of our comment sections?
Yeah, so we have two separate strategies for this. First, every video that we post, we also leave a comment, usually a fun fact or an interesting trivia. The idea is if people are watching our video, then they will read the comment. So they'll spend more time in our account. They'll spend more time interacting or at least watching what we have to offer. And we know that the platform really values that. The platform is really interested in getting you there and hooked. So if people are spending more time in the specific video, this video will be distributed more by the platform. We also engage with some comments. We usually try to find comments that are interesting or that we can present a fun fact with them or that we can engage in a way that's meaningful or just a cool vibe to sense. We don't reply to all comments. Some videos have lots and lots of comments. We just don't have capacity to engage with all of them, but we try to find a few that offer some cool opportunities in all the videos that we post.
Sweet. One last question, and then on the bright side, we're going to be here all week, so find us. We're also, I will say, blatant plug, shooting content this week and need people to interview. So please, if you see either of my two friends here, come chat to us. But last question, what do we got?
Hi, I'm Feliani from ECUp Hub. So first thing first, definitely shout out to all the teams, the foundation and Lucas as well. I've met him before, representing from Asia and also the Gen Z audience that you're targeting. First thing first is that for the affiliates or all the attendees here, a part of understanding the content creation and having that, we also have to think about how do we welcome those people who are already having their attention gauged by that content, because I've met some communities and members who are coming saying that, oh, I know Wikipedia from the social media, but then how do I participate, things like that. So maybe in the future, there will be an opportunity with Foundation to also possibly engage with chapters or affiliates who are interested in growing their social media as well. So maybe there will be a connection in which having these viewers comes and then we know how to welcome them, and then that kind of activities is embedded at least in our plan for that. The next question is probably, do you have series as well that you are working on? Because these days I feel like the kind of audiences that we are also approaching, the Gen Zs love a series of activities. So it's not just one video, but series that people knows and can go into deeper. Thank you.
Great question. I will pass it to our creators for this final answer of what series have you made for Wikipedia channels, and then how are they appealing to audiences?
So me personally, I currently do not have any series with Wikipedia, but funny thing is we're kind of making one here at Wikimania. So, if any of you guys are interested in being on camera, this will be a series that I will be shooting and editing and putting together along with collaborating with Liv. And I'm really excited about it. It's mainly for the editors, but anybody that has an interesting story, we're open to talking to you guys. Oh yeah, so the premise is basically we're looking for someone we're looking for the person who has the most edits. Who has the most edits? We don't have a number right now because we thought we had a high number, and I don't want to share the number with you guys yet. So we thought we had a high number, and then we heard somebody that said I've edited 50,000. It was a crazy number. So we were I have 50,000 edits, and we were oh wait, maybe we need to reach higher. But we're basically gonna ask how many edits do you have under your belt, and then
Yes. Yeah. Yes. And within those edits, what is the most bizarre or the most standout edit that you've experienced? And yeah, so that is the premise of this series. 1 million.
Find us later, my friend.
Yes.
Yeah, and I'll just say I think a series I've really enjoyed making is going down wiki rabbit holes with people where I like to go on a little funny tangent where the video maybe starts with, crop circles started as this prank in the 80s, and by the way, ufology started, and then suddenly we're talking about Arnold Schwarzenegger being the governor of California, and that the California state bird is the quail. And then it's just like a funny little tangent that I think people are like, wait a minute, how did we get here? But that's kind of like what it's like to go on Wikipedia, click through the hyperlinks. So we've seen some success with that one.
Sweet. Thank you all again so much. I'm Liv. This is Don, Matt, and my friend Lucas here. Thank you. Guys, we crushed. Good job, guys.
I did my best. Many people are
because English Wikipedia has lots of articles, right? But there are the other languages that has no.
There is another one.
Talk about the translation. So I was like, do you want to film?
I was about to say, what would be the best contact?
Yeah, it's fine because for me personally, I read out, for example, I know something new, and then because I can speak English, so this is for targeting those who are already speaking English but speaking another language. So I learned about, I forgot the English word of that. Basically, I learned about it, kind of like wayfinding something about architecture. I'm not expert on that, but then I was like, oh, there is no article that bahasa Indonesia, so I write that. Oh, I didn't know. Yeah, so I think because there are
obviously projects like
countries, you can get that as a content.
Oh my God, so nice to meet you. How am I pronouncing your name, my friend?
Let's take pictures. I already met Lucas, and I was like, oh my God, Lucas is just amazing. So smart.
So I actually worked with the documentary company as a cinematographer, and we basically worked with inner city schools and like teach kids how to like
there should be this.
Oh
yeah, it would be nicer.
Things like that. So that's why I love it. I would love that. Right. As long as you said it's under science. Yes, yes. Yeah, no, let's make it happen. I like to call myself the idea guy. Make it happen. Let's make it happen. I'm the guy. You said, where does the record?
For edit count you found.
So there was somebody who spoke to me that said he has 50,000.
Oh,
that's nothing?
I have seen here a guy who has 10 million.
I have to tell Liv, that's crazy.
I have met him already here.
Hey, Liv. That's amazing. I hope we can run into him because we thought, so it's between you and I.
I myself was 300,000, so and I know that's not hard.
So would you be open to being interviewed?
For 300,000 I can,
yeah. Yeah, like, it's literally simple questions. How many edits do you have? How many edits do you have across just like all art?
допомогу на цій сесії?
Не обов'язково, вже є Микита, якщо що.
No, it's open.
Is it working? Okay, it's working. Thank you.
For the question.
Yes, maybe it would be good. It would be good to have one. Okay. Yes. Yes. Sorry, how can I go back? Okay. 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 Okay, so thank you everyone for coming. Let's give it 1 more minute and we will start in 1 minute. Okay, so hey everyone. Today's session is called 3 Things About Wikimedia That Even Experienced Wikimedians Might Not Know. It's part presentation, part workshop, so it will be a bit interactive. And let's start with the introduction. A few words about me. My name is Anton. I'm from Ukraine. My main job is head of programs at Wikimedia Ukraine, so I am leading a staff of about 7 people since 2021, and in my volunteer capacity, I have also been an editor and administrator on Ukrainian Wikipedia since around 2012-2013, and I'm also involved in some international projects. I'm advisor to the CE Hub and was member of its inaugural steering committee. I have been on the organizing team of Wikimania in 2022. I am a member of the International Executive Directors Group, so I am telling you all of this to say that I have some experience in the Wikimedia movement. Of course, maybe not the most, but I have some experience I can share with you. And about this session, the idea of this session is to help people understand the Wikimedia movement 100% better. Of course, you will not come from this session like knowing much more than you knew before, but you will come in knowing a bit more than you knew before. So you might be in the wrong place if you are either completely new to the movement or if you are a 15-year veteran who knows everything. So if you are one of those 2 people, you are free to leave the room. I won't be insulted. But if you are somewhere in between, if you have some experience in the Wikimedia movement, but you feel like you are not a grizzled veteran of the movement, this will hopefully be interesting to you, and I will be as informal and direct as possible. I am not formally representing any organization here, so as a disclaimer, anything that I will say will not be a position of Wikimedia Ukraine or some other entities of this movement. The plan for today, I have 3 parts. The first is how not to reinvent the wheel. The second is making sense of who is who in the Wikimedia movement. And the third is how to follow what's happening. And for each of the segments, I will ask a few questions to the audience, and online participants are welcome to respond in the chat. I will do a mini presentation, tell a few words from myself, and I will also suggest a small exercise which you can do if you would like to. And let's start with the first question, with the first part on how not to reinvent the wheel. You might be familiar with the concept of reinventing the wheel. Maybe in your language there is some other idiom that reflects this, but the idea is that if something already works as expected, if something already works correctly, you don't have to reinvent this process from scratch. And that's what we will talk about today. But first, a question to the audience: how do you keep up to date with what's happening in other communities? Maybe anyone wants to share what do you do to stay up to date on what other communities are doing. Coming to Wikimania, that's a great response. Anything else? Mailing lists, great response.
Write a message to you asking, so what's new?
Write a message to me, exactly. That's what everyone in this room can do. Write a message to me, and I will respond. Okay, anything else, please? Social media post. Yes, div post. Yes, a great answer. Yes.
Watch list on 20 projects.
Watch list, of course, sure. Word of mouth. That's a great point. And let me check if we have anything in the online chat. Village, someone online writes Village Pump, Telegram group, and so on. Anton? Office hours, great response. Okay, someone in the chat writes that they don't care about other communities. That's also a good point. Okay, so thank you everyone. So a couple of points from me. The movement has been around for 25 years now, and a lot of stuff has already been done by someone. So if you are trying to do something, maybe you are trying to do a photo contest, you are trying to organize a partnership with a library to do an educational program. It's useful not to try to reinvent this process from scratch, but it's useful to spend 10 minutes looking for previous examples of what has been done on this before. Of course, you don't have to do exactly as someone else has done that before, but it's useful to have an example where you can learn something from others. But for a movement that's built on collaboration, we are not great at collaborating across internal knowledge. We are not great at keeping up on exactly what's happening in the movement. Some people might remember the 2030 strategy recommendations. Some people might not. Maybe we've lived up to some 2030 strategy recommendations, but I do not think that we have lived up to the recommendation about managing internal knowledge. And one more point I would like to make. I will not recommend this or that knowledge sharing database. This or that knowledge sharing database. I will not say that the place to learn about things being done in the moment is X or Y, for the reason you can see on this slide. Maybe you've seen that sketch from XKCD about how standards proliferate. I will not narrate. Hopefully everyone can see it on the slide. There are good initiatives in the movement to try and list all the initiatives, all the projects that are happening, but I wouldn't say that any of them has become the dominant one, and they tend to become just one more standard. So I will offer a few general life hacks on how to find something that's somewhere on Meta, but where is it? You don't know. So for Meta, Google search often works better than native search, and it's not a criticism of Meta. It's not a criticism of Wikimedia. I would say that maybe for 99% of websites, their internal search is worse than Google search across their website. So you might know that on Google you can use the prefix site and insert any site address, and then you can look for a term on that website. So for example, you can write on Google site meta.wikimedia.org and something you're searching for example, Wikimedia strategy. And I would say that Google search will be quite good and probably better than native MetaWiki search. Another point, however we feel about AI, one thing generative AI has been good at is search. Generative AI preferably an advanced model. Maybe you have paid access to ChatGPT or Claude or Gemini, or maybe you have some subsidized advanced version. If it's a good model and if it has access to web search, it's important because generative AI used to hallucinate a lot, used to make up information, but in the recent couple of years, it has become better. Generative AI tools have become better at actually like looking up information on the web. And if the model has access to web search, it often does a very good job at finding some obscure meta pages that you didn't even know existed. An example on the slide, I asked ChatGPT, what should I know if I want to organize a local Wikiloves Earth contest? I rely on relevant MetaWiki and Wikimedia Commons instructions pages, and it has done a pretty good job finding the most important information and spotting 4 pages I need. I would say that one of these 4 pages isn't that relevant, but 3 others are. So it's a good example that generative AI isn't like 100% perfect, but it's often good at finding information. And my point is that it's often good at finding like even internal information that you might not even think it would be able to find. But the ultimate life hack is not about using this or that search tool. The ultimate point I want to make is that the ultimate best search engine is a human. I would advise you to start with these first 2 points I mentioned. Do some search on your own before you ask someone, but then do ask someone. So ask in a Telegram chat or in a mailing list, as you mentioned. You can write to me. Everyone can write to me, or reach out to someone who has done this before. Most people really like when they're asked for advice, and most people really like giving advice and sharing advice with other people. So don't afraid to reach out to others, to reach out to a general Telegram chat, chats and so on. And that's it on my side. Is there any other life hacks or points you would like to make on this? How you find information that's about internal initiatives in the Wikimedia movement? Anyone wants to add anything in the room? Maybe you have something else you can share. Yes. Can someone help with the mic? Thank you. Microphone for the person to speak. Over there was a hand raised.
Hello. What I do is I join a lot of email groups, Telegram groups, WhatsApp groups, and I check to see what they're talking about. I go to their Zoom sessions, and as I get information, I forward it to other people that are interested in Wikipedia. So that's how I do it. Join as many groups as you can, and then you forward it to others.
Thank you. That's a good point. And anyone else wants to add anything? I am checking the online chat. Someone writes online that project namespace pages can have site links. So yes, it's a good idea to look for project namespace pages. Anything else? Okay, if not, I would like to suggest a small exercise. The exercise the exercise is to find a random fact about the Wikimedia movement that took place in 2009. Like find an obscure event that happened within the Wikimedia movement in 2009. Find this fact using whatever tool you know about, you have, using the tool that I mentioned or any other. Everyone is invited to do this exercise, and a few people can then voice it in the room, tell everyone what they found, and if you are online, you are welcome to write in the chat. Yes? Sorry? Mike?
Done.
Done? Okay.
April 2009 Wikimedia conference, for example, on MetaWiki.
Great, thank you for sharing. Okay, let's take a few more minutes for other people to find it. Find something that happened in the Wikimedia movement in 2009. Maybe some people weren't even born in 2009 who are in this room now, but that's the beauty of looking for historical archival pages. Okay, let's take 1 or 2 more minutes. There are some life hacks in the online space. There are browser plugins people recommend in the online space, so that's good to hear. Thank you for sharing that in the online chat. Okay, does anyone wants to share what they found in the room? Anyone wants to? Mikola, the guy in the red shirt over there.
Yes, I looked on meta-category events in 2009.
Nice.
And I found that there was in Paris in 2009 a multimedia usability project meeting to discuss the usability of Wikimedia Commons, which has 0 documentation. So we only know it took place, it had 31 participants, and we have no idea what they were talking about.
But it took place in Paris, that's important. Okay, anyone else wants to share? Anton, this a guy in the white t-shirt.
So, on 28th of October 2009, Wikimedia Outreach was officially launched.
Cool. Anyone else want to share something? Okay, there is a room up here, over here. Sorry, wait for a mic.
Wikipedia Netherlands brings Wikilogged art to Dutch museums.
That's a very cool fact. Thank you.
So, I just found out that Wikipedia experienced a crash due to the death of Michael Jackson, and so basically several millions of visitors can check the page in one day, and the entire website crashed due to this.
Thank you for sharing that. We have a couple of comments online. One fun fact is that at the end of 2009, Wikipedia had over 14 million articles, close to 15 million articles. So that's a good start. There is a room, there is a hand over there, if you can get the mic. And in the meanwhile, one more fact from the online part is that Jimmy Wales said Wikipedia was the 4th largest site in the world in 2009. Nice.
Yes, and January 2009, the second reboot of Wikimedia, the reboot of Wikimedia UK was approved by the chapter committee.
Interesting. Thank you for sharing that. Thank you. Okay, one more. Anyone else wants to say who hasn't said yet? No, then one hand here.
So I found that on 31st of May 2009, Wikimedia Ukraine was officially started. Wow.
Wow, that's really nice. Give a round of applause to Wikimedia Ukraine. Okay, so on this positive note, let's move to the second point I would like to discuss. Who makes decisions in the Wikimedia movement? You know, this far and wide topic, easy to understand. In 2 minutes, you will understand everything about who makes decisions. Okay, first a little warm up. So raise your hand, or if you're online, send plus to the chat. If you are part of an affiliate, please raise your hand if you're part of an affiliate. Cool, a lot of people are, not everyone, but I would say the majority in the room. Okay, you feel free to lower your hands, and then raise your hand if you are either an employee or a contractor of the Wikimedia Foundation. Cool, there are some people, but not a lot. That's nice to see you. And raise your hand if you are a user with extended rights on Wiki, somewhere on Wiki. Nice. So we have a good mix. I would say we have a lot of people who are part of an affiliate. We have a bit less, but still a lot of people with extended rights, and we have some people from the Wikimedia Foundation. Okay, so I would like to say a few words about the structure of the Wikimedia movement. Again, if you are experienced, these things will probably not be new to you, but if you would like to systematize what you know about the groups in the Wikimedia movement, it might be interesting. So to simplify, the Wikimedia movement includes 3 major groups. So online communities, the Wikimedia Foundation, and affiliates. There are some other groups, other stakeholders, there are hubs, there are topics we could talk about for hours, but we will not for the sake of time. Let's take a look at each of these 3 groups. So let's start with communities. Communities are this magical group of people who build and maintain Wikimedia projects. So communities are centered around each of the Wikimedia projects. For Wikipedia, they are divided by language. So for example, English Wikipedia, Spanish Wikipedia, Ukrainian Wikipedia, Crimean Tatar Wikipedia, and over 300 others. And then there are sister Wikimedia projects, also often in different languages. So Wikisource in English, French, Ukrainian, and so on. And there are some multinational, multilingual projects like Wikidata, Wikimedia Commons, and so on. These people are mostly volunteers, although we do have some Wikimedians in residence and some other people who get paid for their contribution, either with good motives or not that good motives. But the vast majority of these people are volunteers. As you probably know, since you are at Wikimania, everyone can join Wikimedia communities. There are no formal barriers or application process, but of course, everyone with an asterisk, because there are de facto barriers. You need to have access to internet connection. You need to have enough time to volunteer. You need to have enough capacity, enough patience to figure out the rules and so on. But other than that, everyone can join. And the Wikimedia communities are unique in that they create content and also they moderate content. So everyone can write a post on Facebook, but not everyone can delete other person's post on Facebook, right? But on Wikipedia, you can undo a revision made by other person, by other account, if you believe that that revision does not conform to the rules. Also, I think that's quite unique to Wikimedia projects is that communities adopt their own policies. Of course, within the general framework, if Ukrainian Wikipedia decides to adopt the policy that we will start selling ads tomorrow and making a profit, that probably won't fly well. But within the general framework, communities are free to adopt their own policies, and they have their own governance, right? They have their admins, their arbitration committees, and so on and so forth. Okay. So that's pretty clear. Raise your hand if you've made any contribution to any Wikimedia projects ever. Cool. Okay. That was just a warm-up, so you don't fall asleep. Okay, great. So the second entity, the second stakeholder I would like to tell a bit about is the Wikimedia Foundation, also known as the Foundation or WMF. Of course, I'm not part of the Wikimedia Foundation. It's not an official it's not an official description. It's just my personal perspective as a person who has been part of the movement about what the foundation does. So if anyone from the foundation spots any mistakes, sorry, feel free to correct me. Okay, so the foundation is a non-commercial organization that's incorporated in the United States, but operates globally with global staff and board. What it does, like its function roughly are, a very important function is technical, right? Wikimedia projects are being developed by volunteers, but someone needs to maintain servers, someone needs to do product development, someone needs to ensure cybersecurity, to fight attacks, and so on. And product and tech are really important functions of the Wikimedia Foundation. Another important function is legal protection of Wikimedia projects. So whenever someone wants to sue Wikipedia, wants to take down a page they don't like, maybe a local politician or local oligarch wants to take down a page, the Wikimedia movement needs to have legal protections against this kind of stuff. And there are some other functions within that broad departments, so for example, trust and safety, advocacy, and so on. Another important point is supporting and developing communities, recognizing affiliates, funding affiliates, or helping fund affiliates, and other stuff about supporting and developing communities. Some other functions the Wikimedia Foundation does is communications. So the world around us is increasingly hostile. There are authoritarian regimes. There are all kinds of different threats against the Wikimedia movement, and we need to tell our story. The previous session in this very room was about this very topic from a standpoint of social media influencers and creators. The Wikimedia Foundation needs to do fundraising. It needs to gather money, to gather donations, mostly donations to fund everything mentioned above, and the Wikimedia Foundation does a skillful job at fundraising. And of course, there are operations to support everything mentioned above. So as any organization that has hundreds of employees needs to have a finance department, needs to have HR, needs to have operations, and so on. And the third group I would like to tell about is affiliates. Affiliates are organizations that help advance the movement, often within a specific country or geographical region. So there are also affiliates that have a thematic focus, but I would say that many affiliates have a specific geographical focus. Affiliates are independent organizations. They are not part of the Wikimedia Foundation, and often there is a lot of confusion among people who are not deeply in the weeds of the movement, even people who are contributors to Wikipedia, but maybe haven't been to 10 Wikimanias and haven't read hundreds of meta discussions. And sometimes people confuse, for example, the foundation with individual affiliates. But it's important to emphasize that affiliates are independent organizations, but they do rely on the Wikimedia Foundation for recognition, for funding. I would say that the vast majority of affiliates rely very significantly on the Wikimedia Foundation for funding and for other support. Some affiliates are large incorporated organizations that have professional staff, sometimes even dozens of people, in very rare cases, hundreds of people staff. And some are smaller groups of volunteers with no professional staff. There are close to 200 affiliates, 185, I think, so 40 chapters, 2 thematic groups, and 143 user groups. And you can see a map on the slide. So what do affiliates do? affiliates functions. Primarily, it's often supporting local communities, for example, organizing networking events and so on, doing outreach and recruiting new volunteers. For example, an educational program is a very frequent thing an affiliate does, helping with content enrichment, organizing contents, campaigns, Wikiloves X, Wikiloves Y, Wikiloves Z. There are a lot of Wikiloves contests, communications and partnerships, and so on. And sometimes bigger affiliates do things that are not listed above. So, for example, international activities. So, for example, Wikimedia France is co-organizing Wikimania, which is the biggest international conference. Not all affiliates have the capacity to do international events, but some do. International campaigns. So, for example, from my experience as a Wikimedia Ukraine staff member, we coordinate Wikiloves Earth on the global level as an international campaign, and so on. Some affiliates do advocacy, and some affiliates do their own fundraising. So that was a very quick overview of the structure of the Wikimedia movement. Again, simplified. I might not be some points might not be like 100% strictly correct, but I think that it gives you a correct overall picture of the structure of the Wikimedia movement, and some interesting quirks of power, paradoxes of power that we have in the movement. Is that it's important to understand that the Wikimedia movement doesn't have a strict power line that's typical to governments or commercial companies, right? In commercial companies, there is often this very clear structure that there is a CEO, then there are C-level executives, then vice presidents, then directors, then line managers, then individual contributors, and so on. The movement as a whole does not have this strict structure. The Wikimedia Foundation as an organization does. Affiliates as individual organizations do, but not the movement as a whole. And some interesting points, for example, within communities, functionaries, admins often don't have a lot of formal authority, but still they wield informal power. So administrators, for example, whenever I write that I am an admin of Ukrainian Wikipedia, some people from the outside might think that I run the Ukrainian Wikipedia, I'm the sole boss of Ukrainian Wikipedia. Sometimes people really do think that, but of course I am a simple and humble janitor who just helps maintain the project. Or am I? Maybe I do have informal power. Maybe I am one of community leaders, right? So there are different ways to look at this point, and it's important to keep that in mind. That of course functionaries do not have a formal authority, and of course they have less authority in online communities than do some like actual leaders, bosses in formal organizations. But at the same time, they still have power over the movement. The Wikimedia Foundation obviously holds enormous power in the moment, but there are checks on its power. There are things that control this power, that impact the Wikimedia Foundation, especially communities, especially the English Wikipedia community, some others as well, but the English Wikipedia community is probably the most powerful as an individual community, since it holds the most. Since English Wikipedia is the most popular, is the biggest by far, and it's it definitely drives the most donations. And for affiliates as well, affiliates don't formally govern their respective communities. Whenever I present Wikimedia Ukraine to external audiences, I stress that Wikimedia Ukraine does not run Wikipedia, that we do not have editorial control over Wikipedia. But still, we have to acknowledge that affiliates have a lot of impact shaping their communities up. And from my experience, affiliates have more power when the community is smaller. So, for example, for English Wikipedia, the impact of Wikimedia UK or Wikimedia Australia or Wikimedia New York City is much smaller than, for example, the influence of Wikimedia Norway over Norwegian Wikipedias, because the bigger the community is, the smaller informal impact an individual affiliate can have. So these are just some general thoughts. We do not have enough time to untangle all of this, but my goal has been to just offer you an initial framework and get you thinking about these topics. And so you don't fall asleep once again. We will do one more exercise right now. So the exercise is to write down or just consider 3 different decision makers that hold direct power over your community. It can be internal to the movement, it can be external, it can be a person, it can be a committee, it can be, I don't know, a government ministry, a specific person, and so on. But just to think about it, consider who are 3 decision makers that hold power over your community. If you are online, you are welcome to write in the chat. If you are in the room, please think about it for a moment and please raise your hand if you are in the room. Okay, does anyone want to share? Yes, there is a room in the back. Please give the mic.
As an Arbocom member on Italian Wikipedia, I would say that I'm one of those decision makers in a way.
Yes.
Which is a huge responsibility.
Yes, that's a good point. There is also a hand over there.
Thank you. My name is Amy. I'm from Wikimedia Community Ireland, and I'm the community manager. So I also would similarly have the decision-making power, but I also see it as a responsibility to listen to the community. So the community is actually the one of the decision-making people. That's how I would see it as well.
Thank you. There is a room in that side. Sorry, a hand. Yes. I'm mixing up the words room and hand. You can see that English is not my native language. Okay.
Yes, as a member of Wikimedia Taiwan, I think our decision makers, one of those is our membership secretary, because they will decide who gets to be recognized as a member, because we need kind of a resident, national ID or the equivalent of resident ID. So not every individual can join. You need to have some kind of government issued ID. So not every Chinese speaker can join. That's the first thing. And second is maybe the finance, director or something like that, because finance Taiwan have interesting banking regulations. So banks are a bit harder to run, especially when it comes to foreign, exchange. So you have to be careful about, for funds coming from overseas. Otherwise you get tangled in all sorts of regulations and so how do you manage finance will actually, impacts about, okay, what kind of funding can you get from, sponsors abroad, or whether it will help impact when you get partner with other local government agencies as well, because sometimes we do projects partner with some local governmental agencies as well, so there are impacts.
Yes, thank you for sharing. Anyone else wants to share? Yes.
Yes, there's a thing called Office Action, which is a tool from the Wikimedia Foundation that can make changes on Wiki without the approval of the local communities, and it's already exists since 2006, and it has been used.
Yes, thank you. There is a hand over there.
I'd also like to turn your attention to the complexity of Wikipedia and Wikimedia as a system. with many subgroups and subgroups.
Maybe hold your mic a little closer. Yeah.
And sometimes it turns out that somebody is a leader of an important subgroup, but has no generally recognized power. For example, what relates to myself, when submitting good articles to Ukrainian Wikipedia, there is, for example, a very influential editor called Fixer, that's his username, without any administrative rights whatsoever, but he's the one making many decisions. Or, for example, related to my city Wikimedia community, there is Sergei Petrov, who is also not an admin, nobody, well, a Wikimedia member, of course.
Yeah.
But he is the one making all the organizational effort, deciding which events are conducted when, and like the the administrative leader of our city Wikipedia Foundation.
Yes, thank you. That's an important point, that power can be held by informal community leaders with no like formal flags. A person who is not an admin, is not a board member, can have a lot of impact just by virtue of being active and being proactive. Okay, let's move to the third part of my session. It's about how to follow conversation, how to follow what's happening. It's related to the first part. We've already discussed it a bit, but we will go in more detail on how to keep up. So raise your hand, please, or send plus to the chat if you regularly follow village pumps on your local Wikipedia projects. Okay, thank you. So not the majority. Probably people don't often have the time to read Village Pump. Okay, raise your hand if you regularly follow Telegram chats, and not only during Wikimania, but also like outside of the bounds of Wikimania. Okay, please follow your hands, and then raise your hand if you regularly follow Discord servers. I am in Discord. How many people? Okay, so some people are on Discord. Maybe Discord will outrun Village Pumps at some point. And please also raise your hand if you read mailing lists. Okay, so mailing lists win out. So most people read mailing lists. So you see, if you need to reach an audience, you need to send something to the mailing list. Okay. Yes, signpost. Raise your hand if you read the wiki signpost. Okay, a lot of people read wiki signpost. Okay, great. For conversations in the Wikimedia movement, there is often a formal layer and informal conversations that help initially shape up that formal layer. So the formal layer is often discussions on wiki, so policies often get adopted by discussions on village pumps or in other places. In some wikis it's called RFCs, requests for comment. In other wikis it's not called that, but still. This is being done in public on wiki, but then there are informal conversations that help shape up the formal one. So Wikimania, right? This very event we are at, this very room we are sitting in, is an example of an informal event that shapes up then formal stuff. Mailing lists, Discord, Telegram, and so on. So if you want to keep up with what's happening, okay, raise your hand if you are barraged by information and don't want any more information about what's happening. Okay, not a lot of people. And raise your hand if you would like to get more information about what's happening in the Wikimedia movement. Okay, some people, but still not all. Okay, but let's assume if you want to keep up with what's happening in the Wikimedia movement, if you are maybe started relatively recently, what you can do? First of all, you can use the watch list. The watch list is a great functionality on every wiki. I will not go in detail on how it works. It's basic interface stuff, but still, I invite you to use it, and I invite you to watch list your village local village pumps, local forums where discussions are happening. English Wikipedia, Commons, Wikidata, French Wikisource. Every project has its local village pump, its local forum. And if you would like to follow the global conversations, I think there are two best places for that. Of course, there are more, but I would say the best ones are, first of all, sign up for Wikimedia L for the main Wikimedia mailing list, and then you can read diff, which is a community blog maintained by the Wikimedia Foundation, and you can sign up to get email notifications for new diff posts. This will mean you will have a lot of emails. Your inbox might be cluttered a bit. If you are afraid of that, there are technical things you can do. So, for example, I am subscribed to both of these things, but I categorized in my settings these emails as updates, as a updates folder in Gmail, so the main inbox isn't cluttered. If you have even more time, you can follow and check Discord and Telegram. These are messaging apps where there are a lot of informal conversations are happening. I would say that it depends on the community which one is more popular. In some countries, Telegram is extremely popular. In some countries, it's less used. But I would say Discord and Telegram are most popular. There are some others. I know some communities have WhatsApp chats and so on, but I would say Discord and Telegram are most widely used. And there are less centralized places where you can go. So there is no like main Telegram channel where if you are, you will know everything. So it's fine to first of all look up using the tools we've discussed in the first part of my session, but also it's fine to ask your peers about where they get their information. A couple of thoughts on following the conversation. First of all, each venue has its norm and stacks, right? It's about on Wiki Commons, on Village Pump, it's important to know that these comments are permanent, they are searchable, and they are quotable years later, right? I can easily go and find an archive of a Ukrainian Wikipedia Village Pump from 2010 and read the stupid comments I made as a teenager. I won't do that. It's important to know that, but messages in chats in Telegram are more ephemeral. Like they probably won't survive for many years to come. Some messaging apps are being closed. I remember at some point Ukrainian community communicated on Skype. There were Skype chats. Maybe some people remember what Skype is. Some people are too young to remember that. But the point is that chat messages are much more ephemeral. So you should match your message to the medium. And it's also what's a good thing if you have some free time. It's good to take some time to read archives. For example, if you want to become a bit more active, you don't have to start commenting start commenting outright. You can take some time to read through the archives. Village Pump archives, mailing list archives are publicly available. You can read what people were discussing, how people were communicating, and so on, and only then start posting. But the final thing is that it's also fine not to spend a lot of time on this. It's fine to just write articles, to just contribute. You don't have to spend your life reading countless Telegram chats and Discord servers. It's fine. It's fine not to follow any of this. But if you are interested in following, that's also great. Okay. Anything else you can add on this point? You can expand. Please, the hand over there.
Yeah, on the English Wikipedia, I would recommend article alerts to editors. They get sent out on a daily, I think, on a wiki project level, and so you find out what's being put up for deletion, what's going to, did you know, and all sorts of issues like that. So that's very useful.
Yes, great point. Thank you. There is a hand in the back. Two hands in the back over there.
Well, my recommendation, you just mentioned archives. And my recommendation is to use KI or AI bodies to summarize such archives, especially if it is a discussion. It might be very, very boring to read, especially after a lot of years. But if you can summarize it in some sentences, it really might be helpful for you.
Yes, that's an interesting point, and also summarize discussions in other languages. If you want to learn what's being discussed on Turkish Wikipedia, you can use AI to summarize that. Yes, please go ahead. Sorry, first the guy in the back.
Thanks, Anton, for sharing the idea of following diff via email notifications. I also have that enabled and also feel overwhelmed by this.
Yeah.
But my addition to this is that you can get at least a summary of all the diff blog posts that matters or were mattering around the Wikimedia Foundation in the bi-weekly Wikimedia Foundation bulletin. You can also add that to your watch page and get a summary there.
Yes, thank you. Great point. And final point from here, and then we will move ahead. Please.
Merci. Well, what we do in Madrid, with the Wikisfera group, is we just have meetings. Meetings where, I mean, we meet behind the library. In person. And we meet inside the bookstore, in the side room of a bookstore. And we go there with our computers, and we talk about our research, and but I mean, it's just human interaction. But that has to be counted too.
Yes, that's a great point. Thank you. Okay, so we have just a few minutes left, so I will not take any more questions right now. A final exercise. Write down 3 channels you already follow, and 1 you would like to start following after this session. If there is none, that's also fine, but if there is one you would like to start following, what you've learned about, maybe DIF, maybe Wikimedia Foundation Bulletin, in-person meetings, please think about it or write it down. If you're online, please send it to the chat. And if you're in the room, we will hear from a couple of people. Okay. Anyone wants to share what you already follow, what you would like to start following? Or if you're still thinking. Okay, we don't have a lot of time anyway, so we will take one. Yes, 1 point.
From my perspective, it's very complex to follow anything which sends you updates on a regular basis. It makes you to read everything, and otherwise you feel guilty and you never have time to read everything. I absolutely dislike big chats and Telegram channels and all this stuff. And what I love to do is having some sites or some pages where you can come not whenever a new update appears, but whenever you find time to do it and see something most important with caps lock, something less important in the bottom. For example, I find some interesting monthly updates about status of Ukrainian Wikipedia, statistics, and I follow it not necessarily every month, but I come there every now and then. If we had such information not only about statistics, but also about other important news, it would be great.
Great, thank you. Good point. Okay, so please raise your hand if you haven't learned anything interesting on this session today. Okay, cool. Please raise your hand if you have learned at least one interesting thing today. Cool. I'm very glad to hear that. If you would like to learn more, to stay in touch with me, you can save my contacts on the slide. My email is at wikimedia.org. You can find me on Telegram, in the Wikimedia Telegram chat. You can find my name, Anton Perciuk, on LinkedIn and Facebook. And thank you so much.
Few minutes, we will start soon.
No, she said there'd be like a staff laptop. We don't know what that is, do we? Don't know what that is. Okay, cool.
Do you know where they're checking the slides?
No.
Cool.
Debbie.
I think it's probably the couple that we just hit, right?
Yeah.
There are other ones that would. I don't understand why the permissions would be.
Elias
different.
went to check, I think. So. No, Elias will be trust.
Yes.
Well, they press.
If anyone wants translation, we have translation support, live translation support in this room. Get your headset, put that back there afterwards. And I think we need to get going. We are 5 minutes over. You have roughly 50 minutes for the session. Good luck.
Wonderful, thank you. Hello, everybody. Thanks for joining our session today. We're going to be demoing and also brainstorming together some features for Wikipedia readers. Here is a QR code that you can scan, or you can also follow this link if you want to give feedback or questions during the session. This will take you to an Etherpad where you can submit questions if you have them before we get to the brainstorm time, and you need to get it out. Please do feel free to make use of that. Next up, we want to talk about, So last Wikimania in Nairobi, we shared a new reader strategy with you. And this was the first time we'd talked about something like this because the foundation just last year within product and technology developed these three teams, but 2 new teams plus apps, reader growth and reader experience. And so I'm going to do a quick refresher on that reader strategy that those 3 teams are working in, and then product team members here will share what we've built since and how we're testing it, what we found, and then we'll all brainstorm together. So, what is the reader strategy about? The purpose of this strategy is because we know that we need new ways to convert casual readers who make up the bulk of people visiting Wikipedia into active readers, contributors, and donors. And we really understand that the future of all of our movement depends on our ability to do this. Why is that? It's because readership is declining. You've probably heard this refrain before during the opening ceremony and other sessions, but this is something that everybody in the movement is thinking about, and we're not alone in this situation. So you can see here that Wikipedia page views fell in the first half of 2025, 8% year over year. And this is compounding a very long-term general decline relative to global internet usage, because the proportion or the amount of people using the internet worldwide is actually increasing. So the proportion of people visiting Wikipedia is decreasing, and that has a compound effect on people's awareness of us and what we do. And we also know that almost 80% of reading sessions on Wikipedia, whether it's a quick visit or a longer one, is coming from an external source. And this, of course, has a huge impact on account creation, on people who work on the projects. This is a graph where you can see that combined, there's a 13% year-over-year decrease in account registration on both larger, more established wikis and emerging wikis, too. So why is this? Well, we understand that new generations learn quite differently. They learn from video, social media, chatbots, forums, and increasingly experiences are expected to be frictionless, easy, whether that's like fast and personalized answers or like almost a conversational style. We know that fewer and fewer people are following links from search engines to discover Wikipedia, which is how we've traditionally been found. So this shift is really changing everywhere on the internet. That search engine model, where traditionally someone would look up a question, follow a quick link. Usually we were in the top 1 or 2 results of search engines, but that's changing, and that's changing for everybody on the internet. You can see that we all know Wikipedia is being used as both like model training, retrieval, and large-scale scraping when it comes to these like chatbots and other tools. But because those referrals from search engines are decreasing, it's creating a circumstance where we're more and more important than ever, but less visible, less on top of people's minds. So to that end, we want to use our incredible content to build lasting relationships with readers who can ultimately preserve and continue our projects. So with that, Sherry here from Reader Growth is going to talk a bit about the product strategy.
Thanks, Eliza. Hi, everyone. As Eliza mentioned, I'm Sherry. I am product manager for Reader Growth. And as we were saying, we're using wiki content to build more lasting relationships with our readers. There are a few key tenets that will strategically anchor our plan for doing so that I want to cover. I'll focus first on these 2 bullets shown on the left, with example sort of feature themes on the right that we'll talk about more later in the presentation. The first couple here are sort of a 1-2 punch, where we want to show the value of, We want to show the value of Wiki early on in a reader's journey, even if they're only on the site for 60 seconds, which is what most casual readers do. And then we want to build reasons for readers to come back into the experience, hopefully more and more as we deepen that relationship. A few more tenets to highlight. First, while we also think about the Wikipedia app experience through the lens of all these other tenets, it's worth calling out that we want our app to be an enriching flagship experience so that it becomes the destination for knowledge lovers on the internet. Second, we see people creating accounts just to read, even if they never intend to edit. And so we want to build features that make this more worth their while. So there's a happy loop of people wanting to engage more with Wikipedia by creating an account, and then we further grow our relationship with them after account creation via a great experience. And then we want to keep in mind that donors are readers, so that we can also meet them in their reading experience.
Hi, thanks. Yeah, I'm Sam Patton. I work in the fundraising team, and all of our colleagues in product and tech were gracious enough to include me because part of this paradigm shift for us has been recognizing exactly what the slide says, that a decrease in readers directly means a decrease in donors. Some of the framing we've been using these days is actually, donors are just readers who decide to give, and they often are highly engaged. And as Marshall Miller, the director of product, says, we used to be able to rely on the idea that everyone would have another visit to Wikipedia, and that's where we show them the banners, the big messages. That's where most of our revenue comes from. As readership changes, we're needing to evolve our strategy. Would you mind skipping to the next slide? So what's changing for donors? As we kind of embrace this paradigm shift, a stronger focus on relationship building and retention. We used to pride ourselves on the idea that we jump in, shock and awe you with a banner, and then get out of the way. And we wanted most of the time for you to not be thinking about fundraising. But what we actually have just really wrapped our heads around is 60% of donors give once and then don't give again. But for all of them who continue to read Wikipedia, those are the ideal opportunities to recognize their investment, to actually build loyalty with them. And so what we started to talk about is not just managing a donor and how we can optimize a given impression. It's around what is the journey for someone who decides to give. That journey isn't just about increasing their value as a donor. It's actually about opening up their interactions with all the different features that product is making, encouraging them to download the app, and actually using donors as such a critical reading community to strengthen the overall ecosystem. And as Eliza featured earlier, encouraging them to come back to Wikipedia. We have 30 million email addresses. And historically, we've sent relatively little engagement content, and increasingly, we're looking for opportunities to show donors all the cool stuff we're doing on site and actually drive back page views.
Awesome. Thanks, Sam. So with that, I'm going to talk a little bit about our goals. At a very high level, what we want to do is to increase our logged-in weekly active readers on web by double by the end of 2027. And on the apps, we want to increase our daily active users by 5x by the end of 2028. What this means for us this year is the metrics we'll be focused on raising are logged out reader retention, logged in reader retention, reader account creation, new installs of our mobile apps, and recurring donor retention. So what this means is we want everyone who visits Wikipedia to find the site helpful early on in their journey so that they come back. As I mentioned earlier, we typically have under 60 seconds to make a good impression on logged out readers. Logged out readers have shown repeatedly that they feel overwhelmed when they arrive on a very dense page. So this slide is showing a feature that we are in the early concepts of developing and then testing. We're calling it Minimal Minerva, so that on mobile web, we can try streamlining navigational elements in the tool belts and clarifying labels to see whether that helps readers come back more often. You can kind of see between the two images, the left side is the current, and then the right side is what we're going to test, that we are able to bring up article content and also clarify some of the labels that currently exist on the page. We've also been in the process of testing a feature related to intent-based search. We'll have a separate session about this feature on Saturday as well, if anyone's interested in attending, but we wanted to give a sneak peek here. On apps, we've been testing this feature that allows readers to search for what they want on Wiki in natural language, basically meaning in the way that they speak. Our search currently only accounts for 2% of our page views, and readers basically end up jumping from Wikipedia back into their search engine for the next thing they want to know. So we want to improve our on-site search capabilities so that they don't have to do that anymore. With this new functionality, as this demo shows, we'll be able to present readers directly with the information from articles that's relevant to their question. So if they're, oh, is it playing? Yes, okay. So you'll see as this plays that the highlight shows you exactly the answer to your question about cats' night vision. Another tentpole of how we want to bring readers in is by inviting them into more exploratory experiences to tap into the serendipity of learning something unexpected that's part of the joy of Wikipedia. The apps have redesigned their long-standing Explore feed feature with this makeover, prioritizing transparency around why we surface specific content for readers, as well as giving them reasons to come back with fresh content. And we were really excited to see that this increased 14-day app retention by 8% and have released this feature fully. Would you play this video as well for me? Great, thank you. So for web readers as well, tapping into the same thing, we want to foster these serendipitous connections. Unlike app readers who start at home when they open the app, web readers overwhelmingly tend to come directly to an article when they land on Wikipedia, coming from a search engine typically. So we want to use that content as the starting point for an Explore experience on web. As you just saw, the sort of node that you start on can spark other points to jump off into. And some of you may already be familiar with this feature, image browsing. Based on signal from readers that they want more multimedia on Wiki and to lighten a text-heavy reading experience, we worked on a feature that put an image carousel at the top of articles on mobile web and saw promising retention data from an initial A/B test. When we decided to roll it out after that test, we heard a lot of community feedback that prompted us to roll back to beta, where we are currently. We're now working to address these pain points from the community discussions, including that the experience needs to give better context to the images presented in the carousel. So the captions under the pictures are actually a new component that we've been developing for the feature. As well as that editors need better controls over how the images appear and that we need to polish the presentation of the carousel further. All right, and the next sort of part of that 1-2 punch I mentioned earlier is providing readers with reasons to return frequently. So on mobile web, one of the features we've tested for this is a new share feature on article pages that auto-creates this lovely card representing the article with its page image and excerpt from the lead section. The feature uses the native share API that gives share channels for the user that already exist on your specific mobile device. So we're not suggesting, whatever channel we think is right, but what actually fits your needs. Based on results, we think this feature could add an additional 20 million page views annually, so we're really excited about that one. And we may not be able to play this video, but I will try to voice over, and I think there are a couple more slides that show it. Another feature that the apps team have built is the Reading Challenge, which enlists everybody's favorite baby globe to encourage readers to build a streak of Wikipedia visits and article reading. We've seen 46,000 new accounts created through this, as well as an increase in retention on both iOS and Android of 23% for iOS and 12% on Android. Okay, there goes the clicker. So to show a little bit more of that, the team created this delightful widget to show you your reading momentum at a glance on the home screen. And Baby Globe celebrates with you at the conclusion of the 25 days if you've kept your reading streak alive. The apps also have a daily trivia game that has you guessing which historical event came first. if anyone, and these are some further stills of that flow. So if anyone remembers or still plays Wordle, for instance, much like that game, this one also has sharing your results built in as a way to invite others in as well. And you can see that progression of like as you're playing with the call to action in that last screen to share. So now I'm going to hand it over to John, who is principal engineer on the team.
Hello. So yeah, I'm John, user JDL Robson on Wiki. So next slide. So account creation is another thing we can try here, right? The majority of people that use our products currently do so without an account. So given this decline, we saw in the earlier slide for account creation, like we're trying to see like there's opportunities here to get readers to create accounts for specific features that possibly they're not seeing value for right now. So to do this, we've like launched and tested various features, which I'm going to share through now. Last December, the apps launched the year in review feature, which is a bit similar to Spotify Wrapped. If you've used that, I'm sure a lot of websites you use provide this feature to summarize like your activity during the year. R1 displayed insights into what apps users have been reading during the year based on data we collected privately on the device. So for example, this allowed like various stats such as time spent on Wiki, the amount of articles people read the most. This article was very, very popular. Like one social media post actually like recorded themselves using this, and it reached about 1 million viewers, I believe. In the app itself, you could actually share separate screens or a summary at the end. Sorry, I got the stat on the wrong thing. Yes, about 8% of people used the share feature to share with other people. Another thing we did as part of the year in review feature, which was interesting, was we offered logged out users the chance to create an account for future insights. So for example, like if you're editing anonymously, that's not going to show up in your year in review. This is actually like super effective. During the period we ran this, we actually saw around 50% of account creations were due to this feature. So it shows a lot of promise that we can like incentivize readers to create accounts. So the hope is these users will like continue reading Wikipedia during the year, and hopefully at the end of the year they're going to see some much more interesting information about how they use the site. Another feature we're trying to is reading this. If you've used the app, you may have seen this on there, and it's actually one of the most widely requested features on the wish list right now, to port a web version of this. So reading lists basically allow you to save your favorite articles and create them into separate lists of interest. In a recent experiment we ran, so firstly, you can actually test it right now, Wikipedia in beta. If you go to the beta in your preferences on desktop, you can access it from mobile, web, desktop. We get a lot of good feedback from community members around that, and about, I think, 90% of people surveyed said they were enjoying the feature. In recent tests, we also explored showing this to anonymous users, and we found that logged out users were 2.2 times more likely to click the bookmark icon to create an account than to click the watch star, which is predominantly an editor feature. And as Sam mentioned, donors are readers too. We often talk about editors and readers, but donors don't really get much. We don't talk too much about those. But they're a special type of reader. They love our content, and they're willing to contribute their own money to keep us running. So one thing we're testing right now is what if when you donate, we give you a little Easter egg. So in this situation, we are providing a badge at the top of the page, which when you click, rains hearts down the page. It's gimmicky, a bit fun, but early signals show that people do like to click that after their donation. It acts as acknowledgement that the user donated to us, reminds them of the importance of their donation, and we're hoping it incentivizes them to potentially, maybe they want to share this to get kudos from their friends. Oh, you're a donor, I'm a donor too, that's cool. And similar to this, one of the most common things we hear from our donors is they get fundraising banners, and they say, well, I've already donated, why am I seeing this fundraising banner? So one thing we can do if donors create accounts is we can be much more clever about how we show those banners. So for example, we could instead of showing a banner, we could say, remind me in 1 year's time to donate again, for example. Likewise, experiment we've run in the app that we're testing that we had strong signals from is to allow people to set donations based on, donation reminders based on how many articles they read. So for example, remind me again when I've read 100 articles, because I think that after that I probably should give a donation again. So yeah, I'll hand it to Eliza now.
Okay, thanks for listening to us while we talked for a long time at you. But next we want to hear ideas from all of you, as well as any feedback or additions to anything that you've seen just now. But to get us started, we can talk a bit about first we'd like to hear from you, what websites do you go to directly now without a search engine, and why? Does anyone have any thoughts? We can start with this one off. You can pass the mic. Me. Yeah, thank you.
I mean, for the first question, every time I know the web page I want to go, I directly go to the web page. I don't use a search engine. I only use a search engine if I don't know what website I'm looking for.
So the main the main websites that I would go to directly would be news websites. Yep. That's kind of the thing that comes to mind as something I go to quite regularly. That is content providing news.
Yes, I would say the same thing. News, news websites, portals, the New York site. When I'm looking for a particular news item. Also, sites that have information that's very specific to something I do. Mm-hmm. Something work-related usually. I mean, it's, there was a time when, it would be certain social networks, but not so true anymore. I think I just defined the half of it, the 3/4 of it.
Yeah, news is a great one because it's a mixture of kind of connecting with the world and your community, knowing what's happening, and also obviously temporality and what's happening right now. And both of those are very relevant things that we can explore on Wiki too.
Could I ask a follow-up question about this? I don't know. Could I ask, why do you go directly to the news sites instead of searching about the news event?
Because certain news sites, I mean, especially, there are certain things that I want to read the New York Times take on because I know they'll have written something. If they've got an in-depth article or a halfway depth article, it'll be well written and might tell me something I didn't see anywhere. I couldn't have gotten anywhere else. I mean, these days, news content, wire service stuff, you get recarried. You'll get a brief somewhere if that's what you want to look for. But if I want to look for somebody, there are news events where I want to know as much as possible. A plane crash, say, or some breaking story, and I want to go to a certain outlet. And usually, where I live, I go to the New York Times.
Yeah, that also makes me think of another area to look at is density versus quick fact. Again, two use cases we want to think about. Yes, please.
Building off of that idea, I mean, for me, some of the news sites that I go to because I don't know what they're going to be covering, and so they're going to expose me to some ideas that I won't get. I'm going to learn something new, right? So I'm not going to find about a topic that I'm already aware is in the news, but rather to learn coverage of something that I didn't know I would want to know about. And then I'll also name the New York Times Word Games are sites that I will go to directly, right, as kind of a different category of games or of sites that I will go to without a search engine. So, like extrapolating that to imagining that I'm a reader who has only visited Wikipedia a few times, it is really going to be about what is that main page experience going to be, or is going to be about from when I visit that article, what is going to suck me into the next article or get me to the main page where I can then discover in the new, right, like we have some things that are analogous to what I was saying, but I don't know that if I landed an article, I'm necessarily going to get to the main page to then see those pieces.
Yeah. So in terms of sites that I go to directly, I think for me, yeah, I agree with the previous person regarding social media. And in terms of social media, I find myself going only to sites which are like review sites for books or movies. And in people's reviews, you then can maybe get some, sort of journalistic idea, or not journalist, but like journaling, about their life in regards to like the media they're consuming and ideas that they're thinking about. And I find this to be, a way of, connecting with people and discussing ideas, but you have the sort of anchoring of the specific book or the specific movie, etc. And so, yeah, I think there has been like a big decline in people openly sharing about themselves like online, and it's now more like sharing about themselves in relation to something else. They're making they're not TikToking or about like their life. They're making a TikTok about a book, and then people are creating communities around that or some such.
Like defining yourself and your interests by the content you consume or the hobbies you practice. Yeah, totally. Yes. Oh, I think, yeah, you first, sorry.
I think to make it more general, I visit websites directly if I know that they will show me content that is somehow interesting for me, either because I'm not interested in something specific, I'm just interested in something on the website, like what social media can offer, but also news website can offer. Or if I know that I can find whatever I might look on that website via their search engine. Like I know that Amazon has a shitty interface, but I can still use search to find what I'm looking for. I know that I'm good enough in using the Wikipedia search function that I find the article I'm looking for. I do know that finding documentation pages on MediaWiki.org or Wikitech is so hard that sometimes I have to use Google to find it. And I also, by the way, know other Wikipedians who use Google for finding Wikipedia articles, and that's, I think, sad when even Wikipedians do that sometimes.
Yeah.
So I think that's actually, for me, the most important thing. Whenever I know the search option doesn't help me finding the stuff I'm looking for, then I will use Google right away to search for it. And when I can trust it, then that's it. And adding on to Barkeep's point about the main page, I mean, most readers, I don't think they know that the main page exists on Wikipedia. That's why I think people use the app where they can discover stuff, and they would never even think of the idea of going to Wikipedia to just explore stuff. They could just use us to read the one article they found via search engine. That's sad.
I think to answer your question of like why I wouldn't search for something, it's because I don't know what's going on in the world without going to the news website. So if you don't have social media that's like telling you what you're supposed to know, you don't know how to Google something to find out more. So you have to choose to want to go read news or watch news or something to understand what's going on in the world. So that's why I go to news websites. But another group of websites that I think there's better and worse examples is like public utilities and services are like probably some of the most varied in terms of like quality and functionality, but they're definitely something that lots of people probably interact with a lot. And then for content, like internet radio stations, those are also, they can still be very DIY and kind of cobbled together, but there's a lot of good examples of content production that happens in the internet radio space that I go to.
Follow-up question for the people who said news as well. Do you feel like you prefer more to just go directly to the news site and like poke around yourself? Or when you say the news site, you're talking like those curated, like, this is what you need to know today, newslettery type content? Like, do you trust the source to just curate it for you, or would you rather find yourself? You also had a hand up right there, so I don't want to interrupt you. Yeah.
But we have Q.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Please.
Quick follow-up to what I said. There's one website that I go to directly and search for content in a particular YouTube. You go to I've just remembered, you go to YouTube, you see all the stuff in your algorithm it's recommending you, but I have a particular idea of what I want to look at, and I search for it. That's probably the website I do that most with.
Yeah, on the topic of news sites and going to them directly, you mentioned the New York Times, and I believe that's paywall. Do you have a subscription? Yeah, so I think that's like, you go back to these sites. Like, I have sites I go to because I have a subscription. I want to get value out of it, and I think that obviously we're not going to paywall Wikipedia, but it ties back into making donors feel the value of it. And then the other thing is, like, the sites that I don't go to directly, but I don't go via a search engine. I get things in my email, for example, with their newsletters, and I get a daily newsletter, a weekly newsletter. And there's all things like Substack and Patreon. So yeah, I think that drives a lot of my activity online now.
Me too.
So I'm perhaps less earnest than everybody going to the newspaper websites. I do go to newspaper websites, mostly if there are particular columnists that I'm interested in reading every week. Both the one I have a subscription for, I have a New York Times subscription, and also 3 ones like The Guardian. But I usually go mostly to Pinterest and Arena, and that's because I'm interested. Well, I like pretty things. I like looking at pretty things, and every time I visit, there's something new to see. I'm interested in particularly users that I follow. I want to see what they're thinking, what they're looking at, and then I sometimes click through. And I'm interested to see as well how certain users on Arena and Pinterest are curating, choosing, selecting Wikipedia pages that they're interested in, and how they're showing those on those types of websites. So I think it's mostly places where people I follow are, and I'm interested in how they're curating my experience in their interests.
I also like both of those websites a lot. There's a cool if no one's used Arena before, it's like a kind of archivist dream where it's like social networked, but you can collect links and like words and photos, and there's a lot of Wikipedia stuff on there. There's like a really fun one called Wikipedia Sacred Text that you should look at. But yeah, that's a great answer as well. I think we should, go on. Some people already touched on this, but if you put yourself in the shoes of a reader who has like maybe never, definitely never edited Wikipedia, maybe has only visited a few times, maybe doesn't even know you can edit Wikipedia, what kinds of things would encourage you to return to Wikipedia?
Yeah, so hi, my name is Justice. I think for me, one of the things that I found interesting quite recently was when you mentioned the features about the game. Because I'm always on social media, and so like usually when I go on social media and I see something odd or like a fact being shared, my first point of call is to go on Wikipedia. So one day I went on and I'm seeing like this game which was interesting. I even made a post about it. I'm like, oh, look at how cool the web app is. And I think for me, things like this will make me come back more to come and read, because I want to learn something new every day. So if I get a chance to do that through the app as well, yes, definitely bring me back.
Is what you like about the game kind of the randomness of it? Like
Yes,
the fact that you just weren't looking?
It wasn't something that I was like actively looking for, because it was the randomly made me pay more attention to it.
Okay, yeah. So my name's Gabriel. Well, from experience, I'm a school teacher, and I show my colleagues how to use Wikipedia, and students, of course, and I work with the students on Wikipedia. And what I have noticed is it's actually a serious problem for us, which is not at all being talked about during the different Wikimania conferences I've been to, is that most people who read Wikipedia articles don't really understand them. Now, in France, okay, I work in Switzerland, we have roughly the same number. In France, there's about 10% of the French that are illiterate, functionally illiterate. And these are French people who've been through the school system. We're not talking about immigrants and people coming from other countries who haven't learned French or things like that. These are people who've been through the Swiss or the French school system, and at the adult age, they're illiterate. That's 10%. And then when my students, well, they don't understand everything, obviously, and my colleagues, to be a teacher, you got to have like a master's degree plus formal teacher education and so on, and they don't understand the articles that are outside their field of expertise. And so my dream would be to kind of like have a button somewhere on the Wikipedia article that will call up an internal AI and provide a summary of the whole article written in a language that we can understand. And the other thing is to help people who have trouble reading, that's far more than that 10% of functional illiterates. We should also have like a speaker button that just press it and it will read the article, because 95% of my students and colleagues, they use their mobile phones to access Wikipedia. I don't know what the statistics are from the foundation. I imagine you know how many do that. But anyway, we can assume that a lot of people use their phones, and so we should have a button that will read the text for us.
That is something that both the mobile web and apps are looking at.
One more. And yeah, and the other thing I wanted, well, actually, I'd queued up these questions before I came here, but you already answered it, was improving the search engine for Wikipedia search engine, because people keep on going on Google to find the articles, and people keep, now, the smart kids and the smart teachers, they ask ChatGPT what Wikipedia says about a subject. So you just need, it's really short. You just type in a short prompt, explain Wikipedia Second World War, and it'll print it out in a language you can really understand.
Oh, Jasmine, the product manager for the mobile apps team who works on that project, wants to connect. So, hi, I also work with the team, and it's very notable that all three of the things you said are ideas that are either in progress or have been in progress. So it's like, good, we're on the right track. The one I wanted to just kind of mention especially is the one you talked about with like summarizing a complicated article. Many people in the room probably know or remember that we attempted something called simple summaries. And I just wanted to share a big learning for us from that experience. In simple summaries, motivated by the same thing. It's like, who needs to read a Wikipedia article on algebra? Maybe like an 11-year-old or a 12-year-old who's trying to learn about algebra. But the Wikipedia article on algebra, if you look at it, it's written more at like a postgraduate level, right? If you were getting a PhD in algebra. And so kind of looking at articles like that, it's like, how can we meet people where they are so they can learn what they need? And the idea was, would it be possible for an LLM to summarize this at a different reading level? Because most people have, what is it, like a 9th grade reading level on English Wikipedia, something like that. As we talked about this with volunteers, like one of the really big things that came up is, You know, what a feature like that is essentially doing is pushing all of the volunteers' work down the page and giving the right to write the first paragraph of the article to a machine, right? And so to the extent that we think about things like that, we're always going to have to think about how do we keep Wikipedia primarily this human assembled body of knowledge and not like hand the keys to a machine to kind of like override the humans. So I'm glad you brought that up because it's like an interesting example that continues to inform, like this we have to keep in mind as we think about any of these ideas.
Yeah. You ask how we use Wikipedia as reader, so I keep away that most time it comes from working on Wikipedia and then stuck reading. So the way I use Wikipedia as a casual user is mostly the nearby article feature. So I'm traveling and I look in the app the articles of places nearby. This is the primary way I use Wikipedia as a casual reader.
Right behind you.
Hi, I'm working for Wikimedia Sweden, and I'm working on a project for helping people with disabilities to take part of the content of Wikipedia. And we are doing exactly what you're talking about, having a text-to-speech, and we are trying our best to find people that would support us in having AI helping us making the text available for those people, because different disabilities demand different kind of simplifications of the text, and that's why it's not possible for us to ask people to write the articles in a different manner. We need AI, generative AI, to make the text perfect for any kind of disabilities. So I would be happy to come in contact with anyone, with you and others that are interested in this.
Okay, I guess I was thinking about your idea, and I'm thinking, here's a great gadget. You guys, what if you gave a reader a choice? Obviously, those of us who are regular editors could disable this feature. A choice, like a little thing to come up. Would you like to read a summary of this article in a more simplistic style? What if you had that right there at the beginning of the article for a reader to choose? And this way you avoid the issue with regular editors getting mad that an AI is rewriting them. Sometimes the AI can actually improve on it, which is a deep, dirty secret that I think a lot of people want to keep. Other things too, I just thought about I notice a lot of the news articles I get referred to by the MSN portal, you see a few paragraphs and then a button, continue reading. So people aren't intimidated as easily by this huge wall, these huge walls of text we've built. Finally, I was thinking about your algebra example. Or someone had the algebra example where the article reads like a graduate school level tract on the subject. What if are you interested in learning about algebra for school, and then kick them over to Wikibooks, which is a greatly underused part of the overall Wikimedia project. Oh yeah, and the speech button. That was a great idea years ago that we abandoned with the spoken wiki. I am glad that people haven't forgot about it, and maybe it'll be easier now if you just have an AI-generated voice. I know that Alexa, my Amazon Alexa, that featured Wikipedia, whatever, and she'd start to read the text of the wiki article.
Just a quick direct response to the continue reading idea. We are also looking into that for mobile web. Happy to talk more about it afterwards as well.
Because it breaks up a lot of long form writing is really intimidating to a lot of people. I've written long posts on Reddit, on other bulletin boards, and people are like, and I've found it like the third to half the response was like, oh, this is too long, I didn't want to read it. Not my fault. But yeah, I mean, it's out there, it's real. I noticed I teach an SAT prep class back in the US, and a couple of years ago they changed to a digital version of the test where instead of longer, like 6 or 7 paragraph reading passages, you just have 1 or 2 paragraphs with one question based on it. And I think that was the College Board and ETS surrendering to reality, even if they didn't want to.
Did you have a question? So 1, 2. 1 second.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on the simplifying Wikipedia article. I'm sure you're aware that there was this TikTok trend, I think 2 years ago, where people discovered this magic Wikipedia option that you can just go to your URL and replace the EN with simple, and then there's a simple version of the article. They didn't even realize that this is literally another website, basically, and thought it was a feature of showing the same text in a different version. But it got like hundreds of thousands or even millions of views on TikTok. So it really showed that this was an important thing for especially young people in this case.
That's true. That was so crazy.
Well,
simple English is definitely underutilized. Sorry. Yes.
There's also, I guess, something else that we could put on the Wikipedia standard is, well, sometimes I develop like IDs to help students to learn programming. And when I do that, I always have different levels, skill levels in the ID I develop, like beginner, intermediate, advanced. And maybe we could consider something like that in the Wikipedia articles we have and have it like, simplified and less simplified in the full article. And as editors, we could just edit the full article and we'd have some internal AI. I mean, we can use our own AI to do it, which would then simplify the article or more or less simplify it for the readers. And they can just choose what level of complexity they want.
Like a toggle, like, oh, I want to read this, like explain like I'm 5. And then I want to read this, like I'm a PhD student.
And since most people, like a lot of people read the Wikipedia on their own phone, unfortunately their phone knows them quite well. And so the AI that would be on their phone would know really what their actual real skill level is, for reading. And so it would make the experience a lot better for them.
I think the idea of these summaries is good, but I think they should just be human written and not created by AI. I think for articles like algebra, it might work with an AI generated summary, but we have articles about things like the water quality ordinance of Paris, and such articles, and AI would create a totally crappy summary. So these summaries needs to be human written.
Yeah, I think it's a very complex challenge because being Wikipedia a general purpose encyclopedia, articles should be understandable by non-experts. But at the same time, we want complete articles, full information, profound information even. I remember that one of the main advices to Wikipedians many years ago, at least in the Spanish Wikipedia, but I suppose this applies to all Wikipedias, is that at least the first paragraph should be simple, clean, understandable, and then you could go deeper and with more sophisticated content. But I do think this is a very complex challenge that is in the heart of our project. Yeah, making things simple, understandable, but at the same time with all its complexity. I don't know how to do that.
Yeah, it's a tricky job, as anyone who's tried to write, a lead paragraph of an article can attest. It's not easy.
Just a follow-up on whether or not such summaries should be written by either humans or AI, and I guess my response would be, does it need to be either or? And I think the big thing that generative tools allow is to scale humans so that they don't necessarily have to do something from scratch. You can generate, and then from that point onwards, then humans can help with further curation. So it's like it allows and the whole idea is to scale humans so that they can have more impact or be able to do more, especially potentially in a world whereby, you know, we're seeing risks in terms of like our readership in decline and new users declining. So like, how do we provide, you know, the same depth and scale of content creation with potentially a decreasing size of community, and automated tools can help scale one individual to have more impact.
I think I'm going, apart from the summary, it's a very text-based perspective. And for me, as I said, I like looking at pretty pictures. And I quite like that the front page of the app, the For You section. So what I search for on Wikipedia and what I like looking at aren't always the same thing. So I'm usually searching for quite fact-based content, usually quite historical content, but I like looking at shiny, bright things. So I'm not clear as a user of the app how I can customize the app a bit more for shiny and bright and not necessarily for historic and military, which is usually what I search for. And on the games, my preferred game is not Wordle. I've moved on from Wordle, and I now like to play catalogs on the New Yorker magazine, which is a daily, I guess, trivia stroke ordering puzzle. And a puzzle like that is, because it's curated, there's a particular point of view that goes into creating that puzzle daily. And yeah, I've just always been thinking about what's the possibilities of allowing people to make puzzles for the app. I don't know how big the puzzle team at the New York is, but catalogs is a daily addiction.
Yeah, to that point, I was just curious, like, if anything has been experimented on Wiki around puzzles. Like, I know we have, like, Did You Know? We have, like, On This Day, and that's, like, curated content from people, but, like, is that, like, something editors would be interested in, do you think? Like, creating quizzes and that we could certainly, yeah? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not aware of anything yet that on Wiki. I mean, there's lots of games that have been designed around Wikipedia, and there've been some sessions on that here and some posters. The only thing I can think of is there's regularly a crossword in the Wikipedia signpost, which people seem to enjoy. And I think there's been like annual quizzes or something as well at some point. But yeah, not really anything aimed at readers as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, I also like such things, but I also want them on the website, not only in the app, because maybe I start with the game in the app when I'm on the train, then I'm at home and would like to continue at the desktop.
Yeah, I just realized it's worth mentioning, like, the difference between the way we think about the web and the apps, right? I know we're almost out of time, but we think about the web as higher up in the reader, like, funnel, so to speak, like for people that are not as serious about reading Wikipedia all the time. And the app is, we're thinking about more for, like, Wikipedia is part of my daily diet of how I do knowledge and how I do the internet. There's not complete separation there, but that actually, like, fits well with the reality of what it's like to develop for these platforms. It is a lot easier and faster for us to develop features for the mobile app than the mobile web. It's a simpler development environment, and, like, MediaWiki is a much more complicated space. And so we often build something first for the apps, and if it's really powerful, we start being like, what would it look like to take this to the web, to, you know, make this interact with the rest of MediaWiki, and to have a much wider audience with, like, greater scrutiny on it.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that from friends that I have that work in the private sector that do social media marketing and stuff like that, they do say that these, like, self-assessment quizzes do drive engagement, like, significantly, and a lot of their resources are kind of trying to figure out how to drive engagement to different applications through these self-assessment things. So, are you an expert on Britney Spears or not, or can you beat the most knowledgeable person about Cristiano Ronaldo or stuff like that? Might be an avenue to consider.
Yeah, like what does your Wikipedia rabbit hole say about you? Or, like, everyone likes to, know more about themselves and share it on socials and stuff. I love that idea. I think we're close to time.
Based on what he said, are you considering a different reader interface in the web other than the MediaWiki for readers?
That's thinking outside the box.
John, you wanna? Oh, or Marshall.
Do you have an actual answer? Like, I have a thought.
Yeah.
The answer is no. Okay. I get why you're asking it, but like what's running through my mind is, for us, that's the app. It's like, how do we get away from media? Like, what's different than MediaWiki? And the reason that it's the app is because mobile apps are kind of overtaking the web as a preferred way to like interact with some platform. So, do you have like an idea in mind? Like, it would look like this or be in some.
I'm not sure its main purpose is for readers. It's for, maybe it is, but it's also for us, the Wikipedians who want to edit. And perhaps you could think on a different kind of interface in the web. Do you see it in desktop?
I guess like a version of this question is, MediaWiki has been awesome for being a reader destination for 25 years, right?
Yeah, I know.
On MediaWiki, we became such a popular website, but is it still the right platform for the future?
Yeah, I mean, the future audience team in the foundation has been doing some experiments off platform, like Roblox, for example, right? Like is that kind of what we're talking about?
I would ask you, as a longtime developer, it's like, I'm not an engineer, but I just claimed that MediaWiki is hard to develop on. Like, what do you see as the future of that? Would you say, like, it's actually not, or it's getting better, or we're going to change it, like anything along those lines?
Yeah, I mean, I was having a good conversation with someone yesterday about how, like, Commons, like, we kind of leave it alone. It's kind of like an editor site. Like, you don't really go to Commons. Like, well, the average user doesn't go to Commons, but the content is consumed in Wikipedia, right? So like perhaps there's like opportunities there for like microsites, like that kind of expose the content in some way. So we talked about the Pinterest, like see pretty things. Like maybe there's a Pinterest version of Commons that pulls content and gets people, oh, how do I add stuff here? Oh, there's a flag called Commons, and that kind of pulls them in. So I think there's more we could do there. I mean, as a developer, like it's a lot easier to spin up like an idea I have like from scratch, like with like my preferred development environment, than to spin something up in MediaWiki. But then it's kind of always going to be a prototype kind of. We have a lot of good APIs.
Thank
you.
Okay, I think we're at time, but this has been so helpful. I was furiously taking notes. I hope the typing wasn't too annoying. If you have any thoughts about readers, please come find any of us at any point of the rest of Wikimania. We're also going to have a lunchtime meetup tomorrow that's just going to be kind of a casual readers conversation. So leave like this, but just for, you know, an hour while we eat lunch and talk about new things we can do for readers, what we can build for readers, what other different communities are already doing for readers in their language and in their wikis. So please come to that if you're interested. I forget which room it's in, but it's on Event-Yay. And then also Saturday, we will have a longer session, much like this one, where we'll talk about natural language search, semantic search, basically just improving all things Wikipedia search. So if that piqued your interest, please do come to that. Thank you.
Thank you so much for speakers. Thank you for creating also a space for brainstorm. We will have a break now, so tea, coffee break. We were in a room without windows for a long time, so go out on Pacia Terrace, which is available on the upper floor. And 25-minute coffee, tea, water break.
I know, given.
Thanks, everyone. And also, since the next session doesn't start immediately after, we can also hang out and talk if anyone wants to.
The what fan?
Arena fan?
Me, I love Arena. You use Arena?
Yeah. But you need to get the attribution API people to talk to the Arena people.
Why? Wait, okay, tell me everything.
Because there's no attribution.
No, I know. Which is why it's always like such
Where does
good
this
partners.
go?
Exactly, and I feel like they would be such a natural partner for us, but they do
Trying
have
to
kind
do
of
stuff
yeah.
very
Translation support. Please get the translation device and headphones from a corner if there will be interpretation. And just don't forget to put it back after the session. Si vous parlez en français, tant mieux. Donc la session sera en français. Oui, on commence dans quelques minutes. Merci beaucoup.
Should I start now or wait some? Okay.
Tu veux prendre le micro?
Ouais, mais je dois. Je verrai. Alors bonjour, bienvenue dans cet atelier qui se veut aussi pratique, mais d'abord on va faire une bonne partie théorique, donc ne quittez pas la salle trop vite, parce que ça va être un petit peu dur au début, et puis après on mettra la main dans le cambouis. Enfin, je vois déjà qu'il y a des personnes qui connaissent déjà très bien le projet, mais j'espère qu'il y a aussi des gens qui ne connaissent pas du tout. Justement, en fait, pour faire connaissance déjà un petit peu au début, j'aimerais bien savoir qui c'est qui est dans la salle. Et si vous pouvez scanner, y compris aussi ceux qui sont en ligne, vous pouvez aussi scanner le QR code et participer volontiers. J'ai 2-3 questions, et puis comme ça j'orienterai un petit peu différemment selon s'il y a beaucoup d'enseignants ou pas, de bibliothécaires ou pas. Alors... Alors, la première question, comment vous considérez-vous, si vous pouvez, alors cliquer plusieurs choses, wikipédien, wikipédienne, wikimédien, médienne, wiktionnariste, enseignant, enseignante, bibliothécaire, dicographe ou autre. Alors, je vous montre juste les résultats aussi. Je prends le micro comme ça. Est-ce qu'il fonctionne? Oui, magnifique. OK. Alors, on a forcément beaucoup de wikimédiens, wikimédiennes, ce qui est assez logique à Wikimania. Ça m'intéresse ceux qui ont mis autre, du coup, s'il y a des gens qui sont autres. Oui? Je te donne le micro directement.
Bon, ancienne enseignante, ancienne bibliothécaire et maintenant informatrice jeunesse.
Du coup, tu as quasiment tout cliqué, tout coché. OK. Ouais. Quand même aussi des enseignants, des bibliothécaires. Dicographe, il y a des gens qui ont cliqué dicographe. Qu'est-ce que c'est dicographe?
Ceux qui participent au dico, comme le dico des ados ou le Wiktionnaire.
Oui, exactement. En fait, c'est le petit nom qu'on se donne. C'est un mot qui n'existe pas. Et puis, c'est le petit mot qu'on se donne à ceux qui contribuent à Dico Ado. Donc, il existe. Oui, voilà. Oui, alors c'est un mot qui n'existe pas dans le Larousse. Mais bien sûr, bien sûr. Peut-être ceux qui sont pas dans la salle. Donc, on me demande si ça existe ce mot ou pas dans le Dico des ados. Oui, bien sûr qu'il existe. Donc, si vous voulez le chercher, vous le trouverez. Deuxième question, il m'arrive de travailler quand même avec des jeunes de 10-15 ans, donc travailler au sens vraiment large du thème, est-ce que de manière professionnelle ou pas, quoi. Alors c'est clair, quand vous avez entre 10-15 ans, du coup, ouais, souvent. Jamais. Qu'est-ce qui vous a amené à la session où c'est noté découvrir les wikis pour des 10-15 ans, mais je bosse jamais avec ces personnes-là, mais ça m'intéresse quand même. C'est quelqu'un dans la salle? Je donne juste le micro pour comme ça ceux qui sont pas forcément là, ils peuvent quand même aussi entendre.
J'ai de jeunes enfants qui auront un jour 10-15 ans.
Du coup, ils ont quel âge? 2 ans. Ah ouais. 2 ans. J'espère que Dicoado et les autres projets pour les enfants comme Wikidia seront toujours présents dans 10, 15, 20. Pourquoi pas fêter les 25 ans aussi. Ok. Oui, remettre le QR code, bien sûr. Voilà. Vas-y. C'est bon, Gabriel? Ok. Tu voulais répondre à la première question ou c'est bon? Ah ok. Et puis là, je voulais savoir un peu d'où vous venez. Alors, je savais pas trop comment mettre ça, où c'est que vous habitez, où c'est que vous travaillez, etc. Je me suis dit, bon, ben, il y a un mois, à peu près, plus ou moins, où vous étiez. Oui, ben, c'est où chez moi? Dans les Vosges. Alors... c'est sûr. Donc là, ça va prendre un peu plus de temps parce qu'il faut déjà repérer, zoomer, valider. Je crois qu'on peut modifier ou pas. Bien sûr. Je suis étonné que personne ne l'ait fait. Ok, donc. Australia, nobody? Not yet. Mais on a quand même, ouais, on a quand même des gens qui viennent un peu. Pas forcément une grande surprésentation de l'Europe. Merci l'Arctique. Ou l'Antarctique, je sais jamais. Attends, celui-là c'est le sud. Hein, ouais. Ah oui, bah c'était voulu. Un peu de challenge. Ok. Et puis, dernière question, un petit peu plus pour rentrer gentiment dans le sujet. Qu'est-ce que vous mettez comme valeur derrière les projets Wikimedia? Alors, peut-être la principale que vous avez en tête. Et si vous en avez d'autres, ben aussi, là aussi, vous pouvez en mettre plusieurs. Et vous pouvez, je crois que j'ai mis, vous pouvez liker ce que vous trouvez. Comme ça, s'il y a quelque chose que... Si vous n'avez pas d'idée, vous attendez qu'il y en ait quelques-unes qui arrivent. Puis après, vous pouvez les... La nourriture, ça commence bien. Ok, ça c'est le plaisir de faire des sessions de fin de journée, fin de semaine, on peut encore. Ok, on va stopper dans 10-15 secondes, comme ça, on va pouvoir lire, parce que ça c'est un peu compliqué. C'est juste, hein, si vous likez quelque chose, ça devient plus grand. Il me semble. Hein. Allez, encore 5 secondes. Et voilà. Je suis étonné que la nourriture ne soit pas sortie en plein milieu. Alors, collaboration, fiabilité, partage. Ok, gratuité, gentillesse. Les Vosges. Bah, il est arrivé trop tard, il n'a pas pu... il n'a pas pu mettre qu'il venait des Vosges, forcément. L'alcool, la nourriture. Ouais, l'alcool, j'ai pas trop vu, personnellement, mais... Surtout pour les 10-15 ans. Ok, ça désinhibe. Allez, alors on revient à nos moutons, plus ou moins, si ça vient. Ok.
Donc, peut-être avant de commencer la présentation à proprement parler, juste me présenter. Je m'appelle Vivien Épinay. J'ai laissé mon badge derrière parce que j'aime pas trop faire les présentations avec un truc autour du cou, mais si vous me retrouvez dehors, volontiers pour qu'on échange, moi je suis là jusqu'à samedi soir. Je suis enseignant de formation, ça fait 20 ans que j'enseigne en primaire, à l'école primaire en Suisse, avec des grands, tout est relatif, mais des grands en primaire, donc 12-13 ans. Et puis, maintenant je travaille plus qu'un jour par semaine comme enseignant. J'ai 2 jours où je travaille à la HEP, donc HEP c'est l'école pour les profs en fait. Et puis 2 jours à Wikimania CH depuis 3 ans, donc Wikimedia Suisse, dans le domaine de l'éducation, avec mon collègue Jean-Marc Wyss, qui m'assiste aujourd'hui, pour ceux qui sont en ligne. Donc n'hésitez pas, ici dans la salle, mais aussi en ligne, si vous avez des questions à n'importe quel moment, de m'interrompre, et puis comme ça sera un peu plus aussi interactif. Surtout comme j'ai dit que la première partie, elle sera un petit peu longue peut-être. Donc, projet Wikimedia, donc vous le connaissez, je vais pas les expliciter, mais en fait ce qu'il y avait derrière justement, c'est les valeurs communes. Et c'est vrai qu'à part les projets officiels entre guillemets qui sont hébergés par la fondation, eh ben il y en a plein d'autres. Il y en a plein d'autres qui sont parfois supportés par financés, aidés en ressources financières ou humaines par des chapitres wikimédiens ou pas. Et je peux citer par exemple Lingua Libre, Wikidia ou le Dico des ados qui partageons justement ces mêmes valeurs de respect, de partage, tout ce que vous avez sorti avant, à part peut-être l'alcool. Et les Vosges. Les Vosges, pourquoi pas, si les Vosges, oui. Dico ado. Pourquoi Dico ado? Comme je vous ai dit, je suis enseignant, et puis en fait, le projet de base, c'est parti de mes cours de vocabulaire avec lesquels j'étais pas satisfait, parce que je les faisais un petit peu à l'ancienne, dans le sens où on se passait des feuilles de vocabulaire avec les autres enseignants, et puis on les distribuait, et puis les enfants apprenaient, et puis voilà, puis on se disait que grâce à ça, leur vocabulaire s'enrichissait de plus en plus, et puis, alors peut-être un peu, mais je trouvais ça assez creux de commencer l'année par le A, de finir l'année par le Z, et puis de passer par des mots comme abeille, maison, des choses que même mon enfant de 2 ans connaissait. Donc assez rapidement, je leur ai demandé d'apporter plutôt eux des mots qui croisaient dans la vie réelle, et puis d'essayer de les expliquer avec leurs propres mots. Donc plutôt que de copier justement de ce qui est trouvé dans le dictionnaire ou bien sur Internet, d'essayer vraiment de se dire comment, maintenant que j'ai compris ce que ce mot voulait dire, comment j'arrive moi à le recracher avec des mots que quelqu'un d'autre pourrait comprendre qui a mon âge. Et c'est un petit peu comme ça que c'est parti ce projet. Donc pendant 3-4 ans, j'ai fait ça simplement sur un traitement de texte. Et puis donc ça restait que dans ma classe. On faisait ça chaque semaine. Et puis ils apprenaient la semaine suivante ce qu'ils avaient sorti la semaine précédente. Et puis, gentiment, au bout de 3-4 ans, je me suis dit, mais là, j'ai quand même une base de données qui est intéressante, qu'on trouve nulle part, avec justement des définitions qui sont uniques. Et c'est un peu dommage de ne pas partager ça avec d'autres enseignants, avec pourquoi pas d'autres personnes qui pourraient justement améliorer, contribuer, etc. Et c'est comme ça que c'est arrivé assez vite à faire un wiki. Et puis, quel meilleur logiciel que celui qui est derrière Wikipédia, etc., pour que tout ça tienne en fait. Et c'est comme ça que je suis arrivé gentiment dans le monde des Wikimédias en fait, donc vraiment plutôt par le côté entre guillemets technique. Le constat bien sûr, c'est que justement les dictionnaires physiques, je ne sais pas quand c'est la dernière fois que vous en avez ouvert un. Tous les jours. Ok, on a un dinosaure dans la salle. Un dictionnariste, oui.
J'ouvre tous les jours un dictionnaire, il y en a au moins 4, 5 autour de l'ordinateur, toujours ouverts avec des marque-pages. Mais bon, c'est particulier.
Oui, non, puis je t'embête, je me permets de te tutoyer? Je t'embête, mais effectivement, c'est clair que les dictionnaristes, vous visez l'exhaustivité, vous visez vraiment quelque chose où il y a un maximum d'informations, donc c'est mieux d'avoir des sources qui sont qui sont plutôt solides et puis de plutôt avoir 10 dictionnaires qu'un seul en ligne. Donc du coup, ouais, évidemment. Nous, on est plutôt la sobriété, on vise plutôt la sobriété. Donc, en tout cas, les élèves de ma classe, de mes classes, pour leur faire ouvrir le dictionnaire, c'est compliqué. On le fait parce que c'est quand même mieux qu'ils aient chemin moins de référence, mais c'est long, enfin, voilà, c'est boum. Voilà, pour toutes ces raisons. Bien sûr.
Donc, tu as essayé de faire ouvrir des dictionnaires. Est-ce que ça pose un problème, l'ordre alphabétique? Est-ce que les élèves le connaissent toujours? Je ne sais pas.
Merci de ta question encore une fois. N'hésitez pas à intervenir à n'importe quel moment. Ça fait toujours plaisir d'avoir un public qui échange. Oui, bien sûr. Donc, c'est justement un des objectifs qu'on a, en tout cas en Suisse, c'est de connaître l'ordre alphabétique. Et puis, si possible, pas seulement de manière théorique, mais justement, une des manières de faire rentrer cet ordre alphabétique de manière un peu naturelle, c'est d'ouvrir des dictionnaires et puis de rechercher. Mais c'est laborieux. C'est laborieux parce que finalement, c'est le seul exercice un peu réel où ils ont besoin de ça. Il y avait avant, il y a le bottin téléphonique, il n'y a plus. Donc, ouais. Les index. Ah, les index, oui, d'accord. Les tables matières, l'index, oui. Ouais. Oui. Non, mais alors on est tout à fait d'accord. Hein. Moi, je suis d'accord avec vous que c'est important, tout ce que vous voulez. Mais la liste de classe, la liste des élèves, oui, ça c'est important pour le prof, mais pour l'élève, c'est quand même assez compliqué. Et je les comprends quand même un petit peu. Parce que justement, c'est vrai que même une fois qu'ils ont trouvé leur mot, il faut encore trouver la bonne définition, il faut qu'ils comprennent la définition, il faut que le jargon soit compréhensible. Il y a une question? Pardon, oui, une question, une remarque.
Maintenant, c'est un peu tard, la parole a été prise par les hommes.
Oui.
En fait, je voulais savoir pourquoi est-ce que la Suisse demandait encore l'enseignement de l'ordre alphabétique, parce que justement, ça n'a aucune utilité aujourd'hui pour 99% de la population.
Donc en France, c'est pas le cas?
Je n'ai pas regardé les derniers programmes, mais de fait, dans la vie de tous les jours, c'est une connaissance métalinguistique en fait, et qui n'a pas d'utilité pour 99% des usages du quotidien, quoi. Donc,
Mais comme beaucoup de choses qu'on fait, je veux dire, ça dépend.
Je voulais juste connaître la raison pédagogique en fait qui était derrière.
Alors, je n'ai pas fait le plan d'étude, tu sais, Gabriel.
Oui, moi j'ai une réponse. C'est parce que je me suis rendu compte d'une chose, c'est qu'on enseigne encore aux petits gamins à l'école d'écrire avec un stylo à la main. Et qu'une fois qu'ils ont fini l'école, plus jamais de leur vie, ils vont utiliser un stylo. Alors pourquoi est-ce qu'on leur apprend à écrire à la main?
Juste pour répondre pour la France, moi j'avais des CE1 l'année dernière et je leur ai enseigné l'ordre alphabétique, donc oui, ça se fait encore, oui.
Okay, mais qu'est-ce qu'il y a derrière? Après, ça peut servir pour beaucoup de choses, en fait, mais c'est vrai que ça peut servir, mais est-ce que ça servira vraiment Oui, il y a peut-être une ébauche de réponse.
Alors, j'ai pas la réponse, mais dans la logique, tout comme les mathématiques où on se dit généralement à quoi ça peut servir, et ça a été démontré que ça permet de construire la logique, le fonctionnement et le raisonnement, j'imagine que l'ordre alphabétique et apprendre l'ordre alphabétique permet d'articuler, de construire aussi la pensée, comment articuler la pensée, mais je n'en ai aucune idée.
On continue là-dedans ou on avance? Ok. Je vous donne quelques exemples quand même pour dire quand même où est le souci, enfin en tout cas un des soucis. Donc j'ai pris comme exemple le petit Larousse illustré de 2026. Et c'est vrai que quand on cherche le mot concision, qu'on le fasse en ligne ou bien en ouvrant le dictionnaire, on trouve sur la définition suivante qualité de ce qui est concis, de celui qui est concis. Donc voilà. Donc l'enfant qui tombe là-dessus, ou l'enfant ou même l'adulte, enfin n'importe qui tombe là-dessus, je veux dire merci. Après, celui-là, c'est pas trop grave parce que concis, c'est pas si loin. Donc, on a qu'à remonter un petit peu et puis on arrive. Donc, ça va encore. Mais, un contre-exemple en bas, j'ai fait un screenshot là, de cet après-midi, ce qu'il y avait sur Dicoado sur concision. C'est pas forcément la meilleure définition qu'on a, mais il me semble qu'elle est quand même déjà plus intéressante et plus utile que celle du Larousse. Pardon ? La pression de la fin est indispensable. Oui, le petit attention. Ok. Oui, alors justement, on verra un peu les variables qu'on a décidé de mettre sur Dicoado, justement, donc peut-être pour ceux qui ne voient pas tout au fond, parce que la salle elle est remplie de monde. Non. Attention, ne pas confondre avec circoncision. Ça, c'est vrai que c'est une des particularités qu'on a sur Dicoado, qui n'est peut-être pas forcément sur d'autres dictionnaires. Il n'est pas défini parce qu'il est en orange, mais vous me prenez tous les slides qui vont arriver bientôt. Mais oui, donc voilà. Donc ça, il y a quelques éléments justement. On sait qu'on vise la sobriété, mais on vise aussi justement l'utilité dans le cadre classe ou juste au niveau pédagogique, quoi, de qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire avec un mot, qu'est-ce qu'on aurait peut-être justement sur un mot qu'on trouverait peut-être pas dans d'autres dictionnaires. Un deuxième exemple, tout simplement le mot mot. Donc là aussi, bon appétit pour la définition du haut. Alors, si quelqu'un sait ce que c'est syntactico-sémantique, à part les dictionnaristes. À part les dictionnaristes. Ouais. Enfin, voilà. Et ça, c'est des dictionnaires qu'on donne à nos élèves. En tout cas, en Suisse. Donc le problème qu'on a, c'est qu'on a déjà de la peine à chercher un mot. Quand on le trouve enfin avec la bonne définition, on la lit et dans le mot qu'on lit, on n'est pas plus avancé. On peut continuer la boucle et on finit jamais, quoi. Et au bout d'un moment, on abandonne et puis on ouvre plus un dictionnaire et puis je pense qu'on a raison de ne pas le faire. De manière générale, il y a deux grands atouts dans tous les dictionnaires numériques, donc que ce soit des dictionnaires collaboratifs ou pas, hein, mais on a un stockage qui est quasi limité, donc on a de la place pour mettre des illustrations, on a de la place pour mettre autant de définitions qu'on veut, ce qui peut poser aussi un problème, hein. Je veux dire, quand on ouvre le mot forêt et qu'on trouve des prononciations, elles sont à combien maintenant ? 40 prononciations de forêt ? Je sais pas. Voilà, bon. On peut réutiliser des définitions copier-coller, les médias, etc. Donc ça, c'est un des avantages des atouts des dictionnaires numériques. Et l'autre grand avantage, c'est les liens hypertextes. On est beaucoup plus efficace pour passer d'un mot à un autre. Alors, concision avant, concile n'est pas trop loin. Mais quand c'est des mots qui sont éloignés alphabétiquement, ça vient vite compliqué. Alors qu'avec un petit lien, si possible bleu, là, du coup, ça vient intéressant. On peut aussi regrouper des mots par thème, par catégorie, etc. Enfin, on connaît bien ça, justement, ceux qui participent sur les wikis et les projets Wikimedia. Moteur de recherche aussi. Donc, en résumé, Dicoado, c'est quoi ? C'est bien sûr un projet collaboratif. Donc, n'importe qui peut apporter sa pierre à l'édifice. C'est un projet qui est libre, donc sous la même licence que les autres projets Wikimedia à part Wikidata, et qui est bien sûr gratuit et sans pub. Il est aussi multiplateforme, donc il a été vraiment pensé pour justement, en tout cas au niveau navigation, mais aussi contribution, en tout cas les jeunes n'ont aucun souci avec ça, sur smartphone ou sur petite tablette. Et comme je disais tout à l'heure, on a choisi de pas aller dans tous les sens et essayer de tout définir avec un maximum d'informations, parce que là on a un petit lien qui est assez sympa qui sur chaque mot, en tout cas qui existe dans le dictionnaire, ça veut dire quasiment tous ceux qui sont chez nous, on renvoie sur le dictionnaire, et puis là justement celui qui est plus intéressé par l'étymologie par exemple, ou bien par d'autres prononciations plus exotiques, pourrait, ça c'était limite ce que je viens de dire, peuvent cliquer sur Wiktionnaire et puis justement voir un petit peu en savoir plus. Nous, on a décidé de se concentrer sur 8 variables, donc la classe ou les classes grammaticales, là où les définitions, avec les exemples qui vont avec, synonymes, contraires. Après, il y a une catégorie un petit peu fourre-tout, où il y a surtout des dérivés, des choses comme ça. Mais là, justement, on peut plus s'amuser pour ouvrir un petit peu le champ du mot, enfin le champ lexical, le champ du vocabulaire. Une partie illustration. Quand je dis illustration, c'est vraiment au sens large, donc ça peut être aussi des vidéos, ça peut être des images, des photos. Et la catégorie. S'il y a des questions, n'hésitez pas. Aujourd'hui, il y a plus de 6500 mots. Là, comme ça, je ne sais pas par cœur, mais enfin 6500, 7000 mots par là. Alors, les fichiers sons sont... Donc, la question, c'était est-ce qu'il y a des fichiers sons? Les fichiers sons sont simplement pris sur Wikimedia Commons. Donc, on travaille avec Lingua Libre. Et là, n'importe qui peut ajouter des mots sur Lingua Libre et puis ajouter des prononciations. Et puis, on peut les reprendre sans problème. Comme les images, d'ailleurs. Tout est interconnecté, en fait. Donc, aussi, les images sont celles de Wikimedia Commons. Et le but, justement, c'est que les gens, plutôt que d'uploader sur Dicoado, ils uploadent sur Wikimedia Commons pour que ça enrichisse tous les autres projets. Donc le but, c'est l'accessibilité. Donc le public cible, c'est bien sûr les... Ah, il y a une question. Oui.
Merci. Mais du coup, il n'y a pas les variantes des mots. Par exemple, clé qui peut s'écrire de deux façons. Il y a ça par rapport au dictionnaire.
Alors, merci de la question. Clé, c'est un excellent exemple du coup. Donc, on a décidé de se concentrer. Quand je dis on, en fait, on a une toute petite communauté. Et c'est vrai que les choses qui ont demandé des votes, il y a eu des votes. Et puis quand je dis on, c'est les personnes qui ont voté. Donc, des fois, il y avait peut-être 5-6 personnes. Mais c'est quelque chose qu'on a décidé ensemble. Et puis, donc là, ça a été décidé d'uniquement mettre en avant l'orthographe rectifiée. Par contre, c'est clairement indiqué quand un mot est rectifié. Donc clé, je ne sais pas s'il est dessus, on va voir. Mais normalement, alors, dico, clé. Donc si ça a été bien fait, il y a une bannière qui avertit comme quoi c'est un mot qui suit l'orthographe des rectifications de français. Et puis, on le trouve aussi en fait dans les liens. Ça c'est marqué, tu trouveras son orthographe traditionnelle sous voir également. Et puis là, du coup, sous voir également, tu trouveras l'orthographe clé. Et si tu cherches clé avec F, c'est simplement une redirection en fait vers clé avec accent aigu. C'est un lien bleu parce que c'est une redirection. Donc si je clique dessus, ça va simplement me renvoyer sur clé.
Imaginons, j'ai 12 ans, je vais dans le Dicoado, je vois clé avec un F, je clique clé, ça me renvoie à clé, mais ça ne me dit rien sur clé F. Je ne sais pas si je suis curieux, je dis mais pourquoi C'est ça que je...
Alors normalement, il y a cette bannière qui apparaît presque nulle part, qui devrait attirer l'œil si l'enfant va régulièrement sur Dicoado. Et du coup, en lisant que l'orthographe de ce mot suit les règles de rectification de français, sous-entendu, enfin tu lis après en dessous, ok. C'est pas clair?
Si, en fait, oui, remarque, oui.
Sinon, je suis volontiers ouvert. Ça me semblait clair, mais... Ok. Alors, donc là...
La dernière phrase d'exemple qu'on voit plus là sur l'écran, elle est vraiment problématique. Une trompette à clé, ça n'existe pas.
D'accord.
Désolé, mais...
Non, mais alors, volontiers. Donc, ceci est un wiki, donc bienvenue pour aller modifier tout à l'heure, volontiers. Volontiers. Trompette à clé.
Ce sont des exemples que vous inventez. Ce pas des exemples pris dans...
On me demande si c'est des exemples qui sont inventés. Oui, ce sont des... Alors, après, je ne sais pas qui a fait cet exemple. Donc, il faudrait regarder dans l'historique, etc. Et pourquoi il a fait ça, on ne pourrait peut-être pas forcément demander. Mais l'idée, effectivement, c'est d'avoir des exemples inventés par l'enfant ou par le jeune qui fait la définition, ou alors qui retrouve ça dans un corpus littérature jeunesse. Il y en a quelques-uns aussi qui existent. Il y a aussi un modèle avec justement pour sourcer ça comme il faut. On n'en a pas beaucoup, mais on a quelques-uns qui viennent de littérature jeunesse. Ouais. Mais ça, c'est compliqué. Du coup, c'est plus simple de dire, invente une bonne définition. Moi, je leur dis toujours, je fais l'exemple avec bleu. Je leur dis, mais mettez pas j'aime le bleu ou ce t-shirt est bleu parce que je peux aimer n'importe quoi. Ou ce t-shirt peut être sale, moche. Essayer de trouver, par exemple, bleu. Quand il fait beau, le ciel est bleu, ok. Là, je comprends mieux ce que ça veut dire bleu, par exemple. Donc, essayez vraiment de faire un exemple qui apporte quelque chose et pas qu'il soit simplement un exemple bateau, quoi. Autant pas mettre d'exemple. Une autre question, oui.
Est-ce que les mots sont sélectionnés, il y a des critères ou c'est comme le dictionnaire où on met n'importe quoi comme mot tant qu'il existe?
Alors, ça dépend dans quel contexte. Là, aujourd'hui, ce qu'on va faire, vous allez pouvoir faire ce que vous voulez. Moi, évidemment, dans ma classe, je vais leur demander d'avoir quand même un certain esprit critique, déjà dans la section du mot qu'ils vont choisir, dans le sens où j'aimerais pas que ce soit un mot qui soit trop facile. Comme tout à l'heure, on a dit maison, abeille, ça m'intéresse assez peu. Mais je veux pas non plus que ça devienne la course à je cherche dans un dictionnaire le mot qui est le plus compliqué du monde, et puis pour impressionner les autres, et finalement, je vais jamais l'utiliser parce que ça sert à rien. Donc le critère que je leur demande, c'est dans la vie réelle, dans la rue, en discutant avec vos parents, qu'est-ce qu'il y a comme mot que vous avez dit, ah tiens, ce mot je le connais un peu, mais il coince, j'aimerais bien aller creuser un petit peu. C'est un peu ça le critère. Donc quand même un mot qui est utilisable dans la vie courante. Mais évidemment c'est un wiki, donc là n'importe qui peut venir mettre n'importe quoi, y compris des fois des mots qui n'existent pas du tout. Nous c'est plus simple que le Wiktionnaire parce qu'en fait, souvent la manière de savoir si un mot existe ou pas, c'est d'aller regarder s'il existe dans le Wiktionnaire. S'il est dans le Wiktionnaire, en principe, s'il est dans le Wiktionnaire, on l'accepte. Et s'il n'est pas dans le Wiktionnaire, du coup, c'est des fois un peu plus compliqué parce que des fois, il y a des néologismes vraiment qui ne sont même pas dans le Wiktionnaire. Mais du coup, après, il faut chercher, c'est plus compliqué. Mais ça nous permet déjà, pour 95% des cas, donc 95% des cas, d'arriver à savoir si on accepte ou bien pas un mot.
Alors,
Question
justement, une petite question par rapport aux exemples. Est-ce que si jamais c'est un exemple qui était trouvé dans la littérature jeunesse, la littérature qu'ils consultent, où il y a souvent des inventions de mots, ce genre de choses, enfin Claude Pontier, etc. Du coup, il y a bien une trace, enfin il y a bien une occurrence. Est-ce que c'est comptabilisé ou il faut vraiment que ça soit corroboré par une autre source type dictionnaire?
Si je ne me trompe pas, ça c'est un apax, c'est ça Apax. Quand il n'y a qu'une seule occurrence dans un seul, c'est ça?
Oui, je suis au courant, mais...
L'APAX, c'est juste un mot qui n'a testé qu'une seule fois dans un corpus limité. Ce qui fait que le Wiktionnaire ne décrit pas de APAX puisqu'il n'a pas de corpus limité. C'est un peu difficile à...
C'est la réponse à ce monsieur qu'on fait aussi.
D'accord.
Non, ça répond ou pas à ta question?
Oui, potentiellement. Parce qu'en fait, je me disais peut-être la trompette à clé, ça a été trouvé dans un album ou un roman jeunesse. Et peut-être que c'est arrivé comme ça ici. Mais effectivement, si ça n'a pas d'occurrence ailleurs que dans ce document-là.
Juste pour dire la trompette à clé, effectivement, si je lis là ce qui est marqué, la deuxième technique est la trompette à clé. Elle a les mêmes dates d'apparition et de disparition que le bouchage des trompettes. Alors, l'idée commence à, encore une fois, être expérimentée sur le corps. Bon, ça, c'est l'article Wikipédia. Je ne vais pas le lire en entier, mais effectivement,
c'est une bonne idée, je pense.
Alors, je ne sais pas si Wikipédia est une bonne référence, une référence pour le dico des ados. Je sais que, par exemple, je travaille beaucoup avec mes élèves sur Wikidia, et puis Wikipédia n'est pas une référence, mais voilà. C'est une source.
Du coup, ça s'est répondu, plus ou moins. Ouais. Non, mais l'idée, c'est de faire vraiment quelque chose qui soit utile. Donc, pour la plupart des cas, c'est pas trop compliqué de savoir si c'est utile ou pas.
Oui, j'ai une question, quelque chose que je pense qu'on avait évoqué une fois, mais la question plus précise, c'est il y a eu l'expérience du dictionnaire des écoliers il y a plus longtemps, une quinzaine d'années peut-être. Est-ce que tu en avais connaissance à l'ouverture du dico des ados? Et à ce moment-là, est-ce qu'il y a des choses qu'il s'agit de te faire un peu différemment? Parce que c'est vrai que ça avait mal terminé.
Ouais. Alors non, je ne connaissais pas du tout. C'est toi qui m'as fait découvrir ça, sauf erreur, il y a effectivement 15 ans en arrière. Et moi, j'ai découvert quand tu étais déjà mort, ce projet. Sauf erreur, c'était un projet du ministère et puis qui avait été un peu poussé. Puis après, c'était venu un peu... Ça, c'est le problème, en fait, quand on ouvre quelque chose et que les gens commencent à pouvoir mettre un peu n'importe quoi, finalement. Et c'est un petit peu la peur que j'avais en ouvrant ça, en disant ben ouais, ça vient un wiki, donc le jour où j'arrive plus à regarder qu'est-ce qui se passe dessus, c'est potentiellement problématique. Ouais. Mais comment faire pour que ça ne devienne pas comment ça s'appelle déjà, le dictionnaire des écoliers?
Oui, le dictionnaire des écoliers. Juste pour préciser, donc oui, donc c'est le ministère qui avait seulement peut-être dans une académie la première année, puis après à un niveau national, donc faire écrire des définitions par des élèves en école primaire. Et puis après ils les ont réunis, ils ont publié, ils ont mis en ligne. Et il y a des journalistes qui ont relevé des définitions sexistes, comme ça. Donc ça fait un bad buzz, enfin sexiste puis d'autres choses. Et ça fait un gros bad buzz, et puis ils l'ont fermé, et ça peut redémarrer. C'était écrit site fermé temporairement pendant 2 ans, et puis après il a disparu, ou des choses comme ça.
Bon, déjà, c'est un wiki, donc rien que ça, c'est pas porté par un ministère ou par quelque chose d'officiel déjà. Donc rien que là, il est protégé dans le sens où il n'y a pas comme il n'est pas porté par rien d'officiel, il ne peut pas non plus être fermé par quelque chose d'officiel. Donc ça, c'est quand même peut-être le bon côté des wikis. Après, il y a quand même pas mal de garde-fous. Alors pour les définitions sexistes, il y a quand même, moi qui passe régulièrement sur les modifications récentes, c'est quand même un petit projet avec assez peu de contributions. Là d'ailleurs, je présenterai demain, mais je ne vais pas trop dans les détails, mais il y a un bot avec l'IA aussi qui permet quand même de sélectionner assez rapidement et de bien m'aider, en tout cas pour les gros trucs. Alors peut-être pas les définitions sexistes qui sont un peu limites, mais en tout cas pour les gros vandalismes, mais qui passent quand même tout ce qui est regex. Ça permet justement de quand même être alerté assez rapidement et d'être pas toujours systématiquement sur mon attel en train de regarder, sur mon smartphone, en train de regarder s'il y a des modifications récentes ou bien pas problématiques.
Oui, non, mais en effet, je pense pas que le risque, c'est pas forcément qu'il y ait quelques articles qui aient des problèmes comme ça temporairement. Là, ça a été accentué par le fait que justement que c'était le ministère, on l'aurait peut-être tombé dessus pour ça aussi. Donc,
oui, ça a disparu de l'écran, mais enfin, tu peux le remettre, oui.
Ouais.
Je suis étonné que les définitions ne commencent pas par une majuscule et ne finissent pas par un point.
Ok, c'est parti. Alors, c'est un choix. C'est un choix, tout simplement. Il y a des dictionnaires qui le font comme tu évoques, il y en a d'autres qui le font autrement. Là, je trouve l'important, c'est que toutes les définitions soient un peu faites de la même manière. Et là, en l'occurrence, c'est partout comme ça. Et c'est aussi, de plus, il y a quand même une idée pédagogique là derrière, c'est qu'on puisse encore plus facilement déterminer ce qui est une définition et ce qui est un exemple. Parce que contrairement justement aux définitions, les exemples commencent toujours par une majuscule et se terminent toujours par un signe de ponctuation. Merci de l'intervention. En fait, on va jamais arriver au bout de la partie théorique, je crois. Non, mais c'est jusqu'à quelle heure? 5h30? Okay. Bon, il y avait quand même quelques enseignants, donc je vais quand même faire la partie aussi pour les enseignants. Les autres, vous pouvez écouter si vous voulez. Bon, comme j'ai dit, je suis enseignant suisse, donc je connais bien le contexte suisse. Et là, j'ai sorti, voilà, j'ai sorti en fait le plan d'études roman, donc utilisé en Suisse, qui permet le fait d'utiliser ce dictionnaire sans problème en classe. Donc, je voulais peut-être juste lire ce qui est en gras, mais y compris déjà au cycle 2. Donc, cycle 2 en Suisse, ça veut dire des élèves qui ont entre 8 et 12 ans. Après aussi, on a le cycle 3, donc en français, qui permettrait aussi justement d'avoir des justifications sur pourquoi travailler avec des coados finalement dans ma classe. Donc cycle 3, ça veut dire 13, 14, 15 ans. Il y a même 2 objectifs qui sont touchés. Et puis bien sûr, il y a tout ce qui est en éducation avec l'éducation numérique. Comme c'est un outil qui est en ligne, et ça c'est vrai que je ne sais pas comment ça se passe dans les autres pays, mais en tout cas chez nous c'est un gros sujet ces 5-6 dernières années, je dirais, où on a aussi justement toute une partie du plan d'études, où on nous demande en fait de faire des projets, que les élèves fassent pas qu'ils fassent pour faire justement, mais qu'ils fassent des choses en lien avec le numérique de manière intelligente pour développer leur littératie numérique et être à l'aise avec les médias, avec l'ordinateur, etc. Donc là aussi, on a bien sûr des objectifs au cycle 2 et au cycle 3. Ces slides, vous les trouverez sur Wikimedia Commons quand j'aurai finalisé la présentation. Après, comme je ne connaissais pas les autres contextes, j'ai demandé à l'IA qu'est-ce qu'elle me proposait en France, en Belgique et à Québec. Je ne sais pas si c'est juste ou bien pas, mais ça m'avait l'air en tout cas assez... ça me semblait assez... Le socle commun, ça vous parle en France? Ouais, ok. Et le MI? Il y a des Belges dans la salle? Il me semble que je n'ai pas vu tout à l'heure. Ah, est-ce que ça existe ça aussi? Enfin, je l'ai quand même contrôlé, donc je sais que le tronc commun existe. Est-ce que ça... C'est plus à jour. Ok, ça existe, mais c'est plus à jour. Donc maintenant, faudrait mettre avec quoi? Si on devait relier?
Il y a juste une réforme en 2020. Allez, j'ai dit 2025, mais en fait, c'est en 2023 et l'application complète ici en 2025. Donc, l'application et la compréhension du français est beaucoup plus lente. Et donc, on est vraiment plus dans le cadre du tronc commun, c'est au-delà.
Ok, donc est-ce que ça ferait sens d'utiliser Dico avec des élèves de 11-12 ans en Belgique ou ça arriverait trop tôt?
Le principal problème, et j'attendais la fin de la présentation, le principal problème, c'est le fait qu'on a des variations de définition dans le français en lui-même. Et donc des définitions que je vois là, je sais que c'est du francophone suisse et ça ne serait pas applicable dans le francophone belge.
D'accord, merci. Et puis Québec, on a des Canadiens dans le... par ici, non? Et puis après, je me suis dit, aussi peut-être en Afrique, c'était compliqué à trouver en Afrique parce qu'il y avait tellement de pays différents, mais je sais peut-être avec l'approche par compétences de manière générale, quoi, les TIC, les TICO, et puis la maîtrise de langue enseignement qui n'est pas forcément la même que la langue maternelle. Ça peut être tout des justifications à utiliser Dico en classe. Je ne sais pas s'il y a des gens qui veulent s'exprimer là-dessus ou bien pas. Le but là, c'était un peu de justifier l'utilisation du site, quoi. Bon, alors, je vais plutôt passer à la manière dont je fais avec mes élèves. En fait, j'utilise presque pas le site en classe de manière contributive. Je leur demande de faire à la maison déjà justement comme je disais tout à l'heure, ils cherchent un mot qu'ils ont rencontré dans la vie réelle, ils le définissent. Alors ils peuvent chercher des informations sur le dictionnaire ou sur n'importe quel autre site en ligne ou sur un dictionnaire physique, dans le but justement de partir d'une base qui est entre guillemets validée, moins de référence, quoi. Et puis ensuite, une fois qu'ils ont bien compris ce que ça voulait dire, surtout pas copier, surtout pas juste paraphraser, mais vraiment réexpliquer avec leurs mots ce qu'ils ont compris. Et ils viennent à l'école avec ça, en fait. Donc il y a déjà eu un travail au préalable qui a été fait avant d'arriver. Et là, on se met tous, moi je le fais en plénum, on pourrait le faire en groupe ou en binôme, en fait. Mais là, on le fait tous ensemble. Je tire une dizaine d'élèves au sort. Et puis, ils apportent devant la classe leur définition et on discute comment on pourra améliorer, quelles sont peut-être les choses qui sont peut-être pas très claires, ou bien qu'est-ce qu'ils ont coupé, qu'ils auraient peut-être pas dû couper parce que c'est peut-être important dans la définition en question. Est-ce qu'il y a des définitions qui manquent, etc. Enfin, c'est vraiment un moment qui est hyper riche et qui permet justement de vraiment... travailler le vocabulaire et tout ce qui va autour du vocabulaire durant l'année. En fait, je le fais au fur et à mesure de l'année et je vois bien que leurs compétences en début d'année et en fin d'année, mais ça n'a rien à voir. Pour eux, c'est clair ce que c'est un synonyme, c'est clair ce que c'est un contraire, c'est clair aussi comment on fait une définition. Alors que quand je le faisais à l'ancienne, où j'avais par exemple, je sais pas, 2-3 semaines sur les synonymes, alors c'est clair qu'ils étaient calés là-dedans les 2-3 semaines où je faisais, mais quand ça venait l'examen final et puis que ça ressortait les synonymes, là, ils étaient, c'est quoi déjà? On a vu ça en décembre l'année passée. Alors que là, en le faisant chaque semaine, c'est que c'est quelque chose qui fait beaucoup plus sens en fait. Et là, je vois bien l'utilité de travailler par projet en classe. Et l'étape 3, en fait, il la faisait à la maison. Donc il y avait une sorte de deux travaux à domicile, le premier où il préparait et le dernier où chacun rentrait en fait son mot qui avait été travaillé en classe et il le rentrait dans le dictionnaire, dans le dico-ado. Ce qui permet en fait de dire que même si on est dans une classe qui qui n'est pas forcément bien équipé en outils numériques, qui n'a pas un ordinateur par élève, eh ben, c'est pas un problème, parce que finalement, Dico-Ado, c'est un prétexte. C'est un prétexte pour bosser le vocabulaire et tout ce qu'il y a derrière. Mais c'est un prétexte qui est assez cool, parce que les enfants qui voient leurs mots qui peuvent être vus par n'importe qui, ben, on voit que ça leur fait plaisir avec l'image qu'ils ont choisi de mettre, etc. Donc c'est vrai que c'est assez sympa. Quelle exigence avoir? Que faut-il remplir? Comment faire? Corriger? Donc ça, c'est quelque chose qu'on va découvrir un petit peu après, mais c'est des questions que forcément qui arrivent, parce que moi, en tant qu'enseignant, qu'est-ce que j'accepte? Puis on va voir que faire une définition. Alors là, on a des spécialistes dans la salle avec les Wiktionaristes, donc voilà, mais moi, j'ai déjà fait ce genre de présentation avec des bibliothécaires, et de faire l'exercice, c'est hyper compliqué déjà pour un adulte. Donc même chose avec les enfants, la première fois qu'on fait, c'est compliqué, et au fur et à mesure, ça arrive. Que faut-il remplir? Il faut rien remplir. En fait, la seule chose qu'il faut, c'est mettre c'est vraiment le bare minimum, quoi. C'est la classe grammaticale et une définition. Ça suffit. Mais ou alors une classe grammaticale et un synonyme. Parce que des fois, un bon synonyme, c'est tout autant bon qu'une définition. Donc ça, c'est le minimum. Et après, bien sûr, tout le reste, si on veut, si ça fait du sens, de mettre une image sur quelque chose de concret, ça peut être aussi mieux qu'une définition. Par contre, de mettre une image sur quelque chose qui est complètement abstrait, peut-être éviter, parce que ça apporte peut-être pas forcément grand-chose. Comment faire corriger? J'ai essayé plein de choses. À un moment, j'ai imprimé leur définition au stylo rouge, etc., mais c'était pas forcément la meilleure solution. J'ai demandé à un élève de se mettre avec un autre pour corriger de ça, parce que des fois, il y a des erreurs. Hein, c'est pas toujours, c'est pas toujours la qualité n'est pas toujours au top. Ou alors simplement j'ai corrigé moi-même, qu'au bout d'un moment c'est vrai que je disais je le fais moi le travail final. Ils ont déjà fait tout le travail au préalable et puis voilà. Mais je dirais j'ai pas vraiment de réponse par rapport à ça. Ça reste un wiki, il y a encore des erreurs qui sont possibles de rencontrer, donc n'hésitez pas à aussi y mettre votre patte. Outils numériques, bon ça je l'ai dit tout à l'heure, mais en gros il n'y a pas forcément besoin d'avoir plein d'appareils électroniques dans la classe. Évidemment par contre pour le consulter, il faut avoir Internet. Et quelques petites recommandations par rapport au compte personnel. Donc c'est pas obligatoire, on peut contribuer sans compte, mais c'est quand même vivement recommandé. Pourquoi? Donc toujours dans un contexte scolaire, hein, parce que c'est plus gratifiant. Hein, il voit son pseudo apparaître dans l'historique. Ça permet aussi justement d'avoir une sorte de partie sociale où il peut interagir avec ses camarades, les remercier, etc. Et puis pour l'enseignant, c'est pratique de voir que le compte XYZ, il fait toujours des erreurs de A avec accent et A sans accent, par exemple, et de dire cette personne-là, je vais peut-être lui rappeler un petit peu comment ça marche, cet homophone. Est-ce qu'il y a des questions jusque-là? Oui.
En demandant aux élèves de créer leur propre compte, il n'y a pas un problème de protection des données?
Merci beaucoup. La slide suivante répondra, j'espère, à la question. Si elle n'a pas répondu, je reviens volontiers vers toi.
Oui, par rapport à la contribution sur le DICO depuis une école, est-ce que des IP scolaires sont bloqués parfois?
Ça arrive bien sûr parfois. Et là, comme je suis admin, c'est pas trop un problème. Mais c'est vrai que ça peut... Oui, je sais bien. J'ai encore jamais rencontré ce problème, honnêtement. Il n'y a jamais personne... Oui. Je veux dire, moi, j'ai jamais personne qui m'a dit qu'il avait rencontré ce problème.
Voilà, bon, moi je travaille beaucoup avec les élèves. Au début, c'est Wikipédia, maintenant c'est sur Wikidia. Et très souvent, les IP scolaires sont bloqués pour l'édition, mais ne sont pas forcément bloqués pour ceux qui ont un compte. Alors c'est pour ça que je travaille avec les élèves, chacun fait un compte.
C'est ce que je voulais dire. En fait, on peut leur demander de faire un compte à la maison. Et là, en principe, ils ne devraient pas être bloqués à la maison. Et ça pourrait être... En tout cas, c'est vrai que quand j'ai fait des ateliers dans les bibliothèques, j'ai eu, pas pour Dicoado, mais pour Wikipédia et autres, on a eu demandé de faire le compte avant l'atelier, comme ça on n'avait pas de problème là. Ouais. Effectivement, parce qu'après aussi, des fois, ils ne laissent pas faire plus de temps compte avec la même adresse IP en même temps, et on s'évite plein de problèmes en fait en anticipant les choses.
Toujours dans le technique, là, est-ce qu'il est possible d'avoir un statut de créateur de compte sur le DICO des ados?
Bien entendu que oui. Ouais. Donc là, il n'y a pas de problème. Les enseignants, il y a même un compte spécial, comment on appelle ça, un groupe spécial, un statut spécial enseignant en fait, qui permet justement d'avoir des droits étendus pour pas mal de choses. Ouais. Ok. Et oui, tu avais une question? Ok. Donc juste pour répondre à la question, donc quelques conseils pratiques, justement, évidemment, ne pas utiliser leur prénom, leur nom de famille ou tout ce qui pourrait les identifier. Par contre, faites précéder le nom d'utilisateur de vos élèves d'une même suite de lettres, ça vous permettra de les retrouver facilement dans les modifications récentes. Et puis, entrez une adresse email valide pour pouvoir réinitialiser le mot de passe. Là, il n'y a pas de problème, vous pouvez utiliser une adresse même avec un prénom, vu qu'elle ne sera pas diffusée sur le wiki. Ça reste quelque chose d'interne. Oui.
Il y a toujours le problème, en tout cas en France, de l'autorisation des parents. Alors,
par rapport à quoi?
la solution, par rapport à la création de compte, c'est pas à l'enseignant de décider si l'élève peut se créer un compte. Il faut une autorisation. Enfin, là, on est... et l'idée de faire créer le compte chez soi avec ses parents, c'est peut-être une solution, quoi.
Okay. Oui, alors évidemment, alors si en France on doit demander aux parents de créer un compte, pardon?
C'est ce que je fais.
Ok, ouais. Voilà, merci. Ok, et puis tu avais une question
Oui, il y a un Wikimédien, Zico Van Dijk, qui est à l'origine de Clexicon, qui faisait la différence entre les wikis de contenu et les wikis éducatifs. Content-oriented wiki et voilà. Et puis éventuellement mixte entre les deux. J'avais les noms sous les yeux que j'avais ouverts là. Je vais avoir ça. Voilà. Pour les Children Wiki Encyclopedias, Education Oriented, or Content Oriented, or Mixed Orientation. Alors comment est-ce que le DICO des ados se place là-dedans?
Alors, très clairement, au début, on était pédagogical, vu que là-bas, c'est vraiment une création pédagogique. Hein. Le but, c'était de mettre les enfants dessus et puis de découvrir un peu tout ce monde de création, de wiki, de contribution, etc. Mais gentiment, on glisse aussi, je dirais, dans le mix, parce que ce qu'on a contribué depuis maintenant 10 ans, ça peut devenir utile aussi comme ressource, en fait. Autant au début, je le déconseillais d'utiliser comme ressource parce qu'il manquait les 3/4 des mots qu'on allait chercher dessus. Autant maintenant, il n'y a toujours pas beaucoup de mots. Hein, comme j'ai dit tout à l'heure, on a 6500, 7000 mots. Mais c'est quand même des mots qui régulièrement, justement, comme c'est des mots qui sont utiles, que les enfants rencontrent vraiment, c'est toujours un peu les mêmes finalement. Et maintenant, je commence à avoir un petit peu le problème inverse, où j'ai beaucoup d'élèves qui viennent avec des mots qui sont déjà dessus. Alors là, ce qu'on fait, c'est je leur dis, soit vous trouvez un autre mot, soit vous gardez le mot que vous voulez, puis vous améliorez la définition, ou bien vous ajoutez quelque chose, une image, ou une définition en plus, par exemple. Donc on glisse gentiment vers quelque chose qui est clairement mixte. Ok. Je vais passer un peu rapidement là-dessus, mais si jamais il y a une page spéciale pour les profs, donc ceux qui sont profs, n'hésitez pas à aller sur Dicoado en haut à droite, il y a aide, et puis page spéciale pour les profs, et vous trouverez du matériel pédagogique, notamment une fiche justement pour pouvoir faire ça de manière débranchée, des mots emblématiques qui explicitent bien un petit peu toutes les spécificités qu'on peut retrouver dans Dicoado, les règles des mots acceptés, même si j'ai dit que la règle numéro 1 finalement c'est d'aller regarder sur Wiktionnaire si ça existe ou bien pas. Et puis l'aide sur les différentes variables si vous avez besoin. On passe à la deuxième partie avec les bibliothécaires. Je ne suis pas bibliothécaire, mais j'ai fait quand même pas mal de travail avec eux autour du DICO. Et une des questions, c'est en fait comment positionner ce dico parmi les autres sources. Bon, je pense que le plus simple, c'est on a toujours des posts fixes ou pas fixes d'ailleurs, et puis d'un simplement mettre un lien, par exemple, sur la page d'accueil qui permet justement de mettre en valeur la ressource, et puis de donner du sens. Donc ça, c'est quelque chose qui va un peu aussi pour l'école. Hein. C'est clair, si on utilise le dico que pour faire son travail du lundi matin, pour mettre sur sa définition et c'est tout, je pense que c'est un petit peu creux. Et ça répond peut-être aussi un peu à ta question, justement, de l'histoire de la ressource. Je pense que si de temps en temps, on laisse aussi chercher justement sur Dicoado si le mot qu'il ne trouve pas, enfin le mot qu'il cherche à définir, et ben ça peut être aussi sympa plutôt que d'ouvrir un dictionnaire habituel. Et en plus de voir que s'il n'existe pas, ben vas-y, tu sais ce que tu as à faire pour la semaine prochaine. Ce qu'on va faire après, c'est un petit peu un atelier que je fais aussi avec les bibliothécaires. C'est justement découvrir un petit peu l'outil. Alors, je ne vais pas trop le présenter parce que vous êtes quand même des gens qui connaissent un peu comment les wikis fonctionnent. Mais par contre, de créer justement une définition, de voir que ce n'est pas si simple, de préparer justement à l'avance les mots, des choses comme ça. Et puis, de voir, en fait, c'est assez cool d'avoir son mot qui arrive et puis qui est... Mais ça, c'est aussi quelque chose que vous connaissez bien sur les wikis, quoi. Une autre idée, ça serait justement d'avoir une station autonome enrichie ton dico. Donc un espace, un endroit avec un appareil, comme on a ici pour Lingua Libre par exemple, un endroit où on peut venir et puis ajouter un mot ou deux, avec des exemples à côté ou des instructions sur comment le faire de manière intelligente. Là aussi, on peut se tourner vers une liste de mots thématiques en lien avec une semaine des semaines thématiques ou des choses comme ça, ou une série spéciale de littérature jeunesse ou des choses comme ça. Enfin, c'est des idées. Hein. Après, vous les prenez pas. Et dernière idée, un atelier thématique dans un lexique. Donc là aussi, choisir un thème en lien, soit avec une semaine spéciale ou avec une collection. Et puis regarder ce qui manque et puis créer ensemble des définitions. Voilà. Est-ce qu'il y a peut-être des bibliothécaires dans la salle qui voudraient ajouter quelque chose par rapport à ça? Parce que là, je suis un petit peu moins à l'aise avec les bibliothécaires. Ou pas, hein, si c'est... Non, ok. Si ça fait sens, c'est plutôt bon signe. Ok. Alors, on va pouvoir mettre les mains dans le cambouis. Quelle heure est-il? Parfait, il reste une petite demi-heure. Donc, comme j'ai dit tout à l'heure, après vous faites ce que vous voulez. Hein. Mais si on veut jouer un petit peu les élèves, là ce que je leur demanderais, c'est d'avoir un mot qui est vraiment authentiquement utile. Pas trop simple ni trop compliqué. Vous avez des exemples de mots trop simples et trop compliqués en bas. Hein, sternocleidomastoïdien. Et ils sont tous les trois, ils sont dessus. Hein, donc on peut. Mais je pense que superstitieux, par exemple, ça ferait pas mal de sens. Mais il est déjà fait. Et éviter aussi les mots trop polysémiques. Ça, parce que justement, quand on commence à définir quelque chose et puis on voit qu'il y a 1, 2, 18 définitions, alors, de nouveau, c'est pas parce qu'un mot sur le Wiktionnaire a 10 définitions qu'on va mettre les 10 définitions sur le Dicoado. Pas du tout. Hein. Comme je disais tout à l'heure, on vise la sobriété. Donc, on va prendre les définitions les plus utiles dans la vie réelle. Et là, je vois une main qui se lève.
Oui, j'ai une main qui se lève avec une question peut-être un petit peu méchante, mais que faites-vous du mot faire, donc, par exemple? Vous avez les 60 définitions qu'on a sur le Wiktionnaire? Alors,
évidemment que non. Vu que vous êtes nos grands frères, on respecte les grands frères. Non. Faire, je crois que c'est une excellente question. Tu as fait exprès de poser la question faire ou bien pas?
Je sais juste que c'est un mot qui est hyper bizarre en langue française, donc c'est pour ça que je le prends.
Alors faire, justement, on a opté sur une approche complètement différente. On s'est dit, on ne va pas faire une définition. Le verbe faire devrait toujours être interverti par un verbe beaucoup plus précis, comme par exemple, et là tu vois l'enseignant qui parle, et qui veut que ces rédactions n'aient pas trop de faire dedans. Et on a essayé justement de mettre des synonymes qui permettent d'éviter le verbe faire. Et qui répond un peu à la question de qu'est-ce que c'est faire quand même. Sans faire les 60 définitions.
C'est surprenamment bonne idée, hein, je vais être honnête. Hein. C'est surprenamment bon comme idée.
Merci. Donc, évitons les mots trop polysémiques ou partons sur des pages pédagogiques. Je me suis dit, bon, on est à Paris, voilà, bon. J'ai eu d'autres idées de mes collègues, je ne vais pas les mettre ici, vu qu'on va rester dans le contexte 10-15 ans. Donc voilà des mots qui ne sont pas encore définis, si vous n'avez pas d'idée, hein, que vous pouvez essayer de définir sans aller encore sur Dicoado pour l'instant. Donc vous pouvez utiliser ce que vous voulez, vous pouvez utiliser un papier-crayon, ou bien vous pouvez utiliser Wiktionnaire si vous voulez, ou d'autres dictionnaires en ligne, ou votre dictionnaire si vous avez pris le dictionnaire avec. Ouais. Et essayez de définir un de ces mots ou un autre, juste peut-être dire, je ne vais pas prendre le micro, mais juste dire ce que vous prenez comme ça, on ne prend pas tous le même. Donc il y a soit ceux-là, là, je vais remettre après la liste, soit si vous voulez partir sur d'autres mots qui sont peut-être moins franco-français, parisiens, il y a aussi des thésaurus. Alors là aussi, on est tout petit par rapport au Wiktionnaire, qu'il y en a je ne sais pas combien. On en a quelques-uns. Si vous êtes passionné d'encyclopédie, de foot, de grandes vacances, des jeux d'échecs, des langues, des mots, des vélos ou des wikis, vous pouvez aller sur un des thésaurus. Donc c'est un champ... ouais, c'est regroupé en fait plein de mots par thème. Et ça permet justement tous les mots orange. Donc les mots orange, si jamais, ça veut dire les mots qui n'ont pas été encore définis. Donc là aussi, vous pouvez vous faire plaisir et choisir un. Alors là, il faudra juste aller sur Dicoado pour le voir, mais après, vous refermez Dicoado, parce qu'on fera après l'exercice de mettre dessus. Mais juste avant, j'avais justement qu'on échange aussi sur les définitions qu'on trouve, parce que c'est ça qui est vachement intéressant, en fait. Oui.
Est-ce que vous faites des partenariats avec Wikidia ou le Wiktionnaire, par exemple?
Alors oui, bien sûr. Si tu regardes alors Wiktionnaire déjà, oui. Sur quasiment tous les mots, on a en bas un lien qui amène justement vers la page correspondance du Wiktionnaire, et aussi vice versa un petit peu pas mal même. Pardon. Pour justement ceux qui voudraient aller un petit peu plus loin dans les définitions du mot. Avec Wikidia, donc Wikidia c'est une encyclopédie, et c'est vrai qu'il y a aussi quelques liens qui sont faits vers eux. Le problème entre guillemets, c'est qu'on ne vise pas la même explication d'un mot. Le projet là, il est lexicographique, donc on explique ce que ça veut dire un mot, alors que l'autre, il est encyclopédique. Et nous, on ne veut surtout pas de l'encyclopédique dans le Dicoado, à part peut-être dans les exemples. Ça, c'est le seul endroit où on accepte quelque chose d'encyclopédique, mais sinon, le but, c'est d'expliquer un mot. Mais il y a des mots qui sont un petit peu à cheval sur les deux. Là, je n'ai pas d'exemple concret comme ça. Métro, par exemple. Métro, je verrais bien faire un lien vers Wikidia, par exemple. Ça permettrait justement d'apporter la partie encyclopédique là-dessus. Mais par exemple, sur Hélas, je ne verrais pas le but de faire un lien vers Wikidia. Et Wikidia a aussi un modèle qui permet de faire un lien vers le mot pour ce genre de mots qui ont une partie lexicographique et une partie encyclopédique. Oui.
Alors, en voulant faire l'exercice, je me rends compte que la question que je voulais poser à la fin se retrouve un peu dedans. Ce matin, j'ai un conférencier qui parlait justement des différences, des régionalismes qui étaient très compliqués à valoriser, et qui prenait pour l'exemple la rondelle du hockey sur glace. Pour un enfant du Québec, la rondelle est extrêmement importante, ça fait partie de son quotidien.
Ouais.
Pour quelqu'un de Suisse ou de Belgique, parler d'un palais de hockey, déjà, faut qu'il sache de quoi il s'agit. Et je me pose moi la question, du coup, quel serait le mot à mettre en avant dans le Dicoado? Est-ce que c'est forcément la rondelle ou le palais?
Pourquoi pas les deux?
Est-ce que c'est possible?
Oui, bien sûr. Oui, pas de problème.
Excellent.
Rondelle, et là j'irai même un peu plus loin. Dans les catégories, tu peux choisir dans les régionalismes, en tout cas dans les principaux qu'on a rencontrés. Je ne sais pas si à Québec, mais il me semble que oui. Tu peux cliquer sur Québec, et il y a aussi un modèle qui permet justement de préciser en fait dans la définition que ce mot est un régionalisme du Québec.
Non, c'est intéressant, mais c'est lequel qui est régional? C'est la palette ou la rondelle?
Pourquoi pas les deux? Ouais. On est toujours régional de...
Je ne sais plus avec qui on parlait ce matin du mot serpillière qui, dans chaque région de France, il y a une serpillière différente. Voilà, là, oui, c'était avec toi, je crois d'ailleurs, non? Non, c'est pas avec toi. Bon. Voilà. Alors, en Belgique, il y a la loc à relocter. Moi, où j'habite, c'est une cince. Dans le nord, c'est une vassingue. La toile. Donc, c'est des choses un petit peu compliquées. Puis vous êtes en Suisse, là-bas, vous ne parlez pas le français de tout le monde.
Personne ne parle français de tout le monde. Mais ouais. Bon, là, j'essaie de prendre des mots qui n'allaient pas trop, pas trop poser souci. Mais non, mais c'est vrai que le projet est petit, le projet est surtout utilisé, en tout cas, dans un contexte de classe de Suisse. C'est clair, il y a des problèmes qu'on n'a pas encore rencontrés et qu'on risque potentiellement de... Enfin, des problèmes. Ce ne sont pas des problèmes, des challenges, des questions auxquelles on n'a pas forcément encore répondu.
C'était un peu dans ce cadre-là ma question, parce que je trouve que le projet est excellent sur le plan pédagogique. Il y a vraiment quelque chose à faire. Et moi, j'y pensais, je suis en fait directeur de bibliothèque, c'est le genre de choses où je me dis, tiens, il y a quelque chose à faire en classe justement avec les professeurs, mais dans mon contexte belge, je me dis, ah, on va rencontrer des problèmes.
Mais pourquoi un mot belge, il passera sans problème.
Oui, mais on va parfois avoir des définitions sur certains mots qui ne correspondent absolument pas à nos définitions non plus.
Pourquoi pas, effectivement, après, dans le cadre du collaboratif, dire, voilà, bah là, ça, c'est un usage français en France, ça, c'est un usage belge, ou dans telle région, ou dans...
En fait, il suffit de le déclarer. Tu le déclares au début que c'est usage belge, et puis il n'y a aucun souci.
D'accord, mais dans ce cas, on s'éloigne de la simplicité d'accès aussi.
Oui. Oui.
Non, je disais juste qu'il faut trouver le compromis.
Il faut trouver le compromis. Oui. Oui, bah en fait, c'est la question en sobriété et exhaustivité. On va où? Mais oui.
Juste, la langue française n'est pas un objet simple de manière générale. Donc, de toute façon, simplifier pour l'élève, c'est pas, je sais pas si je suis pas pédagogue plus que ça, mais il y aura de toute façon, il sera confronté à partir du moment où il sera sur Internet à des usages différents, donc marquer ça en disant bah oui, on complexifie en mettant la région en disant c'est spécifique à ça. À quel point c'est compliqué pour l'élève, peut-être ça peut être fait plus tard, mais en attendant, c'est pas non plus un insurmontable, je pense pas. C'est toi le prof qui dira à quel point c'est...
Voilà, c'est là où je veux en venir. Il y a quand même, il me semble qu'il y a quand même plus de mots. Enfin, là je parle suisse depuis le début de la journée. Il me semble que ça va. Mais voilà. Bon, donc du coup, vous avez tous fini de faire votre définition, c'est bon? Non, personne n'a commencé en fait. Donc quand tu vas parler, c'était intéressant, mais si, c'est fait, ça arrive gentiment. Ouais, les dictionnaires, ils sont au taquet. L'idée, c'est un petit peu, est-ce que quelqu'un a un mot et puis a commencé déjà à définir et puis il s'est posé des questions. C'est ça en fait qui est intéressant. On se dit, ah mais là, j'hésite entre ça, est-ce qu'il faudrait... Vas-y.
J'ai pris dans le Thésaurus Encyclopédie le mot « chercher ». Je me dis, tiens, je vais prendre un mot un peu compliqué. Et comme il est un peu polysémique, pas tant que ça, mais quand même pas mal, j'ai essayé de trouver une définition qui est un peu généraliste, qui peut fonctionner à plusieurs sens. J'essaie de rassembler les sens. Et donc, moi, je propose faire une tentative pour découvrir ou trouver quelque chose ou quelqu'un.
Parole à vous, pour l'instant. Après, je dis volontiers mon avis, mais
voilà.
Redis voir juste peut-être une fois qu'on est bien... Donc, chercher, verbe.
Faire une tentative pour trouver ou découvrir quelque chose ou quelqu'un.
Ok. Qu'est-ce que vous en pensez? Est-ce que c'est clair? C'est suffisamment clair? Est-ce que c'est avec des mots qui sont compréhensible par des 10-15 ans, faire une tentative pour découvrir ou chercher quelque chose. Non, trouver, oui, pas chercher, parce que chercher, c'est... Ah, c'est pour ça. Découvrir ou trouver quelque chose ou quelqu'un. Ouais.
Peut-être faire une tentative, c'est un peu trop compliqué, peut-être plutôt essayer de trouver.
Essayer de trouver, ok.
En fait,
alors là je redonne toujours en principe, si je fais ça avec une classe, je redonne quand même la parole à celui qui a fait son travail au préalable, et puis qu'est-ce que tu en penses? Est-ce que ça te va? Est-ce que c'est...
Non, essayer à la place de faire une tentative,
voilà.
Ça me va bien, c'est plus simple.
Moi, ça me va aussi, ça me paraît... ouais.
Et aussi une question, je suis la personne de
Qui
soutien.
me parle? Oui.
Mais quand même, avant on a parlé de faire, probablement on peut utiliser quelques autres verbes. Donc il y a dans la définition, quelle est la guidance que vous donnez? C'est aussi de ne pas utiliser faire ou c'est bien d'utiliser faire?
Non, on essaie
On fait la
d'éviter.
définition.
On essaie d'éviter faire, ouais. Dans le dictionnaire aussi, j'imagine, ou bien? Non? Faire, ça passe crème. Ok. C'est ça. Ils n'ont pas été traumatisés par le verbe faire encore. Ok. Bon, moi, je ne sais pas s'il y a d'autres réactions, mais moi, je la trouve déjà un super début, quoi. Enfin, un super début. Ouais. On voit qu'il y a du métier derrière. Déjà, bah justement, un truc important. Là, on est en face d'un verbe. Donc, le verbe, on le commence soit en utilisant un autre verbe, soit en commençant par action 2. Je ne sais pas comment vous faites au dictionnaire. Action de ceci, cela. Ou un verbe, ça passe, ouais. Ça, c'est un peu le début avec les élèves qu'on a comme souci, quoi. Par quoi on commence les définitions? Et là, il y a quand même quelques trucs qui sont assez clairs et qui permettent justement d'aiguiller aussi déjà le début de la définition, qui permettent de lancer sur la bonne voie. Les adjectifs. Adjectifs, on commence par quoi?
Qui est toujours quelque chose de rougeâtre, qui est de la couleur rouge.
Ouais.
Alors, comme tu disais, l'idée c'était nous dans le dictionnaire, une idée c'est on peut remplacer le mot par sa définition dans une phrase.
Voilà.
Et donc pour le remplacer, un adjectif c'est qui est de couleur, qui est en telle forme, voilà.
Ouais, exactement. Qui. Et ça, c'est vrai que c'est quelque chose qu'ils ont aussi au début. Certains c'est clair. Adjectif qui, ça vient tout seul, et d'autres, il faut leur rabâcher ça quelques semaines, et puis ça rentre, et puis tu vois qu'il y a le travail qui se fait. Qui. Est-ce que quelqu'un d'autre a une définition, quelque chose? Et puis les synonymes aussi. Les synonymes, bien sûr, doivent être la même classe grammaticale que le mot dont on trouve le synonyme.
Pour définir RER, réseau de trains en Île-de-France.
Alors, attends, le micro arrive.
Ah oui, réseau de train, d'accord, mais de France, le RER, c'est quand même la région parisienne. En Île-de-France, j'ai entendu de France, excuse-moi, de France, parce qu'il n'y a pas le RER chez moi. Mais tu ne mettrais pas d'où ça sort? Réseau, express, régional, non? Enfin, je crois que c'est ça, non? Parce que je m'étais penché sur le mot métro. Alors, je ne suis pas sûr de ce que je vais dire, parce que je n'aurais consulté aucune source, mais il me semble que c'est un train métropolitain. C'est abrégé, d'abrégé, c'est ça, non? Hein? C'était métropolitain, mais c'était train métropolitain, peut-être à l'origine. Hein? Oui, c'est un train métropolitain, parce que métropolitain, ça veut dire de la ville. Or, nous sommes métropolitains ici, mais nous ne sommes pas des trains.
Non, moi j'habite à la campagne.
Alors, autant métro que train, métro que RER, là, je pense qu'il y a des mots sur lesquels on peut s'appuyer qui existent déjà, pour voir un peu comment on a fait. Par exemple, si je prends TGV, je pense que ça, c'est un bon mot pour aider à... Ouais, bon, j'ai pas mis les majuscules. TGV, hop. Voilà. Donc là, ce qu'on fait, c'est que d'abord, on définit qu'est-ce que ça veut dire TGV. Déjà, ça, c'est la base. Donc, un sigle signifiant train à grande vitesse, virgule. Et ensuite, on explique ce que ça veut dire. Il y a quoi, une grosse erreur, c'est ça? Voilà. Et ça, c'est... Alors, excellent exemple. Voilà, citation, Grand Corps Malade, comme une évidence, 2008. Donc, voilà. Donc, oui. Ouais. Enfin bref, donc là c'était pour voir, donc RER, moi je mettrais aussi sigle, signifiant je sais plus quoi, et puis après, virgule, et puis expliquer ce que ça veut dire.
Ouais, là c'est le qualificatif Île-de-France qui me dérange pour RER, parce qu'il y a aussi un RER à Genève.
Du coup, est-ce qu'on fait deux définitions différentes, ou est-ce qu'on arrive à... Si on arrive à les mettre dans la même définition, ça serait idéal, si on arrive. Après, si c'est deux choses vraiment différentes, je pense qu'il faut faire deux définitions. Laquelle on met en premier? Genève.
C'est aussi un train régional.
Donc on arrive à mettre ça en une seule définition, sans dire forcément que c'est... On peut même mettre en parenthèse Paris, qu'on trouve à Paris, à Genève et à d'autres endroits, quoi, par exemple. Ok. Et puis pour métro, là je pense qu'on a peut-être télé qui irait dans le sens... On n'a pas télé. Est-ce qu'on a radio? Ou sono peut-être, radio. Radio, bon là c'est la radio, la diffusion, ouais c'est pas le... Mais il y avait sono je crois. Oui je connais par cœur les 6500 mots. Voilà. Alors sono par exemple, ça pourrait aider à faire mon métro dans le sens où on explique dans attention, apocope. Et là comme c'est un mot qui est compliqué, forcément il est bleu. Et si on clique sur apocope, eh ben, on comprend qu'apocope c'est bien plus clair.
Oui, parce que c'est aussi train métropolitain, donc c'est une simplification d'une locution qui s'est avérée vite compliquée à dire. Les gens ont fini par dire train métropolitain, métropolitain, métro, voilà, et peut-être que dans 100 ans, il restera plus que trop, mais bon. Donc, il faut l'expliquer.
C'est pas autant simple. Non, c'est le but justement. On voulait éviter d'avoir trop de... Ouais. Ok. Dans le Wiktionnaire, ils ont fait ça comment, du coup? Ça, c'est intéressant de regarder. De quand c'est que c'est passé. Ouais. Enfin, moi, ça, c'est aussi un truc, justement, il y a aussi un autre but dans ce projet, c'est gentiment... pas en faire des contributeurs Wikimania, mais quand même, qui s'habituent à savoir que ça existe le Wiktionnaire, qui s'habituent aussi justement à voir qu'est-ce que ça veut dire contribuer avec, justement qu'on peut modifier quelque chose qui existe déjà, que rien n'appartient à eux. Alors oui, c'est le mot qu'ils ont peut-être commencé à créer, mais après, il y a des modifications qui se font, et tout ça, c'est vrai que c'est aussi de la sensibilisation justement au commun, et de manière plus large justement à tout ce qu'on vit cette semaine et au-delà.
Pour métro, le Wiktionnaire dans l'étymologie dit acopope de métropolitain, lui-même ellipse de service de chemin de fer métropolitain.
Donc typiquement ici, je pense que sur Dicoado, on peut juste mettre apocope de métropolitain. Je pense que c'est suffisamment. Puis après, en cliquant sur métropolitain, on pourra avoir le...
Métropolitain, c'est aussi un adjectif. C'est un adjectif et c'est un nom. C'est-à-dire qu'il va falloir mettre plusieurs définitions à métropolitain. Parce que sinon, métropolitain qui est de la ville, on ne voit pas très bien pourquoi qui est de la ville, qu'est-ce que ça fait là, quoi.
Et plutôt que le terme apocope, qui est quand même relativement complexe, même si on a la définition directe, juste mettre simplification de train métropolitain. Abréviation, si on veut. Mais ce n'est pas tout à fait une abréviation dans ce cas précis, donc simplification.
Alors là, c'est aussi un choix d'appeler un chat, et puis pour les mots qui sont, ma foi, je dis, on fait du vocabulaire. Donc s'il y a un petit peu de vocabulaire spécifique qui arrive, mais qui est expliqué avec des mots simples, parce que j'espère que c'est le cas quand même, si je clique sur apocope, et ça je pense que les élèves, ils arrivent encore à faire, ils devraient trouver quelque chose, suppression de la fin d'un mot, qui est quand même assez simple à comprendre. Pardon? Je sais pas. Ça commence par A, c'est ça? PH? Oui, il y en a à Ferrez. Ouf. On est bon quand même. Il n'y a que 6500 mots, mais c'est 6500 mots qui sont à Ferrez, suppression de début d'un mot. Ouais. Voilà. Mais je suis étonné du coup que les deux ne soient pas liés. On pourrait ajouter ça dans les mots à voir. Ouais. Il faudrait qu'on les ajoute. Apocope, mais voilà. Ouais. Mais ça, c'est les wikis. Voilà. Est-ce que quelqu'un a eu le temps de faire une définition? Ou est-ce qu'on... Quelle heure est-il? Il reste... sinon, vous savez quoi? Sinon,
le mot menu.
Pardon?
Le mot menu.
Le mot menu,
le
oui.
Dicoado.
Ouais.
Voilà.
Vas-y.
C'est sur Dicoado.
Le mot menu?
Oui, ça a été rajouté.
T'as déjà fait pendant qu'on...
Par quelqu'un qui s'appelle Poslovitch, apparemment, un contributeur que je connais pas trop, mais...
Menu. Le menu. Ah oui, alors là, tu as fait une grosse... attention. Bouh. Non. Et c'est bien, parce que ça me rappelle que je voulais répondre à une question, enfin, c'était pas vraiment une question, mais à quelque chose qui a été dit là, puis j'ai oublié de répondre. Par rapport à métropolitain, qui peut être nom ou adjectif, là, il faudrait faire comme tu as fait toi. C'est-à-dire que là, tu vois, tu as deux entrées en fait. Tu as une première entrée qui s'appelle menu non masculin et une autre qui s'appelle non commun masculin, la même chose. Donc là, la manière dont on a toujours fait, c'est de fusionner ensemble, de pas faire. En fait, on fait des nouvelles cases que quand il y a une nouvelle classe grammaticale. Et là, du coup, pour métropolitain, ça. Alors, par contre, menu, tu aurais pu faire l'adjectif, ouais. Tu peux
flemme.
Flemme. Ok. Enfin, peut-être pour finir quand même parce que là, ça leur tourne gentiment. Je vais quand même juste rapidement. Donc, ceux qui veulent essayer d'entrer le mot volontiers, vous pouvez le faire même à un autre moment. Mais juste vous montrer un peu comment ça marche quand même. Donc il y a un formulaire d'édition et c'est ça en fait aussi qui permet d'être un wiki sur lequel on peut commencer. Parce que c'est pas encyclopédique, c'est pas hyper large, ça part pas dans tous les sens. Ici c'est quand même assez carré. Alors c'est bien ou c'est pas bien, ça c'est vous qui voyez, mais on a des définitions et puis on a des cases en fait avec aussi l'explication de ce qu'on attend. Et là on retrouve justement par exemple l'histoire de la définition où on aimerait que ça commence par minuscule, que ça finisse pas par une ponctuation. Par contre, pour l'exemple lui, enfin, il y a beaucoup d'aides qui permet en fait de laisser l'enfant ou pas l'enfant d'ailleurs seul ou presque une fois qu'on a fait ça et puis de simplement regarder à la fin qu'il ait simplement entré les bonnes informations dans les bonnes cases. C'est tout ça, c'est plus simple. Et puis une fois qu'il a fini de remplir le formulaire, hop, il envoie ça et puis ça se transforme en page lisible pour le. Ah, ouais, vas-y. Et oui, on a Yaron qui est développeur de cargo et sémantique, qui m'a bien aidé justement par rapport à tout ça. Ok. Donc tac, et après ça se transforme ça fait du wikitext. Comme ça, on évite justement que les élèves soient trop perturbés par du wikicode ou d'autres choses. Donc ceux qui veulent essayer, volontiers. Sinon, s'il y a des questions qui ne sont pas encore arrivées jusqu'à maintenant, j'y réponds volontiers. Bien sûr.
Ouais. J'ai vu tout à l'heure sternocléidomastoïdien, donc je suis allé le voir. Et c'est un petit peu un mot compliqué, on va dire, même pour autre chose qu'un élève. Et il n'y a pas du tout, sterno, rattaché au sternum. Sternum, on comprend. Ensuite, cléidomastoïdien, il n'y a pas... On rattache pas, il n'y a pas une étymologie, on ne rattache pas d'où ça sort, quoi. Pour cléido-clavicule, mais c'est pas forcément clair pour quand on a 12 ans, quoi. C'est pas marqué, il n'y a pas de...
Alors, comme tu dis, c'est vrai que c'est un mot qui... Moi, je ne l'aurais pas mis dedans, hein, après, voilà. Pardon ? C'est peut-être même pas un élève, je sais plus. Mais ce que je me souviens, par contre, c'est qu'il y avait une image avec ce mot, et l'image est quand même assez explicite. Donc... me semble.
Non, ça doit être un élève qui s'est blessé au foot ou quelque chose comme ça. Et le médecin a écrit ce mot, il a trouvé que c'était intéressant, donc voilà.
On va rester là-dessus. Oui, d'autres questions, oui.
Une question d'un autre ordre, c'est au niveau de la communauté et les contributeurs. Donc en dehors des contributions de classe, quels sont les contributeurs et puis ceux qui font la maintenance en particulier?
Merci. Alors on a eu pas mal d'échanges avec les Wikidiens. Et puis d'ailleurs ça c'est vrai que c'était une bonne... je trouve que c'était assez win-win, y compris au niveau technique aussi. Ces temps, c'est un peu mort. Donc c'est un peu par vague, quoi. Il y a des moments où il y a des gens qui viennent d'ailleurs. On a aussi le Discord, comme vous, comme Wikidia, quoi. Et c'est vrai qu'il y a beaucoup de personnes qui sont sur les deux Discord et qui contribuent plus ou moins régulièrement sur les deux projets. Je ne sais pas si ça répond à ta question. Ouais.
En plus, il y aurait quel est le type de contributeur attendu ou en matière de tranche d'âge en particulier?
Alors, deux choses. Déjà, il n'y a rien d'attendu. Celui ou celle qui vient est toujours la bienvenue. Tant qu'il fait des contributions de qualité, il n'y a aucun souci. Donc, il n'y a rien d'attendu. C'est même pas forcément... Moi, je trouve, à réfléchir assez rapidement, je me suis rendu compte qu'il était assez mal nommé. Parce que Dico Ado, ça fait tout de suite... adolescents, et du coup on exclut quand même toute une partie de la population, alors que c'est pas du tout le cas. Ce site, il peut être utile à n'importe qui, n'importe quelle personne qui est pas très à l'aise avec le français. Donc que ce soit un universitaire qui découvre la langue, ça peut être utile aussi, quoi. Et c'est vrai que de mettre des adultes sur un truc qui s'appelle Dico-Ado, ouais, ça peut faire des connotations qui sont pas forcément correctes. Tout ça pour dire, n'importe qui est bienvenu et à contribuer ou simplement comme lecteur ou lectrice.
Oui, toute petite question par rapport aux mots des ados, parce que finalement tout ce qui nous a été présenté, et c'est super, hein, vraiment bravo, j'espère qu'on va vous applaudir juste après, mais donc tout ce qu'on a eu, c'est des mots du vocabulaire courant, et je comprends l'importance de déjà transmettre tous ces mots aux ados, entre guillemets, dans un sens large, mais les mots des ados, et à la fois les mots entre guillemets récents des ados, et les mots qui peuvent leur poser question. Je pense notamment à l'initiation aux questions sexuelles. Est-ce que ça peut être un vecteur de clarification sur ce type de choses?
Merci beaucoup de la question, c'est excellent. Parce que, bon, déjà c'est vrai qu'il y a un autre problème avec Dico Ado, c'est que du coup il y a des gens qui croient que c'est le Dico du slang des ados. Et ça, c'est pas du tout le cas, donc comme vous avez bien remarqué. Par contre, c'est vrai qu'il y a toute une partie aussi éducation sexuelle, et là, on a travaillé avec le CIP. Donc le CIP, c'est une organisation sexualité, etc., éducation, enfin, qui nous a aidé à définir en fait tous ces mots chauds, de manière justement pour trouver les mots justes, pour justement qu'ils aient quelque chose. Alors c'est des définitions, hein, c'est pas des. Il y a plein de sites géniaux pour que les jeunes puissent poser leurs questions, mais ça permet au moins d'avoir une définition qui est acceptée, acceptable, correcte, et que je suis sûr que ça a été fait avec les bons mots. Et ça a été fait par des professionnels. Ouais. Oui. Alors peut-être une dernière, je pense. On a encore une minute. Une minute? Non, pas. Alors merci beaucoup. Et puis. Bonne suite de Wikimania, et je suis encore une fois volontiers disponible pour échanger autour de ce projet ou d'autres projets, bien sûr. Et puis merci aussi d'être venus, les Wikidiens et Wiktionaristes et tous les autres. Merci.
Oui, merci beaucoup pour la participation. Il y a pas mal de rencontres aujourd'hui. Donc dans les autres salles aussi, je pense que ça serait le rencontre de Wiktionnaire. Donc en fait, c'est bien lié. Donc la programmation continue un peu aujourd'hui et je vous souhaite une soirée agréable. Merci beaucoup.
J'ai croisé plusieurs personnes de Wikipédia Suisse. Oui.
Personne n'a utilisé.
Merci pour Richmond, allemand. Chaque Wikimania